Welcome to New England in the summer. The Automation Village picked my favorite time of the year to visit Massachusetts, the state that I live in. I want to take a few minutes today to tell you some of the fun things to do in New England during the summer months. Let's go. From Cape Cod and the islands to Newport, Rhode Island, and the lakes of New Hampshire, there's an adventure waiting. While visiting Cape Cod, you need to hit the beaches, take a day trip by ferry to Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket. Once you're back from the islands, you can visit the New Bedford Whaling Museum or enjoy some great New Bedford scallops, delivered daily to the docks. Continuing along the south coast, you can visit Newport, Rhode Island, my favorite summer hangout. While in Newport, you can take a tour of the mansions on Bellevue Avenue, a stroll on the Cliff Walk, fly a kite at Breton Park, or go sailing out of Newport Harbor. Heading north, you can take in all the history Boston has to offer. Visit several coastal towns on the North Shore before taking a dip in the lakes of New Hampshire. Let's not forget, when you come to New England, you cannot leave before picking up some things from my favorite football pro shop. And when in Boston, we don't pronounce our R's. A traffic circle is a rotary, a water fountain is a bubbler, and those sprinkles on an ice cream cone, they're called jimmies. And before you leave, remember to park the car by the harbor and get a lobster. Enjoy the trade show. Thanks for visiting New England.
Hello, my name is Glenn Wadden. I'm the president and founder of Trihedral and the chief software architect for VTScada. I'd like to give you a little background of how we got to where we are right now. Back in 1981, I was working at a small system integrator whose main job was to build lift station panels, and they hired me as a summer student to write some software on these new IBM PCs to communicate with these lift stations and present data to an operator, basically creating an HMI. And at that time, it was a pretty novel concept. We got to do many different cities over the next few years, and we found that I was the guy writing the software every time, and every time was a totally bespoke job, writing it from scratch, learning a little bit from the last project, but unfortunately not being able to take that knowledge and put it back into the previous project being relied on for any enhancements to the previous project. So this really become a unscalable concept. So I thought we need a toolkit. We need a toolkit here that would allow us to streamline this whole development process. There was another HMI toolkit type product out there, and I went to see it. We actually bought a copy, and we found out that really it wasn't flexible enough to do what we wanted to do, and it really wasn't very reliable at all. We could do a lot better than this. The company I worked for really didn't want to invest in that, so I thought, I'm going to go out and do this on my own. So I started Trihedral back in 1983 and worked by myself for a couple of years. Now, they may have been right because it took me much longer to actually implement this than I had thought, but 18 months later, I created the first product level for what's now VTScada. After 2 years being on my own, I worked with Rob Spencer, who I met at this first company. He was a man that really inspired me. He was working with me on this initial project. His instructions to me were, we're going to do a really good job on this, and we're going to make those customers say, wow, because we're going to do something that's never been done before. And so Rob started working with me as a partner, a brilliant engineer, and he always had the philosophy is treat everyone fairly. Treat your customers fairly, treat your suppliers fairly, and treat your staff fairly. Rob always had this philosophy that we would always tell our staff, you never want to walk down the street and see someone coming that you had treated unfairly and want to change to the other side of the street. So that's our basic philosophy, and it's served us well. We built our team over many years. We've always kept our staff. We never farmed out any product development because we always knew that we need the people around that know how to do this stuff. There's a long learning curve to developing a product, and we need to build that capability in-house to really excel. And we've never laid anyone off, and we continue to invest in R&D every year constantly to keep the product moving forward. Our goal is to create a product that solves problems that other people tend not to even look at because they're too challenging. So we really want to exceed and make your job easier. Unfortunately, back in 2012, we lost Rob, but nevertheless, the philosophy lives on. We really want to try to do our best, make a great product, make everyone say wow, treat everyone fairly, and you probably see that most evidently today when you deal with tech support. We still want to make the world a better place by building a SCADA product that's easy to use, that's powerful, reliable, and secure. And I do thank you for your time. Thanks.
Good morning and welcome to day 4 of the Automation Villages live stream from WEFTEC Connect 2020. My name's Chris Little.
And I'm Dave Spencer, and today we're going to bring you guys all kinds of content. We've divided the entire day up basically into these 10-minute segments, and each piece is going to be on something. So we're going to be talking a little bit today about our product, VTScada, but we're also going to have some of our sales team and other folks come in to tell us about what they're seeing at the show, some of the things they've experienced, and we're going to have some discussions about different presentations and things that we're seeing today.
That's right. Now, for those of you who are familiar with VTScada by Trihedral and the Automation Village, we've been having virtual live-streamed trade shows since basically March. Now, of course, those are, remember when 3-hour live stream was a long time, Dave?
I do. Actually, that's right. I think this is all a ploy to the next time we go back to a 3-hour stream, I'll go, oh, yeah, that's like a quarter of the time that we've been doing.
We could do that literally standing on our heads. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. I have really enjoyed the experience for the last 3 days. We've had a lot of interesting people on. I think a lot of us are feeling this time of year a little bit of that loss of not being at the trade show, not being in New Orleans, not hanging out with the greater VTScada by Trihedral sales team. That's such a nice experience.
Yeah, that's right. I've already checked at the Sobeys. They don't have po' boys there.
That's right. So this has been a nice chance to again have everybody from all over North America kind of check in. We've got Blair Suley in Houston, Mike Stark in Dayton, Ohio, Dan Naughton, and we're even going to have Brian Sinkler, who we haven't had a chance to have on this week because he's been on the road for real, not just fake on the road like we are. And so it's just a nice chance to see everybody.
Yeah, that's right. And it gives a lot more casual conversation. So often when we have meetings with one another, they're very sort of focused, time-sensitive things. So we don't get to do quite as much just sort of general banter. And today, when we bring people in, it gives us a lot more opportunity to have a little bit of a chat with them as well, to see how things are going.
That's right. So during the day, as Dave mentioned, we're going to be doing a number of different things. We're going to be talking to people. We're going to be having demos. And one of the things we're going to be doing is actually having live questions and answers, just like, if you were to wander into a real live flesh and blood trade show booth. So if you have any questions for us, either generally about SCADA or about VTScada specifically, or the Automation Village, wherever you're watching this, there's probably somewhere nearby on that screen to enter a question, whether you're looking at it directly from the YouTube page or from the WEFTEC Connect VTScada trade show page. Just type that in there, and Natasha Lutz will make sure that we get that basically once an hour.
That's right. And if we get you on right now, just type into that box, hey, Natasha, let her know you're there. Let her know that you're listening. And like I say, give us those questions. We'll be happy to answer them. So we do that every hour from 10 to the hour up to the top of the hour. We've also got a bunch of other pieces going on. So one of the ones that you should stay tuned for are the high diving acts. Those are always where Chris and I or someone else, I think it's Alan and I for the first one, we'll demonstrate something live in VTScada, unrehearsed, so that you get to see the full effect of us actually working with the product and configuring things and usually doing things that are typically difficult to do in a SCADA system. And we'll try to show you that in 10 minutes.
It's true. So often, from a sales point of view, it's so much safer to do a presentation using PowerPoint. But really, one of the things that has really set us apart is the fact that when we are actually live in the room and able to show the software live, a lot of times when you say, "Oh, it does this and it does that," and people smile and nod and say, "Yeah, everybody says their thing does this and does that." That's I assume that a lot of that's probably not true, but when we're live in the room and we're in our actual trade show booth, which, by the way, looks like this. This is where we normally would be this week, right, in this beautiful yes, spaceship-looking thing.
Chris and I are normally not hiding inside of the TVs to speak to you at the booth. We normally have, it's sort of the reversal. We normally have the product in the TVs and us on the outside, and today is kind of the inverse of that, where you'll see the product in front of Chris and I sometimes.
Yes, we can't be inside the TV. It voids the warranty. But yeah, so when
well,
just like
since
in the
they went
trade
flat screen, it's become really difficult.
That's CRTs were a whole different issue. You just had to dodge that beam. But the nice thing of being in this trade show booth is that it actually is like where each of our heads are would be an actual SCADA node, as if one of our heads was a lift station and the other one of our heads was a plant, and that space in the middle where we'll see Pete and Keith and all sorts of people later, and Natasha, that would be a control room. So we could show somebody actually making changes on the system, and you can actually commit those changes and see them propagated out to all the different areas, which is just a really nice again, way to put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, that's right. We could have a little bit of fun with that. You can pass if you see Chris over talking to a customer doing a message, I can always put a gauge on the screen that says, "Hey, Chris," and give Chris an 11 out of 10 on my gauge there for his presentation. It will pop up right in front of his audience. So
it's true.
Like I say, we have a lot of fun with that, and we often got not just sort of a redundant system. It's we typically have 6-7 servers set up in redundancy. And then you've got all that data from all of the simulations running through just our local network there, often just off the Wi-Fi.
And all of that is a really great use case for our integrated built-in version control, because it doesn't take very long for this application that we've got on all these different computers that we're all sharing and we're all simultaneously editing on, because we don't have a lockout manager. You can have multiple people editing at the same time and committing those changes, and we've got a complex system that allows you to do that. So it doesn't take very long for the whole application to look a bit like a party's been thrown there.
That's a great point, Chris. So I usually get tasked with doing those applications, and so on the first day of the show, it's a little dagger in my heart as I see all the sales team beat it apart down into some drunken frat party by the end of the day. And
That's
luckily,
right.
all I have to do is look at the timestamp, and I can roll it back to whatever it looked like the night before in just a couple clicks.
It's the dad's coming home, mom and dad are in the driveway, roll back.
That's right.
So yeah, that's so you're going to be seeing all of those things today. What else can we look forward to today? We've got the high diving axe.
We're going to have a lot of mini pieces. Oh, we've got Pat coming up in the morning too on his show report, so that's usually good fun. I know I laughed a lot yesterday in Pat's piece. So
it's true. Pat is often he's kind of like a shark during these trade shows. He's just always moving. He's always off going up and down.
Pete's showing us something, but it's the Invisible Man.
That we can sort of see each other in the Skype back end here, and because we've got our virtual backgrounds up.
So, and I guess, Chris, we didn't introduce producer Pete or producer Keith. So let's go ahead.
I like to call it Commander Keith and producer Pete.
That's fair.
So Pete Diffley is the sort of brainchild, is that right? Or the brain trust, or he's the brain behind the Automation Village. And he, in the background, he's actually operating a bunch of different knobs and levers and iPads and computers. And actually, this morning, he's actually able to take it a bit easy because Commander Keith in Aberdeen, Scotland, is now the one in the control room, and he's driving right now. Hi, Keith. He can't talk right now, but he's
so
saying,
he can talk, but the audience can't hear. So it's anyway. Happy birthday to Keith's wife if she's watching.
I don't know if Pete can speak.
Sure, I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hey guys. Yeah. I was only going to. I was holding up something there, messing. It was Pam. Pam Moss is who I was referring to.
Yes,
we have Pam on in a short while, so she's their superstar. So she might be watching in. So hi, Pam. So that's all. So great job as always, and definitely looking forward to a great day as well.
All right, thanks, guys.
So before we get to Pam, we do have one piece coming up that is from a little earlier in the week. So it looks like it's time to go to that right now.
Sounds good.
It's live. It's actually, I think, surprise, Dave. It's your, your spaceship.
Okay. I'm sorry. It says video over in the file there.
Yeah.
You're right. I do remember having this conversation yesterday.
It's because we're having too much fun with you.
This is how live this live stream is. We want it to be live. Anything can happen.
This has to be live every time, and people will see why. Because we're still waiting to see if you can land this rocket ship when you do it later on.
Yeah, it's true. I haven't done it successfully yet. This will be Right.
So just to set this
So-
up while Dave is getting his application up and running, what we're going to do now is talk about VTScada Lite, something light to start off with. And for those of you who don't already know about VTScada Lite, it is the free perpetual version of our industrial software. So you can download it up to 10 copies, install it on 10 different machines for free, perpetually. It never expires, it never restarts. So if you want to put it in your lift station, awesome. Put it in your garage, awesome. It's all good. Now, of course, it is a fully functioning SCADA platform, includes all of our communications drivers, but it can include up to 50 I/O, which for a lot of sort of small sample trial applications, that's more than enough. So I think on the screen here, you're looking at the actual page where you can go and download this from. And you can download it for free. You don't have to type it by free. I mean, you don't even have to put in your email address. And once you've done that, then this video that you can see, the quick start guide, this is a 50. Now, we have training courses that are weeks long, or we have like each of our major training courses is a week long, but you can watch this one 15-minute video and you will know how to create an application, connect to I/O by creating a tag chain and our built-in drivers, and then you can draw those values onto the screen using a variety of different pre-built widgets and images, and that's pretty amazing. So we recommend right now download that, and as soon as you jump off the live stream. Now, Dave now is going to show you some of the amazing things you can do with less than 50 I/O.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, we talk a little bit about some of the applications. We see a lot of people with little breweries, whether it be at home or for business. We see a lot of lift stations. We see a lot of home use. We're seeing people with doing things like their beehives, their solar, their different types of renewables, even just general home monitoring. So if you want to get into that, then it's great. It's pretty easy. It's also not that difficult if you have a Raspberry Pi or something to put a Modbus stack on that and then connect VTScada right into it. If you don't have I/O, then we want to give you some ideas on some things you can do. There's a lot of information available that you can get to just basically for getting things like the weather. So Keith did a demo the other day actually plotting the location of the ISS using the JSON driver. So that JSON driver allows you to reach out to the internet and pull data from all kinds of different sources. So the Environment Canada being one of those sources, you could do dd.weather.gc.ca. You can also go down to the USGS, and I'm going to bring up the Site Explorer here. So this is a spot where you can go in and you can get all kinds of different sites if you want to pull data from. And all you have to do is to zoom down into where these sites are, and I'll give it a second to load my site here. Is it going to come up? Where's the map? They seem to be missing the small sites. It should actually come up with an icon for those sites that you can click on them and get the site number. So, but I'm not seeing it right there. So I'm going to assume that something's up with their website and carry on.
Live TV,
so,
folks.
Here we go. So yeah, so that will come up as it should have, and you just grab that site number, and then you can do a query into the USGS. And if you want the simplest interface to do it, it does require that you sign up for their service, but they give a free API key for most folks' usage, is to go to Open Weather Map. And Open Weather Map has a really great API. You can go in and you can look at their current weather data API there. It's really easy to grab the information in JSON, in XML. So let's take a look quickly. So this is an example of a weather application. So in the spirit of the event today, we had set this up to look at the weather for New Orleans, but I've got this set up so you can actually switch the weather around to essentially whatever you like. So we were up in New Orleans. I'm just going to switch it back just to show you this. So I'm going to go back to
I looked away.
Halifax.
How was the weather in New Orleans?
Oh, before I switch it, let's take... Oh, no. I've already changed it.
That's okay.
It was better than Halifax. So you can see where Chris and I are today. It's not great.
Just one raindrop, though.
So, but it's pretty cool. You can do this, and actually, this is all getting recorded in the historian here. So if I click on the current temperature and go back to maybe the last 4 days, then you can see different periods that I've been running the application to do these demos. And so this is pulling weather data. It's pretty easy. I've got my city here, and then inside of the city, I've got this JSON XML driver. And all I need to do in this case is to put in the URL to, I'm using the Open Weather Map for this, so that allows me to show information Canada or the US, and actually make quite easy queries where I can put things like the units and even query the location. So I'm looking at Halifax, Canada there. And all that is just set up in an expression in this application. And from there, you're able to see all the data. So we can go through and you can see here. Now, because it's using the JSON driver, we've got a built-in address assist. So without knowing things like this in the JSON string, you can just click on the dots and browse through all kinds of different things that are in there, and you just select the one. So for the humidity, I've clicked this, and it's automatically putting that address in for me and grabbing the humidity.
And it only requires 14 IO tags.
Right. So let's say instead you're not really that interested in the data. Maybe you are a VTScada user already, and what you want to use VTScada Lite for is to do some testing. You know, you've got some things that you'd like to add to your application. You don't want to work on those inside of your other environment. Well, you can grab VTScada Lite and you can try doing some things learning to code. So in this case, I've got a little application that I built. This I just built using a combination of the Idea Studio and some custom scripting. So you can see here, I've got my objects laid out in the Idea Studio. I've got a rocket type here, and I've got different bits and pieces for the rocket. And I've got a dashboard where I've got the telemetry for the rocket. I've also, if I go into the tags, got my rocket here with some different tags to represent the different values of that rocket. And in this case, I'll go back actually to the Idea Studio. I'm going to bring up the source code. So in this case, I've got just source code just right on the page that we're looking at. And I've got my kind of normal page script down here with all the objects placed. But I've got some other stuff where I'm looking at key presses. I'm doing some manual writing into some tags based on some variables that I have. And then I've got a little physics system in here. So let's take a look at the page.
I have a leading question for you.
Go ahead.
What scripting language are you using to do all that?
So it's a great question, Chris. So all of the scripting in this is done in VTScada's built-in scripting language, and it's a absolutely optimized language for SCADA systems. It was arguably the first event-driven language, and it's something that's very, very unique to SCADA systems, but something that we're starting to see more and more in different places where it would be appropriate. So I'm going to try to land this rocket here. And Chris, if you want, feel free to talk people through this. But basically, the goal is to land on this pad. Now you can see the telemetry in the side there. So I'm coming actually pretty close to my max Q. I'm just going to slow the rocket down a little bit. And as I walk through these, I'm always a little late here on my turn.
The vehicle is downrange.
Throttle up.
This has got like the worst.
Looking terrible here, Dave.
All right, watch my descent there and tell me if I'm.
You're in deep doo-doo here.
You're coming in a bit hot. You're coming in a bit hot.
If this one lands on, of course we still remember you. Is what we're calling this one.
Somebody called Elon on the phone.
Miracle. Elon Musk's not happy. Oh man, you missed it totally.
Oh no! Too fast. A near recover. So after we've done that, we can quickly just click into this, the same as you could in any VTScada application, and we can take a look at some of the telemetry data that was going on during that launch. So I've got things like the velocity, the altitude, and also things like the axial and planar stress on the rocket. So you can see here, we've even got alarms and stuff. So you can see here that I cut through and nearly ran out of fuel on that one, on that return burn. So, you know, it's just some fun stuff you can do with VTScada Lite. And in this case, like I say, we're using very few tags and probably only using a dozen tags at most in this application. So it's something very easy to run in VTScada Lite.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave. That's really great work. I enjoy that every time, even though it always ends in tragedy.
It always does.
So joining us on the line right now is one of our favorite guests here on the Automation Village. Nope, not yet. Right now we are going to the bus. So we can just park here, right? I didn't see a sign.
I think it should be all right.
All right. So this is the Automation Village, and this is the Automation Village VW van. And we just thought we'd like to get out on the road. You know, during these times, you feel so cooped up, and it's just nice to get out on the open road.
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, the whole thing with the Automation Village has been really neat, actually. And we've got Peter Diffley and Natasha Lutz in the back of the van here. And guys, why don't you come up and talk to everybody a little bit about the Automation Village?
Natasha, give that back to me.
No, Pete, leave me alone.
Give it back. It's my go. Give it back. I want to go front. We always
Okay,
in the
settle
back
down,
next to all
settle
the
down.
devil worshipping tools.
Do I need to send you both to the exhibitors lounge?
Maybe.
Please, for coffee. Yes.
Don't make me call Pam Moss. She'll settle you down.
And Pam is there as well. Pam's in the back of the bus.
There's a lot of room back there. It's a bit messy back there because we've been live streaming.
I remember
for
the last
4
time we
days.
did this segment, actually, we could hear Pam giggling in the background. So.
That's true.
And she's on again.
So, for those of you who hear us talk about VTScada and Trihedral and the Automation Village, maybe it's a good opportunity right now, since we're in the Automation Village bus, to talk about exactly what that is. And so, as we mentioned earlier, Pete Diffley is kind of the person who really kind of developed this idea. Pete, from back behind my chair, tell us a little bit about the process of coming up with the Automation Village and why it was important.
I'm all giggly now after.
I think.
Stop it.
Sorry. Anyway, yeah, it was really spawned from. We have been looking at different ways of engaging with our customers, especially during the pandemic, and right from the very start of the first lockdown, we had been kind of messing around with some ideas, and we thought, okay, well, let's try and get a virtual trade show that is bigger than just a VTScada show. We wanted it to be kind of for the broad community in the automation industry, and of course the whole idea, I guess, of having like a global village kind of prompted us to think that well, it's probably a good idea if we make this an automation village. Because everyone is really stuck at home in many cases or whatever, and we thought, let's make this more like a community.
Yeah,
and I was just watching the live stream there. I think we did all of that from the booth rather than the bus.
It probably looked weird.
Oh no, we were hosting.
Like, what's going on there?
We were hosting from the wrong metaphor.
There we go. but it's it's been huge fun. So the idea then to try and engage with people where let's face it, it's extremely hard to just stay on Zoom type meetings where you just see the squares and that's it. It's another meeting. It's another meeting. It's another meeting. So really, we started saying, well, how can we make this fun? So breaking up into 10-minute pieces was one thing that we did. And in our first show, we had 9 virtual exhibitors. We had like less than a week really to get that going, and it was fantastic. And we've created this kind of following that has stuck with us, and it's growing all the time, I'm glad to say. And we then decided, okay, well, what else would be fun to do? Because we can do the same thing each week. And then we said, okay, well, maybe we better make it even more different. So we looked at the idea of taking it on the road And
Right.
how can you take something on the road when it's virtual? So the bus was born. So we tricked out our VW bus and put in all those odd kind of things in the back, and off we went. And it gave us an opportunity to tour North America virtually, and tell stories from different places and engage with people in different ways. So that's what we try to do, make it fun. And we've had a number of organizations even reaching out to us, wondering if we can actually host their event. So if you're out there and you're with any of these organizations, we do this in a really fun way. And it's so a 10-minute usually for we call it a show and tell in the main show. And then a week later, typically we have breakout sessions, and those breakout sessions are a bit more traditional, allow you to do a deep dive. So we usually use parallel streams, and people can pick from different things and they can jump in, and it's just the same exhibitors come back, and it's a lot of fun. So if you want to do it, you can email me at peter.diffley, that's Diffley, at trihedral.com, or also Natasha, who's in the background. So Natasha, sorry, I should have handed the mic that I grabbed off you. Hand it over to you. So
Natasha, one of the challenging things about this is it does when you're live streaming, it's a fair bit of time to kill. When you're dividing things up into 10-minute chunks, which means there's a lot of different people coming in, and that's its superpowers. You're bringing together different end users and integrators and consultants that we have worked with in some way, shape, or form, and bring them all together into this live event. So, Natasha, the responsibility has fallen to you to kind of wrangle all those people and get everybody on the same page for that moment in time. Tell us about what that's like.
I mean, anybody that's been in an organization role of any event knows exactly what it's like of trying to get everybody on the same page and get all of their items in and at the right time and to meet deadlines. But it goes even bigger than Trihedral, is that we have invited people that we actually quote unquote, do not do direct business with. They're not going to be a direct customer of ours. So it's not about just strengthening relationships with our customers to try and help our bottom line, but we're bringing together a lot of people to share their knowledge for the automation industry. So this is not something that we just do, as I said, to boost our bottom line. So it's been really fun bringing all of these people together. Sometimes, there's late nights when people get it in right at the deadline, but it's great fun. And in talking about getting organized, is we have our next one coming up on October 29th. So just in time for Halloween. It's going to be spooky horror automation stories. So we are looking for people who want to share some of their scarier automation stories and what they've learned from that, and bring their knowledge and share it with people. So moving forward, people might avoid those horror situations.
Great. I just realized if I'm going to talk to you, I need to do this. I'm surprised we haven't got somebody flying in from the ceiling.
That's right. That's next
to fill
week.
in all the spaces. Yeah,
well,
that's right.
that will be for October 29th program.
There you go.
On a broomstick.
Spooky SCADA.
And so that event is not live on our website yet. We wanted to, of course, put our focus on this broadcast on WEFTEC Connect this week. But you can keep your eyes peeled to our website next week. All the details will be there, the links that you can register and all that information.
Very good. Well, thanks, guys. Nice to have
Thanks, guys.
everybody chiming in.
Great. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye now. Boom, it's time for show report. And as I began to promise you a moment ago, we have our old friend Pam Moss from Hawk. Hi, Pam.
Good morning, you guys. How are y'all doing today?
I think we're holding up pretty well for day 4 of the full day live stream. How are you holding up?
Doing great, doing great. I've got you guys, your faces, wonderful faces here on the VTScada page for the exhibits area. There you go. Hello for the show report. I just want to say I love how Natasha flies into your page and flies out.
Yeah, we thought some of our returning visitors might miss the whole "Have I scanned your badge?" So we wanted to make sure that they got that at this year's show.
They did. That's very, very cute. Very, very cute. But yeah, it is day 4. I think we have all learned a lot these past couple days. That's for sure. And how we, as the virtual environment, with the exhibitors, with the speakers, with the attendees, how we're all interacting in this new platform. So again, I just want to shout out to WEF and all the volunteers for just getting this set up, everybody jumping in the fire together to be able to have this wonderful industry show for drinking water, wastewater. That's for sure. So it's like I said with the Automation Village, it's about the industry. It's about us supporting the industry and bringing people together. There's no doubt.
Yep. Yeah, and we had actually one of our guys at your presentation earlier in the week who came back to do his show report, and anyway, he spoke very highly about the presentation that he saw with you. He thought you did a fantastic job there of talking about your data analytics and your Hawk-Wind system.
Well, thank you. That's great. It's always hard to pre-record because kind of like you guys, I'm used to interacting with people instead of interacting with a webcam. But it works out. Actually, it works out really well because a lot of the stuff that we recorded, we actually did 6 of those. On Monday we did flow and then our Easy Series analyzers. Tuesday we did more of a lab thing with the DR3900 spectrophotometer and our TNT chemistries. Then I had my data management. So yay, I'm glad you guys came. Yesterday was our instrument management session, and today at 12:30 is our process management by Bob Debkowski. But when we shot those, we were debating, and I talked with a good friend of mine over at Xylem yesterday too, and they were debating, when you shoot videos, do you make them WEFTEC specific? Do you make them sort of agnostic so you can use them elsewhere? And I think a lot of the vendors I've talked to have realized if you shoot these things, everybody's doing virtual. I mean, everybody is, and the states are doing it too. So make these types of shares or videos drinking water, wastewater oriented, so you can also bring them down to the state level and the province level to be able to share that kind of knowledge there too. So I think that's just a good lesson learned in speaking with Hawk, Xylem, and others, how you guys are doing the Automation Village, trying to reach out to more. So I just want to share that as a lesson learned, I think, for all of us in the exhibit area.
Right, cool.
Have you now? You've of course also been wandering the show digitally, visiting lots of different booths, and of course you did the same thing for AWWA. What kind of lessons learned do you think? What other lessons learned do you think we as exhibitors will take away from these 2 events?
Oh man, that's a great question. There's a lot of really cool web pages. I mean, Esri's got a cool page. GE. There's a lot of people with cool pages. But I'm probably seeing maybe less activity in the chat features on the page and seeing a lot more for those who are doing that exhibit presentation. A lot of conversation going on there. Then also finding there's a lot of conversation and exhibitors are getting engaged in the networking roundtables where the attendees are. So you're getting a nice diversity there on the networking roundtables to get more of an exchange of information. So there's so many ways we can communicate in this platform that, where do you do that? I think people are coming. Of course, they're downloading, they're looking, they're all those things on the exhibitor pages. But I do see there's more in the solution sessions. Like today at 1:30, I'm just going to attend one on innovations in laboratory equipment and analysis, because that just sounds interesting to me as a lab person. So networking there, networking roundtables. But I think that's where a lot of the activity is going on.
Right, interesting. Have you attended many of those?
I have not, but a lot of my colleagues have. And the danger of being in a virtual environment is that you have your real work also going on. They can easily find you. Right. And you've got, obviously our customers and clients in our world with y'all, with SCADA, with us with data management, instrument management, process management. Because of COVID, there's just a huge need. So a lot going on there. Right. Before I sign off, I want to throw one quick carrot that I found, this diamond in the rough that I found in cruising around the sites, in case people don't know it, because I found this fascinating. There's a podcast series by WEF, and I kind of knew it, but really didn't pay attention to it, but it's called Words on Water. And their website is wordsonwaterwef.com. And it's a series of podcasts that's hosted by a guy named Travis Luke. And I just discovered it in Tuesday, that daily brief email we get every day for WEFTEC. It was there. And I saw one of our guys, Sam Utley, was going to do. And I'm like, oh, I'll go listen to that. But there was like 160 some odd podcasts from different manufacturers and vendors and utilities. And I just feel like I discovered this whole like cave of diamonds that I didn't know existed. That, after WEFTEC, I can go also there and listen to those, 10 to 15-minute podcasts. But I just wanted to let folks know that I just found that fascinating. It's a resource I didn't necessarily take advantage of that I discovered here at WEFTEC was the Words on Water podcast.
That's really interesting. Podcasts are such an interesting medium to communicate in because they're so personal, even if you're talking about something highly technical, because by virtue of the fact that they're like an hour long or in some cases 3 hours long, you not only take away the technical information, but you do kind of have this really strong sense of relationship with the people who are bringing it to you. If you've got a good one. And in a lot of ways, that perhaps more mirrors the experience of actually being in a trade show booth than like an exhibitor, virtual trade show booth.
Well, that's a really good point. Yeah, great point. I think it is one of those in this environment, as you said, our job, like Natasha was saying, yes, it's about our business, sure it is, but it's about making the water industry better, sharing knowledge, because that does good for everybody and for the protection of public health and water environment. And these mediums really help, and particularly in this COVID world, for sure.
Absolutely. And it's also something that you can, because like you said, we're all kind of managing our daily responsibilities in addition to this bubble of intense activity around the trade show. That a podcast is something that can actually travel with you as you do your work. You can listen to them in the car. You can listen to them while you're checking your email. So it's something that's a lot more portable. You don't have to bring everything to a grinding halt in order to take that in.
Oh, very good point. Right. And if we ever are allowed to travel again, different, like you said, driving to airports, waiting in airports, just driving between customers, all that stuff, if that ever comes back. Yeah, that's where I like to listen to a lot of that too. I enjoy it. It's fun. So anyway, but that's my report for today. And I appreciate everything you guys are doing. Just a wonderful program you guys offer for sure. And I look forward to October 29th, as Natasha was saying, for the next roadshow for the Automation Village, the Halloween theme.
Now, hopefully you'll have a spooky SCADA story.
As soon as she said that, I started thinking about the work we do in plants, and the snakes we run into, and the wasp nest, and all the things that I'm sure your SCADA guys run into too with our instrumentation. That's where I was going with the spooky stuff of opening up panels and going, "Wow, look at this,"
Yeah.
Or one not really spooky story. One old instrument, it was the water plant had a window open near it, and the cat would come sleep upon top of it. So they put a bed on top of the instrument for the cat every night. That's a spooky story. Nice. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, thanks, Pam. Thanks for joining us. Where are you off to now?
I am going to my next. Well, I've got some client meetings scheduled, but my next one's going to be our process management by Hawk. By Bob Debikowski at 12:30. So that's the next thing on my schedule, besides cruising around some of the exhibits still and a customer meeting or two. So it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good Thursday, and I hope you guys have a wonderful Thursday as well.
You too. Thanks again, Pam.
Great.
Thanks,
all right.
you guys.
Always great having you on, Pam. We'll talk to you later on.
And you can find her at the Hawk booth here at WEFTEC Connect.
Great.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Okay, so next, because we are a virtual trade show, the thing that we do more than anything else in a real trade show is we actually do presentations for people who wander in, which are basically elevator pitches. So joining us now is Blair Suley. Hi, Blair. I didn't quite hear you. Now, can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We've got you there now, yeah.
Welcome, Blair. How's your WEFTEC Connect going?
It's going good. Yeah, not too bad. Just listening to Pam, so from Hawk, obviously a lot of activity going on between our two companies these days, which is kind of nice. Um, my understanding is that I'm going to cover kind of a why choose VTScada, kind of a 10-minute go for it
That's
kind of
right.
thing.
Yeah, and feel free to share your screen if you want to bring that up and run through with some demos and that.
Yeah, in this case, really, it's not really about that. It's more of a it's if we could say one thing that I think we do better than everybody else, it's purely the ease of use. And I'm say that's across the board in everything. The ease of use from everything from the pricing to the access to technical support that's of an engineering level to understanding the architecture. Architecture is very, very simple. We only sell two types of fully installed licenses, and you have the flexibility to install them as either a server or a client and server. And as I noticed, Keith, who's in the background there, pointed out a couple of times during the last couple of days. The fact is that the same product is used for applications with a couple of values as it is for ones with millions of values. It's exactly the same platform. So that mechanism makes it easy to scale between anything of a very small nature all the way up to massive. Now, when we talk about ease of use, there's a lot of things associated with that. The all-in-one package, the ability to install all the features that you would require in one shop. So a lot of packages are known out there for having a lot of different components. You have to tie them together and make them all interact, work, and share data and different securities and such. We provide a single install. And by the key that goes in with that install, it enables all of those features that are relevant to your install and which you purchased. We include our own historian, so you don't need a separate historian. Eliminates the cost of that as well as being easier to use. And there's no configuration for the historian. It just simply works out of the box and builds itself. The I/O drivers are all built in. Additional ones are available for those you wouldn't normally run into, but the ones that we would typically run into, the Siemens and the Allen Bradleys and the Omrons and Schneiders and all of the rest of those typical PLCs and RTUs, Schweitzer, and even some drivers that are very common in the industry for reading network type of equipment, SNMP drivers. Interfacing with OPC sources, providing data via OPC, MQTT. I could talk 3 and 4 letter acronyms all day. We have interfaces to all of these things out of the box so that you don't have to go and buy a number of different products and do the hope they all fit together dance. They just simply fit together. And if you have any issues, we're the support team for all of those elements. Okay, so that simplifies the whole process. And so then it comes to development. How do you go about developing applications and rolling out applications that might scale from a couple of values all the way to millions? Well, we have a built-in templating methodology that you can utilize for creation of a standard template for a pump station, a standard template for an engine, a standard template for a clarifier, whatever it happens to be. You design it. Once you've designed it, you can replicate it as many times as you like. And you can either replicate it as cloning it, so each one is slightly different and you make the changes as you like, or have them be identical, in which case you can change the underlying template and every single instance of that template then gets changed automatically and rolled out to all of your facilities. Similarly, the structure can represent all of the data set that comes from an application, comes from a typical connection, say a pump station in field, and you've got a few pumps on it. You can create a standardized template, represents all of those data set, including all of the totalizers and counters, runtimes, and all of that stuff. And that can then be duplicated as many times as you like. All of that information can be associated with the locations on a screen, and those locations on a screen can then be dropped on a map, and it's done again automatically. You make all those changes, and those changes get automatically saved to a version control system. The version control system is fully integrated. So again, we talk about the all-in-one concept. Now you have all of these features that are recorded, and it not only records what the changes are incrementally in order to keep the change set fairly small, in order to keep the change version control fairly small, but it also records who did what, when it was done, what those particulars were, and allows you the ability to roll back your features, or you can deploy them locally, and then once you validate them, deploy them out to all users across the whole system. So again, the ease of use, you get a large system with a number of users that are located either in one plant, in many plants, at home. It doesn't matter what type of interface you have. All of those users receive the updated interfaces, the updated functionality in real time, so that you can ensure that all users are using exactly the same interfaces. One thing we have run across with other products is that if you're running a version control system and you have to deploy those changes out, that becomes a bit of sneaker net, really. You're walking around and installing the new version at each location. So there is a period of time in a large system where you could potentially have different versions of the same application running in different places. And that can lead to some serious significant issues. We don't have that issue. All changes are immediate across the board. I just talked about a whole bunch of stuff there, but it kind of summarizes the fact that it's easy. It's simply easy to use across the board.
Right. So I find, because people come to our booth or come to one of these presentations with so many sort of preconceived notions about how SCADA ought to be, what is the misconception that takes the longest to dispel when you're talking to someone?
Usually it has to do with architecture. Our architecture is very simple, yet very powerful. So when I say there's only a couple of different types of licenses and you can install them as a server and a client and a server, there is the misconception that that's for small systems. Well, if you were to roll that out to larger systems, you can say, if you have a large number of devices that you're connecting to and you want to, and they're geographically separated, you just add in a new server, you synchronize it with the rest of them, and now you have a triple redundant server system, or a 3 servers that are geographically separated and all running the same application. This kind of methodology, while very simple to deploy, it can be confusing to those who are used to the old way of requiring specialized, more powerful servers in order to do simple things, let's say.
Right. So that's all theoretical, but off the top of your head, can you think of a real-world example of a very large SCADA system that would be going on in Texas, for example, since that's where you're broadcasting from?
Geez, if I could think of one that I'd point out.
Just one.
One, it'd probably be the city of Houston. We're dealing with the city of Houston, and that one just came to mind as you and I were talking. I hadn't even thought about it in the last week, but that has quad redundant servers, large number of I/O. It's got about 120,000 I/O points or tags are going to be in that system. So the key there is being able to communicate with all of those values at the same time, and is at a reasonably high rate. So we could either look at creating a system that had a couple of extremely overpriced computers, or we could use 4 reasonably priced ones and distribute the load across all those 4 and have a quad redundant system that just simply works, and we've saved a ton of money.
That's awesome. I'm going to start using the term quad redundant servers. That's awesome.
Yeah, after this week, I'm actually tattooing it on my arm.
right underneath bidirectional synchronization.
Yes, that one always brings a good laugh to the crowd. Yeah. Well, thank you,
thanks,
guys.
Blair.
All
That
right,
brings
thanks,
us to the end
Blair.
of our time.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Take care, guys.
Okay, enjoy the rest of the show.
Enjoy your
Okay.
synchronization.
Thank you. I always do. So, is it that time?
It is that time. Roll the bumper.
Ba-dum, bam, ba-dum, bam, bam.
I'm back.
Hi, Natasha.
Hi. So I'll get right into it. Can I use it with Excel Reporter? I'm assuming it is VTScada.
Yes. Yeah, I believe Excel Reporter uses ODBC or the VTScada ODBC driver to sort of connect into VTScada, and then it's from there that integration is built to be pretty straightforward.
In fact, on our website, you can find under distributors, you can actually find connectivity partners under resources, and it will list all of the, as Dave said, generally using ODBC, we can connect with just about anything. But these are you can see some products like Excel Reporter or Dream Report that we actually have a more tailored connection to. So it's an even easier experience.
Yeah. And I believe Excel Reporter in their own documentation has actually a tutorial on connecting to VTScada as well.
That's great.
All right, great. Next question. What is the process for updating VTScada software versions?
In most cases, it is super straightforward. If your support is current, you can go to our website or our FTP site anytime and download the latest installer version. And then in almost all cases, if you're using something even remotely recent, all you need to do is run the installer again. You will need to shut off VTScada. It's one of the few things you need to actually shut down the application for. Right. But you just run the installer again and then start it up again.
That's right. And in fairness, it's shut down the application on, you can do this one server at a time. Yeah, so oftentimes you just shut down one server, get that up and running, and then do it on the other server. So you haven't actually lost any data. You're just basically doing that. You rerun the installer. VTScada will automatically update your applications. So the apps that you were running previously will get all the new drivers. Any changes made to like the alarm page or anything like that to add features, then those are automatically coming in.
Perfect. Moving right along, we're going to get tons of questions in this period. Does VTScada use HTML5?
So VTScada on the thick client side at the server does not use it inherently on the pages that you're looking at. It's all done in VTScada script. But each VTScada server has the ability to run a built-in web server that will automatically take those pages built in the VTScada script, convert those to HTML, and then present those as a web page for anybody running any kind of modern, as you said, HTML5 browser. And for somebody who might not be familiar with HTML5, that's, at one time it was pretty well anything except IE, but we didn't call out IE necessarily as a specific. It doesn't work well with this, but now it's basically any of the browsers. So it's Edge, it's Chrome, it's Safari, it's any of the Chromium versions, Firefox, so basically any browser. Did I miss anything, Chris?
No, I think that's pretty much it. So we license by concurrent connections, and as Dave said, you don't have to rebuild your screens at all. It takes about 6 clicks to enable your built-in thin client server.
Right. Yeah, and it's really only about another 6 clicks to configure that thin client server if you're using that on your local network or inside of a VPN.
All right. How is VTScada different from Wonderware?
Well, it's always a challenge when people ask, how is it like this product, or how is it different? Often people want a matrix. They actually want like a table of differences. This is that, and it's a little hard to do exactly because, our product is always changing, their products are always changing, and often we learn about one another through each other's very old applications. So it's a little hard. We'd have to hire someone full time to kind of track that kind of information. But there's certainly a number of things that make us different from Wonderware, from pretty much any of the other products, and some of them Blair touched on. Almost all of them, and they all kind of fall out of the original premise, which is that it's all in one. We developed every part of VTScada, we own it, we maintain it, so that every time you upgrade it, you get the latest version of everything, and everything works like a top.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see that sort of obviously with a lot of those large vendors, because a lot of the time they've added parts to their software, or they've actually they're doing a lot of their work by acquiring different companies. And it's sort of the way that things work with a lot of larger businesses. So they're actually sort of like always building pieces on or creating another adjacent product to fit a need, and trying to keep that company in its space and keep one of their other businesses in their space. So like I say, there's fundamental differences in the architecture and other things, but a lot of that spills out to, we're just working a little bit differently than them, where we're developing all of our own technologies, building it into the product, and creating that sort of one solution for all things.
So just an example of the practicality of that is when we were, for the city of Sacramento, which is running a very large VTScada application, during that process of selection, part of the R&D part of it is that you have to send them to test a version of the software. And another platform, we basically sent them a download to our under 200 megabyte installer, and that was it. They ran the installer and they had it up and running in about 5 minutes. This other brand, which was sort of the incumbent for that area, sent basically a Pringles tube full of DVDs that all had to be installed and configured and according to what we found out later, they never quite got it running. So
that's right. I think there's a very specific order in how that's done, and anytime you go to upgrade, I think it's a very similar story, but you're actually swapping out all of the Pringles tube for whatever the related compatible versions are. So it's not even necessarily the latest version of all of those disks.
Right. And yeah, that's right. So the upgrade process for all of that would also be very specific and very prescribed and slightly fraught.
Yeah.
So
and oftentimes I think moves them completely into a new product. If they're not just upgrading to the current version, they're upgrading by expanding their system, then all of a sudden you'll learn that, it's a different historian product or whatever it is that they need to move to.
That's a really good point, that in many cases, after a customer spent a lot of time and effort basically developing a whole application, maybe a few years later, they'll hear, oh, I'm sorry, we actually don't support that version of the software anymore. But hey, we have this new shiny thing that is basically a completely different program. You can rebuild your system in that. Whereas we always have a forward migration path. So we never leave any application behind. Again, in most cases, it's as simple as running the installer for the latest version over top of the old one.
Right, and we've got Alan Hudson on the line, and so we're kind of already started down that road of built-in versus bolt-on. So let's bring Alan on now.
All right,
and,
see you guys in 50 minutes.
Okay, bye, Natasha.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
Shall we roll the bumper?
All right. Well, Keith cues up the bumper.
Hey, I didn't the traffic.
Then let's
too many bumpers here, man.
Chris is going to get around an hour to take a break.
Excellent.
Hey,
so
Chris,
enjoy the next hour, everybody. Hi,
Hey,
Alan.
there's some beignets in the lobby, Chris.
I'm on it.
And had lots of powdered sugar. Your black shirt's gonna have a difficult time.
I'll come back and I'll just be covered in it. All right, have a good hour, everybody.
All righty.
Well, see you, Chris. All right. Hey, Alan, how's it going?
Dave, it is fantastic, man. What a great week it's been already. It's Thursday. Again, those hospitality things kept me up too late last night. The food was fantastic. A couple of those bands were amazing. I mean, what do you say about being in New Orleans? It's just phenomenal. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I was thinking back to our last time. I actually was the other night looking through some old pictures of the last time we were in New Orleans. We got out on one of those swamp tours and out on the fan boats. And anyway, I had a great time in New Orleans last time.
Exactly. Well, I tell you what, the alligators were crawling, I guess, locally, within our website stuff these days as we navigate around.
That's
So
right.
all that is good stuff. Well, I look forward to things getting open again, and we'll have to meet somewhere and do the next one of those boat tours. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
So,
anyway,
Alan, so
you introduced us with the built-in versus bolt-on. You mean to take a quick stab at that?
yeah, absolutely. So, go ahead.
All right. Well, I will just tell you that I come out of the world of a computer engineering degree, an electrical engineering degree, a math degree, lots of custom things that I've done over the years because that's what I did. I mean, and so many programmers, I use the quotation mark programmers, think that that's what you have to do is create custom script and custom applications all the time. And while every application is unique, it doesn't mean you can't reuse things. So, I like the built-in versus bolt-on. I'll look at it from the standpoint of my granddad being a carpenter. He didn't have to go develop a tool every time he needed to go build a house. Instead, he went to the back of his truck, and it actually was the back of a station wagon in those days in Utah, Alabama. And what he did there was he had every tool you could imagine for building a house. Yeah, there were some times you needed to adjust some different pieces of it, but for the most part, all those tools were there. And that's what I think the power of having things built in gives to us. You guys have done a great job over the last few days of showing us as people take their Idea Studio, they bring in widgets, the animations. If people are not familiar with that, our animations are called widgets. And you bring in a widget, next thing you know, you show what the code looks like behind it. So there is code there. And anyone can learn that code. We don't hold that secret from anyone. But it makes it to where those things being integrated make the system work faster. It works more reliably. That makes it more sustainable as time goes on. So to me, that's where the built-in part comes into play.
Right. Yeah. No, I always look at it and, you always come to these different metaphors and other things of what you can think of. And, oftentimes the bolt-on solutions are solutions that are meant for a very broad number of applications.
Yep.
And so, you look at that, the SQL database being the big one. It's used for almost everything. So if you take it for any specific purpose, how it's probably not the most efficient thing somebody could come up with for that purpose. So, you look at something like a SCADA database, and that's a very specific purpose. And you're hitting this now with a ton of data, right? That's a lot of people suffer from this idea now that they've got so much data that what do I do with it is becoming the modern problem. How do I manage it? So having that, built for purpose, efficient database is really starting to become an important thing versus some of the others that, like you say, tend to eat a lot of hard drive space, tend to be hard to get that, as a similar synchronized result out of, and also tend to be reasonably slow when it comes to doing some of that polling and other things.
You're exactly right, Dave. I couldn't help but think about just what you're asking about when, or what you're mentioning rather, when the question came up earlier about Excel Reporter. We do have that connector built into VTScada. So although that's a built-on, if you will, reporting package, we have a built-in connector to that external device. People do talk about having to have, a MySQL or OSIPy or whatever as a historian. We have the connectors built in with ODBC and OPC to connect to most of those things. Pam was talking earlier today. Pam Moss, what a great interview that was, by the way.
Yeah, Pam always does it. We always call one take Pam because she's come in for some of our other sessions, even something pre-recorded, and she comes in, runs through it, and we're done. If she has a 10-minute bit, it takes 10 minutes to capture it.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's
great.
But one of those things with them, the same deal is their Hawk WIM system is very powerful, and you can take that and connect to VTScada. Next thing you know, you have an even more powerful system. But those built-in connectors are really, really important.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. You kind of alluded to it, is that, sometimes people might get a little nervous about the built-in thing because they hear built-in and they think back to, some of the IoT type devices and stuff where you see where built-in sometimes means proprietary, and it means that it's our data, and if you want it, you pay for it. And we want to be very clear that, in VTScada's case, that's really not the fact. We've put a lot of effort into retrieving the data from VTScada using the methods that you're used to, whether it be ODBC, OPC, or a REST interface, as easy as possible. So if you can write a SQL query, there's probably a really easy way to pull that data efficiently from VTScada. If you can't write a SQL query, then you should check out either Excel Reporter or one of the other reporting packages, or our built-in Excel add-on, which will allow you to browse your tags and everything.
Exactly. Well, in fact, Dan out of Chicago is doing that right now for a customer in Chicago. It takes a little bit of effort, of course. Anytime you are adding things in like that and making them more complex, there's always some effort attached to it. So if the built-in component can already be done or have most of that done for you, it does make your job easier.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'll tell you, you mentioned something else when you were talking about that. It kind of cued me in for another thought, and that had to do with some of the built-in abilities, I guess, of some software packages are really limiting. They haven't made them very powerful. And so sometimes built-in means it doesn't work as well as a third party. In fact, I had somebody tell me one time, they said, well, your historian is okay, but at some point you guys got to work on a big boy historian, he says. And so then we put the performance test side by side. Turns out our historian outperformed his big boy.
Right. And we see that, honestly, time and time again. Again, it's purpose-built for the application, and it is in large systems. It's built to be very efficient in large systems, and it's just the big benefit in small systems, I find, is actually disk usage. So you see people get nervous about, well, can I have a year's worth of data or whatever? And you say, you throw this on a 1 terabyte hard drive, and in most cases, the disk space will be there when the computer is looking at its replacement period. And so, we seem to not really ever have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'll hit one more thing along those lines, Dave, and that is what the built-in has done in so many of our installations has reduced the number of servers or other computers necessary. So I was in a design meeting last week. It was one of these hour-and-a-half long Zoom-type meetings, and we had the consultant, we had the integrator, and even the owner was looking at the overall architecture of the system. By the time we got done with that review meeting, because of VTScada's built-in components and abilities, we eliminated 6 different computers and or servers or drives that were going to be used, everything from external hard drive or database things, as you were mentioning, report servers, thin client managers, as well as, even in the DMZ, a whole nother area for reporting. We got rid of all of those kinds of servers. So now the customer has saved money. They have saved in infrastructure costs. They've saved headache in having to manage those things over time. And then I guess the confidence was going to come in when it all works as I promised.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And one other point here that we really don't talk about much, but it's something that I think I'll start talking about a little bit more, is when you have all of these services being managed in VTScada, all of the redundancy in that traffic is going through the RPC manager. One thing that people don't realize is that VTScada's RPC manager is intelligently prioritizing that traffic as well.
Right.
So data that needs to go first will run at a higher priority than the data that can wait. So, things like polling is prioritized higher than syncing up a server who's just come back online. Yeah. So, some of that stuff is really neat to see how VTScada is doing that management, and something that I don't even think you could do that very easily at all without having that integrated.
Absolutely right. Well, and one of those integrated features that really does set us apart is that we have the alarm notification component built in. And I think that's one of those things we're supposed to be talking about here in the next 10 minutes or so. is on that alarm notification piece of things. One of the headaches has been over time when you have bolt-on different pieces of software, and we experienced this, by the way, about 10 years or so ago, and that is technology changes. Microsoft, for example, has a new version or whatever it may be, and now you're waiting on all of your bolt-on or third-party components to try to come into play to catch up. And if you are like we have been on the cutting edge all the time and very quickly able to move to that next version, we are now being held back because those third-party components or software pieces, the bolt-ons, can't make it up there as quickly. And so one of those things that has happened is it caused us to create our alarm notification, and that gives us dial out via voice, of course, or via MP3s or WAV files. Actually, it's WAV files that you put in there of your own sounds and those kind of things. Also, SMS text messages, which I found has become very, very popular. And then finally, emails. And we can mix and match any of those in our call rosters so that we're not limited to just one or two of those methods.
Yeah, that's great. And I have to say that I get these alerts all the time, not through a VTScada system, and not for water wastewater, but through the search and rescue group. And I'm a real fan now of I get the email, the call, and the text for any time there's something that I'm supposed to be responding to. And I have to say that the text, the SMS, is for me the highest value thing, because you get the call and you have to answer it, and I'm trying to round up my gear, and I'm trying to I'm kind of busy that I see that there's something happening, because oftentimes I've got the SMS first, and during the call you're listening, you're running to get a pen, you're trying to write down what you need to know. You get that SMS, you have all the information there, it's time stamped, and you can always go back to it and kind of read anything else in detail after the fact. So in VTScada we also have the ability to acknowledge those alarms through right through a reply to the SMS. So I'd say my preference with VTScada, is that SMS text. But something that a lot of people don't know is you can customize that message as well. So you could always put in a link to the VTScada, like the Vic page, to show the alarm roster or something like that right in there.
Well, it shows you're a young kid because you prefer the SMS text. When I do a lot with a lot of these old folks, they're like, "How do I use the text again?" It's like, "No, hang on," and they'll say the phone call is what wakes me up at 2 a.m. But I will say that.
Well, and in fairness, I do have a software on my phone so that those calls that come in, that SMS gets listed at a higher priority, so it actually forces it. So my phone's on vibrate 100% of the time, unless I get one of those texts.
And at nighttime, you probably have a docking station that reaches over and slaps you in the face to wake you up as well.
Pretty well. And that's actually, that's what's needed some mornings.
But I'll tell you what you made a great point though about having the text means that you have data that you can refer back to. And if you didn't have a pen and paper with you, then you're it could be at a disadvantage. And so I actually have a customer that what they do is the texts go out first, immediately, without delay. Then there's a phone call attached to it as well. They get the phone call, it wakes them up, they can listen to it, but they also have confidence of knowing that they have that built in, and they can look at it as soon as they hang up. They can acknowledge from their phone, and they can go ahead and hang up. But I will tell you, we're in a position these days where a lot of these municipalities have gotten rid of the analog phone lines. Having something to plug in to that modem. And I will say it's a really cool connection that we do have with Twilio. And for those that don't know, the Twilio.com, I believe, is the website address. We have a connector built into them as well. And the beauty with that one, bring it up, excellent.
So you keep talking. I'm going to log into one of our thin clients here to go to a server that I have Twilio configured, and with a little bit of luck, I'll send myself a text here. Or if you'd like a text to go to you, then just enter in the YouTube chat there, and we'll try to get that off to you.
Fantastic. That's a neat idea. Of course, then you're going to give out your cell, and no, it doesn't matter. We're not going to share. We're not gonna turn it
Yes,
over.
I've kind of realized that my cell phone's on the website, so don't
Right.
worry about me.
But what's so neat about that is, the power of an alarm management system. We're going to talk about that here coming up in about 5 minutes or so. Is not only do you have the information about the alarm, but you also have the events where you called Fred, you called George, you emailed, you texted, and you also have the response and a recorded response of who came back and looked at it. And so with this Twilio thing you're talking about, it lets it send an SMS text to Twilio.com, which then takes it into a voice file, which sends it now via a dial out. There you go. You're showing the configuration. I tell you, we've made it so easy. Here's the built-in piece that we were talking about, 15 minutes ago. And so anyway, it takes that, sends it as a voice dial. When they acknowledge with the voice dial, it comes back into Twilio. Twilio turns back into an SMS text and now backfills our alarm management system. It really is phenomenal. And those that have seen it and played with it, have used it, are really, really impressed. So, Dave, why don't you talk about what you're doing with the roster? I see it up and going there, so you go for it now.
Sure, yeah. So what I've got is in VTScada, you just have these roster tags, and you can create that roster tag anywhere in that sort of parent-child structure for anything that you want. So basically, if you had different areas of your site and you wanted to have different rosters in those areas, you can create those default areas, and any of the alarms will go up through that tree and look for that roster tag. You can also have multiple roster tags and just use things like triggers to activate and deactivate rosters at any time. And the roster tags that you have, you can actually edit them as well at any time if you want to keep those going. So you can see here, I've got everything turned off except this text to my phone. So like it says, I won't worry too much because I've already got my cell phone on the website. So I get enough calls that are fairly random. So anyway, so what we're going to do, we're going to say okay to this. And I'm just going to close this down. So you've seen how the tags work there. So I'm going to create, and I've got my little happy guy, sad guy alarm here. So I'm just going to create a momentary alarm. And with a little bit of luck, so I'm going in through a thin client. So this server is actually off somewhere else. And it's going to connect out to Twilio, tell Twilio that it needs to send a alarm notification to my phone. And if I respond to that, then it would connect back into the system and bring that back to VTScada to show that alarm is acknowledged. So I've got some green screen kind of stuff going on here. So Alan, are you able to see my phone? It doesn't. It should be just a black screen, but
I don't see the phone.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Okay, yeah, do it anyway.
So Keith, if you can go back to my body after I do the
I see
press
your
the
phone.
button
No,
here.
sorry, but yes, I can see that, Dave. Yes, I was looking in the wrong place. I'm an old guy.
So we've created the alarm there.
The sad face is showing. I see it.
And my phone just buzzed there. So, and I see my watch. So I'll bring it up here and see if I can show that to you. So I've got the time. It says area, priority, alarm description. So I don't know if you guys are able to see there, but that's that VTScada alarm. So we could actually text back and go in. We see that the alarm's cleared anyway here. But the other thing is I can go into the history here, and I can actually see that all of that played out. So we had that changed to a 1, and then the SMS text to Dave, and we could go back through and do the whole thing. So, again, we can go into our active, our unacknowledged, and we can see here that that alarm was unacknowledged. So anyway, I can acknowledge here. I can acknowledge through my phone, whatever it is. And that's all set up through VTScada. You can even pick the priority and other things for the alarms that you want to go out. So I think we're coming quite close to the end of the time here. Alan, is there anything you wanted to add?
Well, what I do in a lot of my live demonstrations, kind of like what you just did right there, I will ask in the audience who would like for me to buzz their cell phone. goes off. And it's really kind of fun. And some probably 2 out of 3 times that guy will be showing his phone around to everybody else around him because it works so easily. I mean,
That's right.
those are the things that we have made with the built-ins. We've made the hard stuff easy. What a critical piece.
And you can see we showed it kind of at the beginning there. It's really, there's only sort of maybe half a dozen fields that you need to fill out there. And it's a very, very, very simple user credential. So if I were to go into the user accounts on that, then you'd see that I actually have a Twilio account. So I have an account specifically for that Twilio connector that I can manage.
Right.
And I can make sure that there's no additional roles given to that. So if that were to leak for whatever reason, that account couldn't actually be used to do anything else in the system.
Fantastic. I tell you, that's great stuff. Great practical steps as well that I think integrators and end users really want to see. The practical help is so key. And I'll tell you, that up. If someone were to have difficulty, all they have to do is either call 855 VTScada and Doug or Jen will talk to them, or they could email support. And lo and behold, of how to set that up very, very fast, and they'll walk away very satisfied, which is just phenomenal.
Right.
Yeah.
Great.
So we're supposed to go into a little bit more on that alarm management tool. Do you want to share your screen? You want me to share my screen?
If you want, go ahead with your screen.
Yeah, I'll do that. All right, I'm gonna do a share screen here, and we'll make sure it comes up appropriately. Of course, you're seeing yourself now.
Hello.
So you did a couple of things there, Dave, which I thought were phenomenal, and I was going to actually filter on a tag.
Well, if you want, Keith, feel free to go through some of that. Like I say, we expect our viewers aren't on all day, and I think a little bit of that last presentation might have got chopped off there, so on the live stream. So feel free, anything you want to show, go ahead and go through it again.
Excellent.
Okay. It sounds like it was just the last 30 seconds there that might have got missed.
Oh, well, and that was when I was rambling. I mean, so I guess it's kind of typical, huh, Dave?
See, that's when we did the whole TLS configuration. And
yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, let me just show real quickly. You know, when you're in our tag browser, again, here's one of those things we make the tags. And if I were to click on my root directory here, and I were to look at this all tag type area and do a filter, that's the filter, and I just look at the roster tags. That's what you were bringing up. I have 3 or 4 different roster tag types right here for different things. If I were to bring them up, again, under contacts, you can now see where we've added those things in. So as a user, as an integrator, as an end user, they can simply add these roster tags. Which roster tag is active, all those kinds of things can easily be configured as well. It makes it to where they now have complete control of what they do.
And that activation on those roster tags, Alan, you could show it there. I mean, those can be based on calculations, they can be based on tag conditions, they can be based on trigger tags, which allows you to do all kinds of things. And I guess you're probably going to go into a little bit of detail on that, are you?
I was not going to do on the activation.
Okay, so
that was,
I'll give a quick then so that trigger tag is a very powerful tag that pairs very well to the activation on the. So if you want to set this kind of as a your 9 to 5 roster, and then you have your after hours roster, then that's all really easy to configure in VTScada, and you can set up that schedule and attach it to those different rosters.
I can right click and add the expression and now put in times of days and all those kinds of things as well right here. And you press OK, you press apply, lo and behold, the system is running as it shows right there. It really is fantastic.
Cool.
So good. Well, what I was going to key on actually were just a few things. I know we only have about 5 minutes or so before we have Pat come on the line. But one of the neat things is anywhere you're in VTScada, you can always click on this alarm bell. You know, with the way we've done screens forever is we've had some sort of an alarm banner on the bottom, and there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you want to have that with a filter on it as well to only show the alarms in this area. But what I would say is you don't need to take up real estate with that because you can always see this blinking, and I can click on it. And if I do so, then I can see, as you were showing, the whole history of your alarms or your active alarms, your unacknowledged alarms. And by the way, I leave a number of mine unacknowledged on purpose because when I'm doing a demo, it's nice to have something like this right here that lets me now go in and make that happen. But one of the things you'll see within our entire alarm management area is we adhere to ISA 18.2, and that would be the alarm management standards. It goes back to a study they did, took about 9 years or so, and they determined that in our industry in particular, that an operator can only handle about one alarm every 2 minutes. To which I would respond, are you kidding me? I can do better than that. But they said, well, it's actually when you look at the steps required. You see the alarm come in, you need to investigate it a little bit more. You need to see if there are other conditions that are tied to that. Is it a set point thing? Is it a devices have turned on in some odd manner? Is there some life safety attached to it as well? And then they have to take appropriate steps to turn something off, to clear, to engage someone else, and now to, again, take action. And that whole process takes close to 2 minutes. And now they can take another one. So once you start understanding that, you start realizing that really alarming should not just be alarm or normal. No, it should be a critical alarm, a high alarm. And by the way, those would be the most severe cases right there, critical and then high. Then you have really 4 other areas, which is a warning, an event, and warning, a notice, and an event. And we indicate
and I
all
think
of
in
those.
VTScada, we've got those set up automatically in any new application with that priority. But we do support, I think, up to 15 priorities. Should somebody wish to really get detailed about it.
I was going to kind of talk about that a little bit maybe, and that is, you go to here, and if you look at different alarm types, we look at different kinds of analog alarms or analogs in general. I just use the IO calculation tags, and you look at any of those really, I just look at this one, and we look at that whole alarming area, alarming tab. Well, now I can very simply look at any of these and say the high alarm or the high, the low. And then when I do that, I can set my priority. As you said, there are these 5 here, but you can actually have your an additional custom alarm types. We'll let you do any of those you want to. And then all the other components around that as well. But I'll show you one other thing I think is really pretty fantastic. And that is we look at what an alarm looks like on a screen. And so, for example, it's showing a dark red for this critical alarm here. If we had someone with color blindness and the reds and the oranges look the same, they may want to change that color. So let's look at that critical alarm, and under display, here's the color. We may want to change that to, we'll just say this, I don't know what color that is that magenta or whatever? Sometimes it looks like with Natasha, when she comes in on the Thursday at the show, and her hair looks like that. It's just phenomenal. Everybody loves Natasha and how she's going to look that day. But anyway, so we look at that beautiful color, and when I press apply, what you just noticed was on my screen, it all went to that color. And this is all done on the fly. So the thing there is, if you have people that have color issues, then they can be absolved right here very quickly. I'm taking it back to red just for the moment as I continue on here. Again, I know time is getting short here, but within all of this, some of the things that we have done so quickly and powerfully is added analytics to our alarm management. So, for example, if I come up here to this reports and analysis area, I can simply click on that little graph, and now we have a list of our bad actors. It's showing here in this drop down for the last 10 days of history. Here have been my alarms as my system's been running. And if I'm curious of when those have been, I'll hit this alarm flood, and now I have a time span I'm looking at. And if I want to say, oh, wow, look, on October the 6th, between 8 and noon, I had 71 times this went off. Well, let's look a little closer. I can click on that, and now they're down to 30-minute slots. Again, this was a demo. It's going off automatically like this. That's why we're getting the right numbers. But for a technician, he can come in from a weekend of being off and quickly analyze what's been going on with this system by the bad actors and the alarm flood. And notice that I have time areas listed here. I could always click on my filter area, and further filter down what I want to look at. But only show me my level alarms, for example, or my turbidity alarms. Let me show you one more thing. I know we got to go, but I'm going to show one more thing, which is this high warning here. If I right-click on this tag, I can actually do a go-to page. That allows me now to see which pages that alarm point is actually being utilized. I had an integrator tell me that just that one thing alone saves him about 8 hours of configuration of bolt-on, if you will, custom application programming just for this one piece right here that's built in. Another one is right-click, and I can show the details of that point, including my configuration, but most importantly, my statistics. And I can see it all right there.
Well, Alan, so we should get over. I know we've got Pat on the line, but why don't you just show them the shelving quickly?
I will.
And then we'll make that the last note.
Always in with that. Yep. So my shelving here, if this thing is being a problem and I'm an operator, I can shelve this thing for a little while. Let's just say that the guy who needs to take care of that will be back here in 1 hour. He's gone to lunch. He can click on that. He'll press OK. I can put a note in, whatever it may be. I press add, and now what you see is that is now off the list. When that technician comes back, he can simply click on the shelved area, and he can see that alarm right there, and when it will automatically become active again. I call this the ultimate snooze button.
That's right, and this is really also the ultimate way to prevent that alarm fatigue, where people just become complacent that all the alarms they're seeing are just nuisances, and a real one comes in and they've clicked acknowledge or whatever before they've had a chance to really think about it.
That's right.
So,
all right. With that being said, I know we got to go to Pat, so let me unshare my screen.
Cool. Perfect. And we'll bring Pat in there. How you doing, Pat?
Pat's on mute, I think. There we go.
Pat, are you able to hear us?
I'm here.
How's it going?
Am I there? Okay. So the good news is that I hit my snooze button about 10 minutes ago, and I don't have to wake up for another 20 minutes. So I also have nothing further to contribute to the conversation. So
I
did want to take
talking, Pat.
Yeah, I did want to take grave exception to one of Alan's comments. He suggested people were colorblind. I'm not colorblind. I am color challenged.
There we go.
And so now that we've set that on the right course for being politically correct, we're fine.
There we go.
So I'm here to chat about, again, one of those topics that was discovered or talked about during the WEFTEC sessions. And it's also been something that's been of particular interest to me. And that's a developing trend, I guess, or technology to test wastewater for the presence of SARS-CoV-19 RNA. Right. And it's an interesting process because the idea is that when you test the results are typically tested and the results come back much faster than they do from the nasal swabs. So we're now in a situation where testing and getting results back much faster. Another little known detail on this whole process is that the tests are testing for both symptomatic and also asymptomatic potential instances of the disease. So we're getting a much wider response as it relates to individuals. People who you wouldn't think are symptomatic because they are asymptomatic. In the tests, this will again bring back the information. And it also provides it much faster in terms of the timeline than one would normally expect. So in individuals who are going to exhibit symptoms, it can be up to 14 days until those symptoms are visible to others. In this particular instance, these tests are detecting the results in less than 7 days. So we're now capturing people a week in advance of when they would normally be exhibiting the symptoms. And if you translate that into the US at the moment, I think it's somewhere in the vicinity of about 30,000 people who potentially could have been diagnosed that much earlier. So the idea essentially is to take samples from the wastewater system. And obviously the wastewater system is a conglomeration of water that comes in from municipal and industrial sources, potentially stormwater and other sources. And this has all been done under the National Wastewater Surveillance System in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So the idea is that you take a sample and you are now localizing it to a particular community. So now if we have a community, we take a sample. If there are residuals in the wastewater, we know that there is an issue in the community. On the other hand, potentially we're deciding that there is absolutely nothing in the community. So it's clear. We also, as we do ongoing tests in a community, can look at the degree to which the virus has spread in the community. So it gives us a very early indication of potentially growing hotspots. Now, one of the more recent examples that I ran across was at the University of Arizona, where they implemented the program, and they had 20 different buildings, and so they could take samples from each building. Ultimately, they determined in one particular building that there was a higher viral load level than they would anticipate. And so they then segregated that building, did individual tests on the 311 people who were in that particular residence, and they found 2 positive cases. So in other words, rather than having to test everybody in the university, they very quickly diagnosed where the issue is occurring, and they've now been able to find the 2 individuals who are at fault. So it's a really neat topic, maybe one that we don't want to think about during meal times. On the other hand,
ask you how the swab works on that one, Pat.
Well, I could bend over backwards to give you the results, but I really wouldn't.
Feel free to turn your camera off at any time.
I'm sorry. Well, I can turn off my audio as well, I think, but it would be another cheeky moment from me. That's for darn sure.
No, I'll tell you though, Pat, that example that you gave is fantastic. If you have a building with 311 people, and it was able to detect that 2 of the residents have it or are susceptible, that is phenomenal as far as the degree of accuracy to uncover that. That really is fantastic.
Yeah, no, I found it interesting. I mean, we've obviously seen advancements as well where we're doing bulk testing now. So rather than taking individual swabs, they may take a dozen, test them together. If there are no signs in those dozen, then they're done. And then if there are, they would do the individuals within the 12. But it's really an interesting technology. And the other element, I mean, I have talked to some utilities about this over the last couple of weeks because it's become kind of a pet project of mine, believe it or not, which gives you an idea of how dull and boring my life is.
Yeah.
But a number of the utilities were unaware of the fact that the detection process was so much in advance of the normal detection process. So they didn't realize that they were picking up things after a week, which most systems didn't pick up or potentially didn't pick up for 2 weeks.
Right, that's very cool.
And I noticed that Keith is speechless, which is fine.
Well, that's because he's still thinking about the swab.
Yeah, yeah. If Keith were speaking, nobody would hear him anyway, so.
Perfect.
That's right. Well, that's really cool, Pat. Those kinds of advancements in technologies that are being pushed through our just Water Environmental Federation arena, and among our colleagues, other companies, and other applications, it really becomes a great opportunity for companies to team up together for the good of the industry and the good of the public. That's really what we're doing these days.
This is really one of those things that
interoperability of those into a SCADA system, the exchange of data into the SCADA system, that kind of thing.
Right.
Which again, is something that I wouldn't have dreamed about 5 years ago.
Right.
And looking at some of the companies who have developed digital platforms to sit on top of the SCADA systems, specifically to monitor those kinds of compliance requirements or sample methodologies.
Right. Yeah, I think this is something that once COVID is a thing of the past. Well, at least COVID-19. I think we'll have COVID viruses around for a while, but this is something that I think will progress into the future very well. There's going to be all kinds of things where they're probably looking to monitor and track, different outbreaks and see sort of the general health of the population in certain areas.
Right.
So, yeah, I've actually looking at a lack of bandwidth right now as well.
Yeah, I am too. So
sorry. Yeah, I have a poor connection.
I heard a report this morning actually that that Microsoft actually had an outage yesterday, which blocked everybody from using even the Office 365. So,
we heard that. Luckily, our Skype seemed to work well yesterday. So
it surely did. Yeah.
So I've lost you guys. I'm going to hang up.
Hey, Pat, thanks a bunch for being around.
Pleasure.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks.
As I told Chris,
Bye.
there are beignets in the lobby. That's great. So,
all right, Alan, yeah, so we should probably move into our next piece, and that's going to be another mini piece. So, Alan, I don't know, are you queued up to do a piece on version control?
Man, I am always queued up to do a piece on version control. That is one of my favorite things to do. Let me try and find my screen sharing. Here we go. I love the version control feature. There are things that we do. Has been saying already all morning long. One of the things that I believe sets us apart in a phenomenal way, and by the way, Keith, I'm making a promise to you that I'll have 8 minutes, okay? But that is, we have version control built in, and it's not just like a Control Z. If you mentioned Microsoft a moment ago, if I'm typing in Word and I do a Control V, can copy, Control paste, and I didn't like it, I can Control Z and get rid of the change I just made. Or if you go into Windows and you have restore, remember the days of restore points and all of that? Oh, I need to go back. My computer crashed. How do I go back to some restore point that may or may not be there? Exactly right.
Yeah, and you have no idea when you go back to there whether or not it's going to undo the thing that caused, you know what I mean? You have no reference into what has gone in between those restore points, right? You just kind of put your finger in the air and say, I think I'll go back to June.
Yeah, exactly. And one of those crazy things along those lines is consultants design these architectures with a server, a version control, change management server, because of PLCs and everything else. So when I show them this component, they go, wow, I guess we can get rid of that server, at least for the SCADA system. So let me just show you very fast. So if I have username, password authority, again, everything is username, password authority. I'm going to click on this gear of gears, I call it. It's the application configuration. If I click on that, what I see now are a number of things. And this is where we were a moment ago. You were showing this, Dave, on the alarm part. I'll go ahead and show you all the way over here under the other tab that there's a setting here that says automatically deploy local changes. That is a key thing. So if I make a change right now and I have other computers on my network and I make a change, it automatically goes out to everybody.
What I find is really amazing about that is that those changes, it's even the thin clients. So if people connect in the HTML in the browser, if you make a change, that will push right out to those and they'll see it pop up on there.
Right. Automatically. You're exactly right. Well, I'm going to turn this up. I'm going to make my computer an engineering workstation. So I'm going to uncheck that box. When I press apply down here in the bottom right-hand corner, I got to put a comment of some sort. So I'm just going to say unchecked the auto deploy button. All right. So now when I press apply here, or OK, and then apply, and I look now at my version log. So on the left-hand side, all the way to the bottom, it says show version log. I can now see that I'm running this Hudson server here. My last update was October the 8th at 9:44. That would be Central Time where I am. Look at my time in the bottom right-hand corner. That was like just now. And I'm running deployed version D40. If I look at what my D40 did is, it actually edited that property to uncheck the auto deploy button. Let's go ahead and take that a little further now. Let me go ahead and bring up my favorite screen here. That would be this one. And I'm going to bring up my Idea Studio. So that's where we would create or do any kind of graphical changes. So I'm not going to go into all of this. That's a whole nother conversation. By the way, just so you'll know, we are making these changes live on the screen. Most other systems have to shut it down, go to configure mode. So
right.
anyway,
And one thing while you have that Idea Studio up, I'll just point out, because it's flashing in front of me, is even if you are working in the Idea Studio and you have that in the foreground, you see that flashing alarm indicator there. So again, part of that integrated features, one product. You know, if you were going into a separate development environment, it would be very unlikely that they would have a plug integration into the live alarm tools. That's
exactly right. That's a great thing to notice. Thanks, Dave, for pointing that one out. So anyway, if I just look at this, we don't have time for all of this, of course, but we have roughly 4,500 different shapes and images and widgets. Again, widgets are our animations. I'm going to click on this gauges screen here, or folder rather. I'm going to pull one of my favorite gauges up on the screen, and I'm going to go ahead and change the sizing of it to make it appropriate for the display I'm on. Notice it's live right here as well. If, as you said, Dave, if you were on your thin client, you would see that immediately as well. All right. I'm going to right click real fast. Just go ahead and take it. We can look at all the properties. Again, that's a whole different conversation, but I'm going to take it and just connect it to a live value just so we have something here. So water treatment, zone 1, tank 1, and here is our level of tank 1. We press select, and now we have it as real numbers. Okay. If I close that thing down, what we notice is, again, live on the screen, there it is. Let's go back to the version control. Notice that I now have a version. Let's see here. Let me refresh that perhaps. There we go. Notice that my Hudson workstation is now in blue. That's because I have changes that have not yet been deployed. I know I got 2 minutes. I'm watching the clock. So I'm also running now Hudson as a local deployment number 2, and here's what I did. If I want to deploy that out, I simply deploy the changes. I press deploy. I can put a comment in. I guess I should put in there added the gauge, even though it takes me longer to do that, and I'm up against the clock. Now if I look back at my version log, you can see it's in black, and I now have a new version. If I want to roll that back, I simply can right click. I can look at the version details. Green means I added something. Yellow means I took it away. Red and orange means I have some conflicts. We support multi-developer integration here, and we keep track of all those things as well. Notice every other server, I could see it there as well. But if I wanted to right click on that and I want to reverse that change, it tells me it's going to remove that part. I simply press apply, and now it's going to say remove the gauge, R-E-M-O-V-E-E-D.
That's very efficient of you to leave that ED.
Woohoo, right on, man. And so now we have it as gone off the screen. So that's how quick that was just to reverse that change. The cool thing is, Dave, I could go back to any point in time and look at that. If I want to look at my other server, Allen-PC, you can see I could go back, show all, and what you'll see there is that I can go all the way back to like December of last year in every single component.
Right, and Alan, tell us why that's in red.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So it's in red here because it is running a different deployed version or local version than what I'm running right now. So it is not the most recent version. That's why it's showing in red. If I hook my computer up, my Allen-PC computer, to the same network, and they're in my my server list, it would update automatically.
Awesome.
There may be some more explanation. That's the part that I know, Dave.
Nope, that's what I was looking for. So
I ain't as dumb as I look. So hey, by the way, if I have a local version, I could run this thing 2 weeks if I want to, just like it shows, and it's not going to cause any kind of problem, even with my redundant servers. It is still being synchronized with other things, but notice in the top right-hand side, I now have a new icon, and it says that I have changes that have not yet been deployed. again, that lets a developer know, the engineering workstation guy, for example, to know that there have been some changes out there that have been made that have not been made public to everybody else.
Yeah, I
So
think that's
again,
really cool how you went from, you made those changes, deployed them, and then rather than rolling back to saying, no, I want to undo all of them, you actually just rolled back to before going into that deployed state, and it put you back into that blue look and gave you all
yeah,
those icons and everything to say that, okay, I've just undeployed the changes. So you've rolled back a version on your computer that actually didn't make a whole lot in the way of changes, but undeployed it from all of those other computers. So it's
exactly
pretty
right.
neat how that worked.
It is, and all that's built in. So again, a great way to finish this part of the segment. It's one of my favorite features, and one of those things that turns heads when I'm doing live demos. So I'm going to
Cool.
unshare the screen because I believe we have Natasha coming in to join, correct?
We do. So Keith will hit us with that bumper. All right. So Natasha, how's it going?
Good. How's it going with you guys?
Great.
Excellent. I always love hanging out with Dave.
Yeah, Dave's a great person to hang out with and good in a crisis as well.
Yes,
This
he
is-
is.
Yeah.
And to have around. Also, when I break the website, he can fix it lickety split.
This is, yeah. Hopefully nobody was on there this morning.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
So I'm going to jump right into our first question, and it's: do you do systems integration?
Dave, you want to take that, or you want me to take it?
Sure, I can start, and
Okay.
I'll hand it off to you. So the short answer is yes, we system integration. And that engineering group does take on certain specific projects. They do a lot of driver development work. But the reality is we don't typically go out looking for projects that we're bidding on. And if somebody comes to us with a project, that we would often recommend that they do their VTScada through, and you can take it from here, Alan.
Yeah, there we go. So, and so we do it through integrators, if at all possible. As you mentioned, we do have an engineering group. I'll tell you what I appreciate about that engineering group is they oftentimes will be pushing the limit. They will make some things happen in a certain way, and they come back and say, hey, by the way, we need to go back and speak with developers to maybe adjust ways some things are working. But as you said, it really becomes a customer demands that the manufacturer of the software provide that, or there's some pieces that the owner says, I would feel more comfortable having the owner of the software do it. But I would say 99.5% of all the projects are all done through system integrators.
That's right. Yeah. So like I say, we have some very specific. It's typically if there's a lot of custom work required, then it may come into to our group to try to work on that. Or, again, most common is a system integrator will come to us and they'll say, well, the customer has this, this, and this, but they actually have this custom piece over here that requires a custom implementation of Modbus. And so we got the documentation on that. So can you guys make us a driver that will actually read this specific device? So we're tying in typically as sort of working with an integrator or something, as opposed to, I guess we have the saying here that we don't compete with our customers, and we consider our integrators our customers. So
yeah, that's right.
So moving to the second question I have, the engineer keeps talking about high performance HMI. Why do I need that?
Hey, I'll talk about that real fast.
Go ahead.
The high performance graphics, ISA 101, I believe it is.
Yeah.
It was another one of those long 9-year studies or so that had to do with how do you take care of, again, color challenges, as Pat mentioned a moment ago, but also being able to put more things on a screen. And really, if a system is running as it should, then really why do I need to have so many graphics and things moving on a screen? I think what it relies on a lot is grayscale or some various blues and those kinds of things, so duller colors. Even it can still be graphical based, just different colors. But the other thing is that reds, oranges, and yellows are what are used to alert an operator. It lets an operator, again, be able to look at more things at once and perhaps be able to tell if their system is working directly. Now, Dave, you've actually created a number of screens using ISA 18.2, I'm sorry, ISA 101, the high performance standards, even more so than I have. So why don't you address your side?
Yeah, so the one thing that I'll say is there's a little bit of a difference in mentality. At one time, the idea was to make those screens look as nice, as realistic, and as sort of functional as possible. And the idea was that, you know, you really want to make it interesting. Somebody's looking at the screen for essentially the whole day, and so you want to make those screens interesting. And the mentality's kind of changed a little bit. Everybody's moving to having SCADA on their devices. They're, you know, the alarm dialing and other things has got more complex, and we're bringing in more and more and more I/O. So there's not 1, 2, or 3 things that we're looking for. You know, you're not looking at a single piece of I/O for a motor. You may have tens of I/O for a motor now. So the idea is to bring that together, to set it up in a way so that before you get into an alarm condition, when something is outside of its normal condition, that really becomes obvious. And then once you hit that alarm, then that becomes unimaginably obvious. So that alarm should really jump out. And it's one thing actually that we can go back to, is because we've had this for a long time, and it's really the most obvious example that I can think of is on our more classic style maps, our open street map. You had the pins on the map, and those pins would often be over parks and other areas, and sometimes that coloring on the pin could sometimes kind of fade in. So if the pin went from, you know, green to green and black, then it sort of would fade into the map a little bit. It wouldn't jump out. So we've introduced some lower saturation maps, or some different color scheme maps, to really help those pins, even if they are using like greens and blacks and grays and reds and things, to really help those colors stand out on your application. So, you know, you're less interested in the street names and whether it's a park or whatever. You're really looking for those pins on that map and looking at just that geological reference on where it is. So you need those pins to jump.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I know that one of our Western Canada SIs talking about high performance, MPE, who has been part of the Automation Village. They love high performance graphics. We have a few articles with them. I'm going to pop into the chat, and also just wanted to say hi to everybody in Western Canada who is watching from the BETS M SCADA forum today. So hi to all of you out there. And let me go right into probably the last question. Do you have some sample applications I can try?
The answer is yes. Dave, why don't you tell the best way to get some of those?
Yeah, so we definitely do have some sample applications. We actually, if you press F1 in VTScada, you can bring up the help files there, and a little built-in tutorial that in VTScada is a little demo there where you can get some I/O, and you can go with that. We've also got on our website, there's a place you can download a couple demos, but if you want something specific, reach out to your sales guy. Ask him if he has anything in the area that you're looking for, because we're always doing different kinds of demos. We've got demos for the Excel add-in. We've got demos for different industries and stuff, and we can probably hook you up with something that will work for your needs, and maybe even something that can simulate some data so you can create your own application and get something that does exactly what you need.
Right on. That's the best thing to do, Dave, is reach out to your local salesperson. Worst case, call the tech support people. They can also help out. Email the marketing group, and Natasha and others will forward the right things around. Get onto our website, into the chat forum area. You know, the little blurb pops up. Type in there what you need as well, and whoever is working in there at that point can also forward that information to the right person to get what they need.
Awesome.
Yeah, we love sharing applications. Good.
Cool. So is that it for now? Oh, Natasha's muted there, so she's off to other things.
I'm really sorry about that. So yeah, if you have any more questions coming up, pop them into the chat in YouTube, send me an email, put them on our social media, whatever. I'll find them, I'll ask them live, and I'll be back in about 50 minutes.
Great, and ask your toughest questions right now, because Alan and I are going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to move things over to Chris and Pete, who are going to talk to you guys for a little while.
Sounds great. Have a great time, guys.
Guys.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Way to pass the ball. But yes, type those questions in wherever you can find a place to type them in. Hey, Pete, how you doing?
Chris, doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. This is the first time you and I have done a hosting stint together, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's kind of strange to be a bit more at this side of the camera type thing. But
That's true.
No, things are great. So how was your break?
It was nice. Yeah, I ate. I got a little, got some email. This is the point of the trade show typically where, when the trade show first opens, there's so much energy and activity and you kind of get lost in that bubble. And then near the end of the trade show, of course, the real world starts to intrude and those emails do have to get answered and whatnot. So at the end is always a bit of a juggling act.
Exactly. No, that's it. And so it's tricky, as you said, the trade show bubble thing that you go through. I mean, it's actually nearly worse when you're at a physical trade show because you're trying to find a quiet place to even have conversations with people as well. But it's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's true. So this brings us to our first segment together, which is called Off the Cuff.
Oh, we're good.
We have these little bumpers that we created, and
you can do it anytime you want. It doesn't really matter. You're all good.
So what Off the Cuff is just a chance for us to have an informal conversation. Oh, ta-da!
We do it live.
That's right. So this is just a chance for us to kind of talk about, a topic of conversation that everyone's kind of buzzing about or would be buzzing about in the real trade show booth. So today we're going to talk about, this is something that has become increasingly common in the real life trade show booth, and that is high performance graphics versus what we call high impact graphics.
That's right. It's kind of like gray and bland versus stunning colors. But then you go back to use case. So why would you use one over the other? Right. And I guess I've had my own kind of mini battle with it, and maybe you can call it that. In some ways it's the bad habits of the past, or is it just different thinking? and really, I guess I've kind of looked to the aircraft industry actually more than anything. And if you think about like fighter pilots and what they use. They have their heads-up display, and all that information is presented in a little tiny window that's actually in their field of view, so they can remain looking outside the aircraft. Obviously, very important. And the graphics are super simple. I mean, they look like they were made on something back in the Atari days, shall we say? And again, that makes perfect sense.
Right.
And then you look at aircraft like even Cirrus aircraft. And they've gone with a completely clean cockpit, but amazingly, they're high performance graphics for something that is very complicated. An aircraft, obviously, to fly, there's so much coming up at you, and you've air traffic controller kind of saying in your ears, you need to do, change vector, put this in, put that in, and you're constantly having to interact on that basis. But and quite amazingly, their graphics you wouldn't say are grey and bland. They're often radar screens that have multiple colors. The approach is actually multiple colors, and it still queues up the visual information as they need it. So my take on high performance versus high impact is somewhere in the middle, and I think a few of our team kind of might subscribe to this a little. You need it to be relevant at different times, like to go from the bland grey wall kind of look to maybe something that has that impact that will draw your attention to it. Right. But the problem is that people also get tired of looking at grey screens. It's like like from an operator point of view, sure, you can have 50 things up on a screen and they could all be grey and then something goes red. But the problem is you're also not really that inclined to look from the point of view. It's not visually very pretty. And I've actually often wondered, and it's more a question, and feel free anyone to comment about this, but should we be looking at something that you know, and I'll use an extreme example. Should it be the waterfall that looks very nice and, you know, relaxing, soothing to your eyes and keeps your brain stimulated? And the moment that you need something, it switches to gray with that, you know, impact of now you need to look at something. You know, now something is actually going off, kind of idea. You know, and anyway, I've wondered like that because pilots look around and and stimulated in a different way, so they don't get tired of looking at their controls.
Right. So I think we might need to just back up a quick second here. I don't know if Keith can share my screen just for a moment. I just wanted to make it clear for those coming in who aren't familiar with the terms high performance graphics, or as we contrast it, you know, high impact graphics. On the screen here, you've got two screens on the left, and the top one is made sort of with rich graphics and sort of 3D objects, and the bottom one is more what would be considered high performance. And as Pete said, it's basically a gray motif under normal circumstances. So the more nothing's happening, the more everything is fine, the more dull and boring the screen is. And then if I go in here real quick into the screen and I initiate an alarm, then right away you could see the operator's eye is drawn to exactly where the problem is. So it's two different methodologies. There's the more traditional approach of representing your process kind of realistically or semi-realistically in full color and rich graphics, versus this pared down grayscale approach, which is meant simply to draw your attention to when anomalous things start to happen. And I'll unshare here. Now, you raise a good point, Pete, which is that by making it all gray, the other problem is that you discourage people from looking at it because it's dull. I would go a step further and say there's a further problem for many people, which is that they don't have time to sit around staring at screens. They don't have time to hang around the control room. There's half of them as there used to be 5 years ago. So they need to be out in the field taking care of business and looking at their application through thin clients and then being notified if things go wrong via like an alarm notification system through text message or something like that. So it's, you know, this is an increasingly rare use case of people just sort of sitting in an office chair for 8 hours waiting for something to change color.
Yeah, that's a great point. And again, I fully subscribe to that. It's going back to kind of, you know, working smart, you know, and really working smart should be the system tells you what you need to know when you need to know it. And that's kind of been almost my, you know, my funny kind of view of all of this, that if you are sitting in front of the screen, and even if it's high impact graphics, beautiful, pretty, and we've all seen them, lovely 3D graphics, is that the correct use of your time? And so then it goes back to, so when you need to know something, you need it to change to high performance. That's what I feel. You need to see it in that uncluttered, just show me what I need to know. And it should be almost more like an instruction that goes to your phone, tablet, whatever, something that allows you to be portable to go in the field. So yeah. So my view has always been, it's kind of a mix of both, not either or. I think that if you create very busy graphics that you can't see stuff, you've made a mistake. That's how I see it.
And also, since so much of the idea behind this is the idea that the operator is across the room and sort of seeing this in their periphery and waiting for something to go wrong, there could be multiple screens made up of multiple objects, and you might not immediately know what, because these graphics are so nondescript from across the room, you might not even know which screen is up right now. Whereas if you had a higher level screen that had a more high impact, more representative view, then you would know that you would sort of know where you were starting from.
Exactly. I think that's a super point. And I mean, you can always change from high impact to high performance, you know, like that it changes to that, or it flips back and then says, okay, acknowledge that you want to stay on which screen. So it could maybe give you almost like a toggle effect. I mean, if you couldn't see a screen going from a pretty picture to gray to pretty picture to gray, you probably at that point need to have your eyes checked. You'll see that even more than anything. And then it can lock in and say, oh yeah, click now. So anyway, that's my take, because I've often heard it that people are proud of graphics as well. And a number of times that you visit a place and someone says, oh, we got great graphics. So when you blend it all out, they're kind of a little bit, don't really want to show it. And, you know, so having, you know, a bit of both, I think, it allows them to be proud of their system as well, and yet gives them that efficient working mechanism, like a shiny car, plane, whatever it may be.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, it's important that regardless of which style that you choose, the argument that's made for high performance is that I need to be able to look at a screen and know whether it's having a good or a bad day without a lot of training.
Exactly.
And that's certainly what high performance is based around. But you could still find people who using under the guise of high performance are still designing bad screens. So I think regardless, you've got to put some thought into how you want to make sure that people know good day or bad day.
Exactly. Great point, Chris. Yeah, no, I fully agree.
So
Cool.
at this point, we're going to move on to another panel discussion, and that panel is going to consist of, I think, you and also, let me check my notes, me.
Yes.
And do we have you and me on the line right now? I think I'm muted.
Oh yeah, we're on.
No, I'm fine. I'm here.
Excellent.
So, just taking it, I'm always taking a step back or a step forward. We are right now in the act of live streaming, and in fact, we've been in the business of live streaming since about March, since we sort of developed the Automation Village. So why don't you tell us a little bit, since you right now, you're not doing it right now, actually. Keith Donaldson in Aberdeen is in our control room, is in our mobile control room. Hi, Keith. He can't talk right now. But usually it's been Pete, and once upon a time it was poor Dave who had to host the show and operate the machines with his feet. So tell us a little bit about, without giving away too much of the secret sauce, tell us about how what is the process of putting together a live stream like this one?
Yeah, so it's pretty complicated.
Keith is nodding.
Keith is nodding in the background.
And now he's beating his head against the counter.
So if you take an average YouTube channel, just if we focus for a second on that, most YouTubers don't go beyond 1 hour. They're probably even more like 15 to 30 minutes is your average YouTube stream. So we do some kind of crazy stuff, and like, I guess one of the things that has been wonderful working, I honestly, I'm not just saying it, I love working for Trihedral. I absolutely love it. And I'm going to also add this in, that Tim said yesterday something that resonated with me. The reason that he joined the company was because the software is so good, the culture is so good. So I'm going to make everyone jealous. This is a phenomenal company. I absolutely can tell you that. I did not have to join it. I wanted to join Trihedral. It was amazing, and it still is. And following on from that, quite a few of us have kind of media and production technical backgrounds in ranging from theater through to video and audio production, sound recording. And I'll plug you actually as well, Chris. Some incredible animatronic stuff that you should see what he does. Oh my God! Actually, I should be pointing this way. You should see what Chris does. I actually wanted to do a feature on this, and we'll do it. I think maybe we'll do it for the Halloween one. There we go.
It's a whole other approach to automation.
It's incredible. You just want to see this anyway. So I won't give that away. But so taking all of that background of production and trying to do something, we obviously want to try and do this more like a TV show. We don't want it to be the Zoom show, GoToMeeting. There's a place for those.
Yeah.
So the challenge is that we're using everything over the internet. We have thankfully, thanks to Keith, we have 2 studios that we have set up that aggregate all the different streams that we have. So our guests can join in a variety of ways, but we have an actual production workflow, I guess, that works pretty good. We do use Skype. I can give that away very easily because you can see a Skype logo on it. So Skype actually has certain broadcast quality traits that work really well. And if you ever look, even though more and more people have been using Zoom, Skype actually is geared for production of this kind of quality, and that's basically what we use. So that's in the background. So we aggregate all our video sources, all our audio sources. We have as many as we can backups to backups, So if the stream drops, something else happens, and Dave is great at creating, other things that happen in the background should the entire thing go down. But we have this ability then to mix audio sources, video sources, and one of the challenges is keeping it all in sync, because video and audio tend to drift. So we have a workflow that I'm not going to give away because we kind of figured out the best way to do this, and we like ours to be the best, just because, like our software, we're not going to tell you how we do it all, but it has kept the streams pretty much in sync. And our changeover, which we hadn't really done until this particular show, from Studio A to Studio B type thing, was a bit of a juggling act, maybe with chainsaws, I think, Keith. and it all worked in rehearsal and didn't work when we needed to, which is like the show must go on. So we still had backups to that. So we send all of our streaming stuff through various different software packages, and we spread it out, because if you try and do all this stuff on one computer, one server, one anything, it tends to fail. And that's, so I mean, myself and Keith's computers have been running probably for the last, 4 days solid. My mixing desk never gets shut down, because transient currents, when you switch stuff on and off, that's when you break stuff, more than you think. My mixing desk has been on, I think, for about 7 months now. It's never turned off, maybe longer. It's always on. But the key to it then is to have like good UPSs and different aspects. So by having not switching things on and off makes a huge difference. So I've learned that because my background is also in electronics, and a lot of us here as well, same thing. So you just need to be careful of that kind of stuff. So really, I guess the magic is be really well prepared. We have a massive production sheet that I don't know if I can do this. Let me see. Can I do this? There. Okay. So we have multiple pages. We have electronic versions that we scroll through, and it's all live. So we had something like 140, 140 pieces of content for this. So that's it, really.
Okay. So now we're going to jump to a relevant piece of video to this topic.
Perfect. Thank you.
My name is Pete Diffley. I'm the Senior Manager for Global Partnerships for Trihedral, as well as the producer for the Automation Village. I'd just like to welcome you to North Carolina in the fall.
I live south of the beautiful city of Charlotte, near a quaint little town called Waxhaw. It has an iconic water tower that looks down on an old wooden footbridge that straddles a railway line. You can potter around the wonderful antique and curiosity stores, or get a bite to eat at one of the many fine restaurants. This is one of my favourites, Mary O'Neill's, a genuine article Irish bar and restaurant that is well worth a visit. Of all the places I've been to around the world, this unassuming ice cream store makes some of the nicest handmade ice cream I've ever tasted. North Carolina has lots to do, from the highly engaging Wright Brothers historic site at the Outer Banks to the breathtaking Blue Ridge Mountains. You're never short of adventure. Fall brings with it incredible changes in scenery with stunning rich colours. Taking a road trip or hike along the Appalachian Mountains is terrific. What, you thought they were called the Appalachians? There is a fun waterfall driving tour you can take there also. It takes about 5 or 6 hours. Take a trip to the magnificent Biltmore House estate in Nashville. It's amazing to think that this house had electricity, a heated indoor swimming pool, and even the first passenger electric elevator in North Carolina at the end of the 1800s. Chimney Rock and Lake Lure are also in the Blue Ridge Mountains, but did you know that this is where they filmed Dirty Dancing? If you want to dance Johnny and Baby style on the infamous dance floor from the movie, pay a visit to the Esmeralda Hotel there. Finally, North Carolina has a wonderful balloon festival on October 2nd, though you might want to avoid taking a trip when lightning is about, just speaking from personal experience, that is.
I hope you enjoyed our little tour of North Carolina. See you soon.
Thanks a lot, Pete. Now all I can think about is that ice cream place.
Good God, I keep cringing every time I hear my Johnny Baby thing. That was done at 3 a.m. So sorry.
Yeah, you had that voice of a man trying not to wake up his family.
No, you got it.
Which adds a real intimacy. So, so going from talking about trends in streaming and YouTubing, now let's jump to Alan Hudson again, who's going to talk about trending in VTScada.
On that note, though, let's go over to Alan Hudson, who's patiently waiting on the line, and I'm sure very eager to do his upcoming Ready the Bumper mini
From
piece.
technological trends to actual trending.
Well, I tell you what, you talking about gathering around the table. Is that like a play on me being fat or what? I'm not sure what that's about exactly. I will say it's been kind of funny. I really have not even gone to the table today except for my desk. Chris, you're talking about going in your break time and being quiet for a little while. I know between us doing our 30-minute online demos and trying to go to the bathroom, get a refill of water, whatever, there's not much time to get a real meal out of this thing. And so, but that's kind of like it is at regular trade shows, right? I mean, you're in and out. And you're like, okay, I will wait, and I can fill up at supper tonight. So that's all fantastic. And yeah, also you mentioned about being quiet. I will tell you that I've never been known for one that was quiet all day long. In fact, all of my school teachers growing up said I talked all the time. We used to have those little conduct checks about talks unnecessarily. I got that for first, second, and third grade years. every single report card.
You got a hat trick.
Anyway, hey, thanks for letting me come back in. I've enjoyed doing the alarm management sessions. I have one coming up on version control at the top of the hour. But you asked me to come in and maybe do a few things on the trending. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. Please. So let me make sure I do it correctly. Share my screen. And I will bring up my... And here it is. Great things about what I already heard today. Actually, it was Tim. He was using a very similar application as I am. Mine is the water industry demo. And I just want to share in the 7 minutes or so I have a couple of things that I have found are so powerful and turn heads and make people go, whoa. When I hear
before you do that, maybe you could turn on, just click the little X next to my head.
Yeah, your X is gone, man. I can
scratch my nose
next to your head. I love it. So real quickly, what I'll just show you is I love using this screen here again. That's the same one that Tim used a moment ago. But there are several things that came out of this that I think are so powerful, and part of it is based upon our core concept that VTScada has a built-in historian. And because of that, we can access data so very quickly. And by doing that, we now have it at our fingertips. We don't have to have some sort of long queries and whatever stuff going on. And so what I always show is this, that, the way we have designed SCADA screens for years, for decades. I mean, in 1990, I did my first water plant, and it was a DOS application. And what we always did was we had an alarm banner, we had a trending box, and we had a bit of a pretty picture. And nowadays what we've done is we've combined, and this screen, in fact, has some of the elements of a high-performance graphic here with embedded trends. I don't have any of the spark lines and those kind of things on this, but of course that would make it even more powerful. But what I love about this part, again, it really turns heads, is when a user, an operator, whoever's been given password authority, again, remember everything that we do is username, password, and privilege granted. So you have to have this as an ability to be able to do this part. But bottom line is, if I want to see what my tank level 3 has been doing as far as the trend's concerned, I simply come up here and hover over the point and just click on it. And now we have a trend. And so let me just say, you know what, let's go for the last hour, or perhaps even the last 4 hours. And you can see here at the beginning of the day when I turned this application on. Actually, we can go a little further back than that because I was on and off and took a break to reboot some things and whatever. But the whole point of it is this: I'm showing very quickly and easily all this data. And within VTScada's trending window, I can actually click on the little down arrow and go back as far as 5 years. And that really is pretty powerful. If I go back like 60 days, let's go back a little further back than that. Oh, I wasn't even using this computer back then. So I'm not going to have that much history on here. I got a little bit over here in June. But if I click on this little plus arrow, I can zoom in right there. We'll just go to May 14th. I can start zooming in and seeing information that far back. And then what's really cool is if I want to take this and now add like tank 1 and tank 2 to it, I just simply click on the box and voila, there they are. I can even zoom in a little bit further if I want to, and now I'm down to a 1 hour trend. And then here's what I really love, that it really makes a big difference with others. So we're seeing at the bottom, of course, my tag names and that kind of thing. And yes, I'm looking at the clock, I got 4 minutes. But if I hover over these digital points, like this pump, I click on the pump, and now I'm combining digital points as well as analog points together. And then I love this part. I can simply click on this little tag button up here, and I can rename this. Yes, I can add more tags to it and that kind of thing, but for the sake of time, I say click on Save Group. And I'm going to just type in here, Alan's trend until the end of WEFTEC. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. There we go. Oh, I know it. I know I'm on the wrong keyboard. See, that's what I get for having too many things up and going. So Alan's trend until the end of WEFTEC. So now you can tell that I just created this one straight up right here as we're speaking. And by the way, if I was on a thin client, I could have done the exact same thing. I press OK though, and now what you'll notice is I have a drop down that says Alan's trend till the end of WEFTEC. If I close that thing down, I actually have that here on this one as well. So all these cool, wonderful ways of showing data. Time is almost gone. Let me just pull that trend up. I'll show you a couple more things I think are just phenomenal with this. We'll pull up that Alan's trend. And by the way, I've got to use this now for the next 4 days, right? So what I love about this as well is I can take all this data as it shows here. By the way, we look at the bottom, we have the value, we have the minimum and the maximum and the average of this 1 hour trend time. So if I were to take this and extend it out, like we'll just say 12 hours, those values change. Or maybe I take it down to the last 10 minutes, those values change accordingly. So it's doing the on-demand analysis, if you will, of these points. For my digital points, look what it does. Obviously 0 and 1 turning on and off, but it tells me the average amount of time that it was on. It also tells me, in this case with a pump, how many starts, how many times it turned to a 1, and then what my run time has been for this 1 hour time period. So if you can think about that from a maintenance manager, he can click on this for a 1 day, and now he has his daily run time for those pumps. Yes, we have other ways of doing the exact same thing, but here's a great way of doing it. In the last minute and a half, let me just do this part. I love that I can take this data, I can click this little diskette. We got to explain to the new people sometime in presentations what a diskette is. You know, I'll hold the little flash drive. In fact, sometimes I'll even carry a little 3.5-inch floppy with me just to show. But anyway, so I click on export, and then what ends up happening is I can export this data, every point, into some file format. This right here makes the operator, the manager, the technician able to now take and do with this data as he wants to do. It really is a very, very phenomenal feature, and I didn't even touch on the grid or the operator notes or the other pieces as well, but it gives you a quick and dirty overview of what the historical data viewer does. And that right there is one of my favorite components of our software.
Right. Great job, Alan. There was something there that you did that I've never actually seen before, and that was pausing the history way back somewhere and then adding additional trends. Again, I in my head I went, oh, I would have guessed that would cause it to refresh, but it's much better that it didn't. So anyway, I've never seen anything done in that order, but it's great that it works that way.
Well,
so.
I tell you, every time I turn around, I try to do something that's going to break the system, and it doesn't break it. It just continues on like it should do. I'm just blown away all the time. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you learned something, Dave, because I've
There
been
you
watching your stuff, and I've learned 4 things today as well. I took notes of them as well.
And you brought the train into the station once again on exactly the right time.
Woohoo! I love it.
Thanks, Alan. And now it's time for show report. Bumper, 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 bum, bum, bumper. Or not. Right now we're going to talk about trade shows in general. But before we do that, I just wanted to make a shout out. Natasha mentioned earlier that we are not just streaming live to everyone who would otherwise be at WEFTEC. We're streaming live to an event in Western Canada where BETS-M Controls, which is our VTScada distributor in Western Canada, they're having their big SCADA forum today, which is sort of their equivalent of SCADA Fest. So it's a full day of VTScada training and SCADA workshops, and they are streaming us live today. So I'd like to say hi, everybody. And if you have any questions for us, if you have any kind of comments, just type that into the YouTube live stream.
Absolutely, and we'd be glad to answer any questions live. Just as Chris just said, just put it into the chat in YouTube as well. So hope you're having a great event. I know it's earlier in the morning for you guys, and always good to have you. A really good team, I guess, Chris, outside in Western Canada as well. So
it's true. Since they came on as our distributor a number of years ago, again, where there's a local presence, there is success, because again, it means that there are people who can walk into rooms with computers and laptops and show them the software live, and not just sort of point them at a PowerPoint or point them at a video.
Exactly, and I think one of the things that has been very progressive, I have to say, with BETS-M, getting to meet Mervyn along the way, and having him at our very first, and since then, multiple shows, I've been super impressed by, like even just Mervyn's own kind of take on technology and what he's always doing. And, we were talking about the bleeding edge of things there for the last few days. And that's Mervyn. He lives for, I guess, doing stuff that isn't the bleeding edge. And I think later on we'll be showing a video as well, and some very clever. It's a mix of AI with drone technology and VTScada, and a very, very clever system that
Mervyn was doing with students.
Absolutely, and that was the University of Calgary, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think
and
so.
they and basically. That particular system is actually extremely applicable to the water industry. We were only kind of talking about this over the last few days, that for monitoring harmful algal blooms, that you can actually monitor that automatically using his drone technology, the way he's actually done it. So massive thumbs up.
It's really cool.
Yeah. So
and if you're playing the home game, you have to take a drink because Pete just said algae blooms.
There we go. we're trying to see how many times we can work that into. That should be our challenge. Everyone has to say that. You see,
it's true. And actually, later on, speaking of cutting edge technology, our Vice President Barry Baker will be doing his own live stream, his own live show, showing some of the. If you get to be there, that means you're going to see the cool upcoming stuff we haven't even seen a lot. I think Pete, maybe you have, but there's stuff that I'm hearing about now and going, "What? We're doing that? That's amazing." So you guys are going to get a bit of a sneak peek into the future of VTScada.
It is really exciting. I'm not going to give anything away, but my God, I have some great discussions at times with Glenn and Barry and Devraj, in our R&D teams, and there's days that I kind of put down the phone and go, wow, it's just incredible. So getting back to the topic at hand, I guess. We're talking about trade shows in general, and of course we all changed over to this format, and I think without question everyone misses the physical interaction.
Both in a figurative sense, because boy, wouldn't it be nice to be in New Orleans right now, and wouldn't it be nice to see all of our in person, all of our teammates who we usually see through Zoom windows at the best of times, but also hats off to AWWA and WEF for really in a very short period of time doing something really massive, and of course that always comes with growing pains, and we at the Automation Village know all about that, so we feel your pain. Every time we have trouble switching over the live stream, your technology is an amazing thing on the internet. It's a capricious god. But really, we haven't necessarily solved the biggest problem, which is we can now bring everybody together into this big virtual tent. But what we can't, what's more difficult to replicate is that final moment of connection where someone says, "Yeah, here's my card. I know your face. You know my face. We've just chatted for half an hour. Let's carry this on to the next stage," which is something that is really hard to. In what ways, Pete, do you see that happening already? In what ways do you think that will happen in the future?
Yeah, I think events are going to be a lot more hybrid anyway. Like on one side, Chris, I think what has kind of happened is there was always people who couldn't physically get to trade shows and conferences, and you were one of the the lucky dip that got to go and experience what WEFTEC is like, or experience an WA type event or something like that. And then there was those who heard about these events. Right. So when you think about that, I mean, well, what does virtualizing it do? Well, it obviously brings it to many more people, should they wish to consume that information. But I think that we as a I'm going to say the automation village, and even as a general community in the water industry, we have to figure out really good ways that keep people stimulated, because there's only so much time you can actually stay watching something online. That's a fact. You could say, well, why are we doing 8 hours a day of this? Well, we're doing it because it's a passing trade. I mean, it sounds a bit nuts, doesn't it?
Right, yeah.
So it's a passing trade, and if you were to try and do something like this, it is massive work to do this. We would have been standing at a booth, let's face it, we would have been preparing and doing that. But is the world ready yet to kind of use that environment as a passing trade? I think that if everyone does it, yes. But I nearly described, at times that it's not much good having a whole cuisine restaurant in the middle of a landfill site. It's really, this is where, as people kind of embrace doing things differently and trying to step up and do some really cool stuff, everyone, it's like, you put a coffee shop, you get more coffee shops in an area, brings a crowd. If you've one coffee shop in a place where no one goes for coffee, they don't turn up. So the more that we do this and see it as that community and get more involved, I think that this will become another addition to the physical interaction, I think, Chris.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true. I think with the various ways, we still don't know exactly how augmented reality is going to insert itself in our lives officially, but that moment is definitely coming. Whether it's going to look like a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses, or whether it's going to be a little ball that floats around next to our heads, one way or another, that Google Glass thing that sort of was that early technology. Somehow we're going to be able to walk through the world and see metadata surrounding us. And that's certainly going to open up the trade show experience for those who are even attending even more. Because again, even when you're there, it's really information overload. There's so much coming at you, and all of us are in the business of making our booths louder and shinier and putting more out there. And I think there'll also be more opportunities then, because right now in the real trade show booth, there's the people who want to march in and find out stuff, and they're not afraid, and other people who don't want to engage with the salesperson, so they kind of like lurk and wait for their moment to sneak in and grab the data sheet and run out again. And but most often than not, there's something in between. There's some benefit enough for them to come in and say, okay, tell me what you have. And I think going forward, again, maybe through augmented reality, is a lower engagement, that people can come in and sort of engage with your content in a personalized way without necessarily someone rolling up and saying, "Hey, how you doing today?" Which is always the danger.
Yep.
So I think that's coming soon.
Yeah, I think so, and maybe it's the Elon Musk, the Neuralink type thing. I mean, it's kind of a scary thought, but I mean, I'm sure, I often think of my grandparents and people who've passed at this point, and when you point out a smartphone, and if you imagine what that would have looked like back in the 80s, I mean, and keep going to the 70s, the 60s. it would seem like something kind of alien. And so I think that, people wearing goggles, yeah, I don't think it's going to really be, the be all and end all of how we do it, but perhaps, like if it's the Google Glasses, type experience, perhaps. But I think that really for mass kind of distribution is probably going to be the little link in your brain somehow. I don't know. It's scary.
It's always easy to think of the future in terms of what you already know, when in fact, regularly, it's like, oh, we'll have really amazing steam engines in the future.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So someone will come up with something, So.
Right.
So I think we're just at our changeover point. So this is one of our juggling chainsaws moments again. So let's see if it works. So do you want to guide people as well, Chris? You did a great job describing the process yesterday.
Well, first, one of us has got to go up to the roof and realign the laser beam to bounce it off the giant reflector in orbit right now, so that it goes back to our studio in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Pete will now take over operations from Keith.
That's right.
It may take a few minutes. It may take 30 seconds. It might take 3 or 4 minutes, depending on how things go. It might be a nice time to get up and have a stretch, go grab a coffee, just walk it off a little bit. And we'll see you hopefully in a short period of time.
Look forward to it. So we'll see you on the other side. Keith, thank you again. Always super great seeing you.
Yeah, great job, Keith.
So, we'll see you as well soon. Thank you. And it worked. So I think we're back.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah.
So we just successfully changed operations and control of our live stream from our Aberdeen, Scotland studio control room. Thanks, Keith Donaldson. You did an amazing job all day today, and now he gets to take a rest and have a beer and maybe lie down and have a nap. And Pete now is in control. In addition to co-hosting with me, Pete Diffley is actually now controlling things from his Charlotte, North Carolina control room. Hey, Pete, how's it going so far?
So going well. I'm just checking levels. So if I look down momentarily, I'm just spinning a couple of plates, but everything seems to be working. And
Very good.
So coming in loud and clear. So
we've got a few minutes. Do we have a few more minutes before we... actually, we've got about 6 minutes before we go to questions with Nat.
Yep.
Is there anything we want to finish off our conversation about trade shows? Once again, if you're at the VTScada forum, hi, everybody. We're thinking about you today. Hope you're thinking about us. If you got any questions, let us know. Write it into the questions in the live stream. If there's anything silly you want us to say on the live stream, just type that in there and we'll do that.
Exactly.
And tell us what kind of a voice you want us to use.
That's right. And hope you're enjoying the virtual candy as well that we sent out, virtual sweets to my Irish colleagues and UK colleagues. So
That's right.
So we do that too. So cool. I guess just to kind of wrap up on the trade show thing. So we we've mentioned a few times that we had the VTScada Fest right. It was it 2 days before the full lockdown? Yeah. So
if we had started if it had been scheduled for the next week, it just wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got in by a hair's breadth, as they say, and managed to do that. But I think that's really the kind of conference side of things. we're looking at doing something pretty cool for next year. It was such a great event, and I mean, it's so much fun. So we're looking at kind of something a little bit unique. We're going to definitely try and push the boat out a bit and try and do something that that people mightn't expect. So we're going to try and do that. And we had an amazing conference, and if we can do this, it always needs, you know, our viewers and you know, and our customer support to really do that, you know. So if you are interested at any point, just say, yeah, that sounds interesting, kind of, you know, yeah, whatever you want to be, you know, what you'll be up to, I'd like to be part of, you know. So if we can, yeah, be kind of nice to even get a sense of you know, those that might want to come.
Absolutely. So just another quick shout out to people who are on the live stream right now. If you're on our YouTube page or you're anywhere where you can add a comment, I'm kind of curious to know. I can see there are people watching our live stream right now. And in fact, I'm told that there's a bunch that we can't see because it's set to autoplay and therefore it doesn't on our website. Sure. You can't see all the people that it autoplays to. So my question to you watching right now is, what do you think? How's this experience been? What have been your favorite moments from this virtual trade show? Things that worked better for you, things that were improvements, and what are some things that, what are some ideas that you have to make this kind of experience better? Also, while you're typing that in there, would you do us a quick favor and hit like and maybe hit subscribe too? The buttons, they're not that far away as the crow flies.
Exactly.
So we've got so much content from the Automation Village and from VTScada, and yeah, Pete, tell them about the upcoming Automation Village virtual trade show.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun, Chris. So we are going to do, it's going to be our Halloween version of the Automation Village. So Natasha's actually great at describing this as well. But so take it that we're looking for your automation nightmares. You know, we're looking for those, right? So scary bedtime story type thing, and there's tons of them. We you know, have gone back over a number of those and kind of have chuckled and laughed about different things that we've seen happen at different sites and things people have done and over the years. So we're going to try and do a whole show special around that. And it's a way of learning. You actually learn from people's mistakes, remember?
Oh, it's true. It's
so
great.
It'll be fun. And
there's
that's on.
There's a fun. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it'll be October 29th. So it's Thursday, October 29th, and we'll do it as a 1-hour special. Then, so we're going to give people a break from longer conferences and stuff like that this month because you're probably conferenced out. Let's face it.
I'll be able to do a 1-hour live stream standing on one foot.
I'm expecting you'll be able to skip.
That's right. Be nice.
Not miss a beat.
So, you know, kids today, well, if you ask them what a creepypasta is, do you know, Pete, what a creepypasta is?
No, what's a creepypasta?
It's a thing. It's a very young internet thing, and it's basically it's internet-based ghost stories. They're people tell each other like, oh, I was playing this video game, and then there's this figure that's not supposed to be in the video game, and then I looked in the source code and it said you are gone, and then it was, you know, these stories that people tell back and forth about technology, spooky things. So our next Automation Village will not be a creepypasta. I don't know why they're called creepypastas. They just are. This will be a creepy SCADA. So I love it. Share with us your creepy SCADAs in the comments or on social media, or just email us, and we'll make sure we say those during the live stream.
That'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, looking forward to that. And actually, I have uncles back in Ireland that were. They could actually frighten the bejesus out of me with ghost stories. And yeah, so it used to be really funny. We had so one uncle that you know, I might try and play this back to him at some point, and he always had the story. It was called "The Story of the Bedoying," and everyone would go, "What's the bedoying?" Yeah, so that goes on and on. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, for another time. But anyway, hi Arthur. So cool.
So now it is time. It is 11:50 Atlantic time, and it is time for. Ba-dum-bum. Did you do it? Are you playing the bumper?
Yes, I just did.
Kaboom! Okay. Hey, Natasha, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So, what questions have come in since last we spoke?
Are cats better pets than dogs?
Well, from a SCADA point of view, you mean from a SCADA operator point of view, which ones are better able to manage high amounts of data?
Yes.
Well, I think if you've got a lot of data, then get a cat. A cat would be able to manage a large distributed system and be very detail oriented, but a dog would stay there all night to watch those screens and make sure that the system was taken care of.
That's perfect. Does VTScada run on Linux?
Pete's driving, so I guess I'll let Pete do the driving here. The answer is no and yes. So basically, we are a Windows platform for a lot of reasons that we can tell you about. But basically, if you want to install VTScada, you've got to purchase or acquire a license that you then install on a server. And that license can be a runtime, which is just for operators, or a development runtime, which is for operators and developers. You need one of those things to have a system, and that system has to be Windows. And again, there's lots of reasons, and one is it's a standardized platform that puts out regular updates and has been quite stable, and so we can always point people at the one platform. But having said that, we also have a thin client, and for those of you who aren't familiar with that term, there's thick clients, thin clients. Thin clients are a way to access the system from a machine that doesn't have VTScada installed. So basically like an operator interface. And we have a number of ways of looking at that, and one of them is our HTML5 thin client interface, and that you can look at from any HTML5 compliant browser, which basically is any browsers. We almost don't even have to say HTML5 anymore. There's no, what is it, Netscape Explorer's gone now, or whatever that was called. Navigator, sorry. So if you're on a Mac, if you're on Linux, if you're on, I'm told even a Raspberry Pi with a browser on it, you can access our thin client. So in that sense, and you can use those Linux systems as operator interfaces within your firewall without having to configure a hole in your firewall to access it remotely. So in that sense, you could have an operator using a Linux-based machine as an operator interface in your system. But in order to have a system, you need at least one Windows machine.
Great. So somebody would like to know, how does VTScada support IIoT?
Probably a good one for you,
Interesting. Pete. Yeah. Well, it actually fully does. So one of the things that we always look at is, so IIoT. It's kind of a big entity, when you start looking at it, because you're talking about connectivity to devices. If you're to say, well, protocols that are used within IIoT would be, we call it, message carrying protocols like MQTT are part of VTScada. So we have that. We have a JSON driver, again, which is used extensively in the IIoT side of the industry. And really, if you look at it, that we have multiple demos that we can show you how we connect to devices. And usually with the IIoT kind of thought process, it's usually always talking about publish and subscribe type models, where it's so you just go and you do you type into a certain website and you get data and you can bring it into your SCADA system. So the best person to actually show you that, or two people I should say, would actually be Dave and also Keith. So if you missed it, you can always go back and have a look at earlier this morning. We had a fantastic demo again from Dave, and I'm like a kid. Every time that he does this, I get super excited. It's a demonstration of essentially IIoT type protocols, but he also is connecting to weather apps and then that he's created, and he's also then connecting and showing his Elon Musk kind of SpaceX simulation, which again is using some very clever stuff. So anyway, that's one thing. And also yesterday we had Keith demonstrating something that I tweeted and put into LinkedIn was actually to do with tracking the ISS. So on the same mapping software that you have within VTScada, you can actually show the position of the ISS. It is quite phenomenal. And again, Keith's able to do that quite quickly as well. So they're often the kind of protocols that people talk about in relation to IIoT. So yes, we certainly embrace IIoT. We feel that IIoT is part of SCADA as much as SCADA is part of IIoT. How about that?
So you're using the IIoT to track the IISS.
Yes, you see, you got it right
the
there.
Industrial International Space Station.
Moving right along from that.
Best to do that.
Can I just use your dialer?
Can I just use your dialer? Go ahead.
I think what they mean to say is that we talk about the fact that we have an alarm notification system built into VTScada, and a very good one. It's native to the product, which means that it ages perfectly with VTScada. It takes very little configuration. It's basically just an optional unlockable feature that requires just a different key. But I think, if I understand the question correctly, what they want to know is, can I keep with my other SCADA platform and just use this one bit from VTScada? And I think the short answer is no, although I seem to recall there might be a slightly longer answer, whereas, yeah, you could if you did a thing, and it did, but ultimately you just end up with the same problem that leads people to choose VTScada because of the built-in dialer. You know, as soon as you have a SCADA system that is a different company, different platform, a different development strain from your dialer, then over time things inevitably are going to struggle. It's going to require more and more time and effort to make sure that those two things continue to communicate with each other, because they've each got their own sets of firmware updates and software updates, and they're not necessarily checking with each other to make sure that those things work perfectly.
Exactly.
And in fact, one of them could even be depreciated. There are versions of other companies will occasionally depreciate versions of their software. And anyway, the answer is no, you probably wouldn't want to. But I'm sure there's somebody right now at Trihedral saying, yeah, you could if you did a thing. But again, I wouldn't recommend it.
And just even to add to that, so if someone said, well, can I just have like an alarm server, which is, you know, handling that, of course, yes, you could have that as one of your servers. That's not an issue. But really what we're talking about is that, yeah, it's a bit like, well, if you bought an entire truck and someone said, yeah, but can I just use the tires? So, well, okay, you just bought the truck. And this all works together. And those tires mightn't even fit the car you're trying to put them on, type thing. So anyway,
I guess the other sort of detail to cover off, we don't license the alarm dialer by itself.
Exactly.
Anyway.
It's not just
you're already licensing the full product.
That's it. That's it.
Perfect. So I think I can get one more in this question period, and it is, can a VTScada server fail over to another server?
Yes. Yes, sirree, Bob.
And to another server, and to another server, and to another server. We just keep going, Chris. How long will we be here? We'll be here many, many years, still saying, and another server, and another server.
Whereas for other platforms, that would be much shorter.
Yes.
So basically, what Pete's saying is that there's no limit to the number of installed servers that VTScada can fail over to. So you could have a dozen or more servers all lined up, and there'd be a server list that says server 1, 2, 3, 4, and the primary server at the top is the one doing all the polling, and then all the other ones are synchronizing through that. So you're basically optimizing your polling communication method to just be coming from one machine, and then we're optimizing VTScada's real power of synchronization, because we're built around our own historian. It's a really lightweight historian. It's a SCADA built historian, and it's able to make the best use of the network resources to synchronize with one another. But that's just even in the simplest architecture configuration of having 1, 2, 3, 4. There's all sorts of other ways to combine VTScada servers that provide low latency at site, but maximum, sort of data backup and oversight. You could do all sorts of amazing things.
Exactly.
Perfect. Well, with that, I'm going to go. If anybody does have any questions for us for next hour, make sure that you get them to me in the YouTube chat, through our chat on our website, our social media channels, email, however you want to get those questions to me, and I'll see you guys in 50 minutes.
That's great. Thanks, Natasha.
Okay, bye.
And once again, shout out to everybody at the Bets M SCADA forum. Hi, all.
That's it. And remember, if you are passing by, put your comments in the YouTube stream. in the chat, and yeah, we'd be delighted to answer them. So I guess it's my time to move over. I'm going to change screen. How about this? This is going to look magical here. So I'm just going to push myself sideways. See that? Whoa! There's Dave. Dave, you're back on the throne.
Hey,
sorry.
Dave.
Back in action.
Welcome back. How was your break?
It was good. It was busy. I had my they say just as for most of it was fine. I got spit up on a baby, but luckily the webcam hides most things.
See? HD would have shown that up.
But yeah, no, I had my neighbor actually who's having a rough week. Who's
they spit up on you?
Hurt her knee earlier in the week, but came just before I was about to go online here and said, my battery's dead. Can you jumpstart my vehicle? So if I'm out of breath slightly, it's because I've actually been running around.
Well, we appreciate you coming back.
Trying to get that done in time. So anyway, all sorted. So she's off.
During my break, I had a sandwich.
Well, I did that as well. So it started off looking very good and then kind of went downhill. So I'm glad to be back where things are calm and reasonable.
There we go. You see?
You don't have to start the car for any babies or get spit on by any of your neighbors.
That's right.
Perfect. So I'm going to slip away again into the background. Right. Chris, it was great as well, co-presenting with you as well. Thanks as always. And
okay,
Dave,
great.
thanks so much.
Pete.
Take care. Chat in the background.
Great.
Now, Pete
so Chris, I think
our
off-the-cuff piece is all failover is not equal, which I think is, so we just continue on that and over and over and over
and over and over and over. Yeah, I think that is, when it comes to this is the frustration that we have from the point of view of a marketing person. A salesperson can walk into a room and have this conversation until somebody gets it. But from a marketing point of view, how do you shout this out into the world in a video or in an ad?
It's funny because, you really are trying to do this at a higher level. When we can go in and we can do the demo and people's jaws sort of recover and retract as they're, going, oh, wow, he just did it right there. I heard the marketing guy make a claim about this, but
they do that,
I didn't quite think that it was going to be, in as few clicks as they said.
Yeah, and again, the pre-existing assumption is that A, SCADA is a commodity. One's as good as another, buy on price when you can. And B, that failover is a checkbox. So does it fail over? Boom, we're done here. Now let's go back to that final price. So to try to sort of say, to point out that there are real economic and very real financial realities that are affected by how exactly you handle failover.
Yeah, that's right. And, we've heard it time and time again that the people who get into it, they see it, they try it, sort of fall in love with it, and then they start to see all of the things that they can do with it. And, I alluded to this before, is even systems that don't necessarily need high levels of redundancy, oftentimes if they have more than one VTScada server running, we'll just set it up anyway because it's just so simple, and it's actually how a lot of the system integrators who come in to work on a product they'll just come in, set up their computer, set themselves up as a server to get that application. They'll go take a look at what they need to do, leave, and then come back. And rather than using the change sets and things, they'll sometimes just do it right through our standard redundancy.
Right, and they can do that remotely through a VPN if it's in the middle of February and it's unsafe to travel to the customer's site. They can securely go in, like you said, make themselves a node to that server, make the changes, and then disconnect. It's a really nice way of doing that. So let's more in a slightly more detail compare and contrast what most people think of as redundancy with how we do it.
Right. So I think that where people are coming from typically is more the idea that you've got this hot backup versus cold backup. And the hot backup being that you've essentially got two servers that are running in parallel, and many of the services that they're offering are being done in parallel as well. So the polling and other things is being done parallel. And those servers may have their own database, and that database may be recording values. Now, one thing about that is that oftentimes those databases can get different values because the servers are actually pulling some of the remote data at different periods, and they're getting different values in. So whereas with VTScada, we don't really do it that way. So again, I alluded to the hot versus cold, and the cold backup being the kind of, okay, I've got my main computer, and then I've got my offline computer. And if the main computer goes down, then we just boot up the other guy, and he comes up and he kind of takes things over. But when they do that, then they're kind of starting, so they're getting the information at that time, but they're missing a lot of the information that was there before, and they're missing the information that was happening during that time of that switchover. And that information during that switchover time can often be the most important information, because what caused the primary to go down? You know, sure, if it was a hard drive failure or something, then it's sort of independent of the rest of their system. But oftentimes there's weather events or other things that are occurring at the time of these. And so there's a lot going on when one of the servers maybe has to fail over.
Right. And I was going to say something, and I lost it. So the other, yeah, go ahead.
So I guess, yeah, why don't you hit the contrast there with VTScada's mentality on...
I'm going to make Pete jump here. I'm just going to share my screen and go slideshow from current. So basically, the contrast is that because VTScada is basically completely integrated, so with one license on one machine, you've got all of these things that are listed here. And most importantly to this process is the historian. That VTScada is essentially built around our own native enterprise historian. So that means, and then you've got all of the things that automatically connect to that. So that's great if you just really want to run a single server system on a laptop or a small business machine on a desk. You can do that. And also, as we've mentioned numerous times, the reactive programming language means that even for a fairly large scale application, you only need fairly mundane hardware to run that on. But right. Really, a lot of people, again, they think that in order to add redundancy, it adds so much cost and complexity because, oh, now I got to get another database program, and then I got to run that on a different machine and have a different backup strategy and make sure that they all talk to each other. But with VTScada here, now we've got 3 different servers. And each of them is configured in redundant fashion. And as Dave said, the process of making them redundant is so, you could have done it 3 times since I've started talking to answer this last question. And what it means is once it's set up that way, that very efficiently through the network, all 3 of those servers now have a complete up-to-the-second backup of all your historical data, your configuration history, all your user accounts. So basically, if one of them is located in a building and that building is destroyed by fire, for example, or flooded, then the others can all take over in real time, in addition to becoming the servers to the thin clients, which you can sort of see on the right there. But also it means that when you relocate that office, or when you clean up the flooding and put it in a new computer and install VTScada, in just a couple of seconds, you could have that SCADA node up and running again.
Yeah, it's absolutely right, Chris.
And then, like we said, you can go on from there to create, you could just keep adding more servers to that scenario in the center there, and that would work like a top because there's no limit to the number of redundant servers. And again, there's no need for a separate backup strategy for your enterprise historian. But down below, you've got a much more distributed, just one example of a distributed system where you could have, say, at plant 1, you've got a set of redundant servers, and they have their own sort of server hierarchy there. So basically, if the network goes down right now, you've got plant 1 and plant 2 each can carry on with still another level of redundancy, and they're each logging their own local data. So that means when the network comes back on again, they will, this is the phrase we try to use more and more, bidirectionally synchronize. So all of those,
And what you've shown there in the large-scale systems, I'm getting more customers near me who are setting it up so they've got 2 plants. Oftentimes it's a small town, they've got a water plant, wastewater plant. And what they're doing is each is actually the primary server to their own devices, but each is the backup server to the other plant.
That's cool.
So, and that's actually quite easy to set up as well.
That's a super efficient way.
You can do it through 2 applications, or you can do it through one shared application using just filters.
And again, I think because it's so, the perception is that it's so onerous to just add another redundant server, that small utilities, when they start the conversation of, oh, we need a new SCADA system, and you say, well, would you like a backup server? They're like, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. We'll just do one for now, and because they think it's so hard.
So yeah, we do need to get to our next piece, but I'll just end with this, that I was in a presentation not too long ago, and with an SI, and they wanted me to go through the process of setting up a redundant server. So I had a couple computers, And anyway, we had an hour scheduled for the call, and within about the first minute, I said, well, that's it. We're done. Do you have any other questions? And he kind of looked at me and thought, oh, my God.
Yeah,
okay.
really, once they see...
He said, I didn't think you could get this done in an hour.
Yeah, once they see like the bundled price list that we offer, and once they see how easy this is set up, there is as much benefit for a small town to have redundancy. In fact, in some ways, proportionally, there's more because it matters so much more.
That's right.
And it can be done so cheaply.
So on that note, let's go to something recorded a little earlier in the week. We have the president of Trihedral Engineering, the creator of VTScada, Glenn Wadden, here to join us to give a special presentation.
Thank you, Dave. I'd like to give you a little background about the start of Trihedral and a little bit about how VTScada came to be what it is. Back in the early 80s, I worked for a system integrator, a local company here in Nova Scotia that was doing some work on trying to do telemetry based on these new IBM PCs. And one of the things I was hired to do as a summer student was to write some software from scratch to basically implement a SCADA system on a water collection system. And it was a really neat project, actually. Summertime worth of work, but it actually did have all the elements of what we now consider a modern SCADA system: graphic displays, drivers, logging of data, plotting of the data, alarms, even remote call out after the hours, although it was a single contact to let a little buzzer go off in the fire department. Everything was still there. So then the next project came along. I went to work for this company after university, and we did a few more projects, all with different programming languages, none of which are still supported. But we still had a great time until it certainly came to be realized that this isn't really a scalable model. Writing software from scratch for every little city that comes along is not very maintainable. So I thought, well, we should create a tool to do this thing. And that was the genesis of VTScada. The company I was working for wasn't really interested in doing that, so I spawned off and created Trihedral. So one of the things I realized from doing this project was that you needed flexibility to do these things well. And we needed a scripting language of some kind. And so, why a scripting language? Well, flexibility was one of the driving factors, but we also needed something that you could create expressions from and small scripts and my requirements. So I looked for a language that could do this, and my language requirements were kind of driven by what I had learned in university. I did a graduate degree in University of Minnesota. Along that line, I had a project that I was given at the time that my professor gave me a paper that was about doing how to simulate digital electronic circuits, and that was applicable for the project I was doing to try to create a testing for these advanced circuits that were very complex, and to simulate the circuit efficiently was important. And there was the whole idea of don't simulate every circuit at every cycle unless the inputs have changed for it. And that created this whole idea that I think Keith may have alluded to, that we have this idea that when something changes, you only do the things that depend on that change. It may cause subsequent changes, but those changes will trigger the next set of changes. This was the basis of what is now known anyway as a reactive programming language. This was back in 1986. Google cites the invention of reactive programming languages in 1997, but I beg to differ. We find the next thing we wanted to do is wanted to fit the problem. The problem domain for this is not the same as the problem domain for accounting or for games. When we're doing control systems, state logic is a much better model for following things like drivers or pump controllers. A driver, well, to illustrate the point, a driver has a state where it transmits a packet, waits for a response, processes that response, and passes those changes on to the next tier in our event-driven logic. Now, each of these steps are different states, and I thought that was a really key idea to the VTScada programming language, and that's something built into the language. One of the other things that was really brought home to me at the time was that you need to be able to make changes without restarting. If you have to make a change to the software in any way, a configuration change, drop a new widget on a page, you don't want to restart. So there's no separate building environment and then shutting down the system and restarting. It was key to be able to restart the app or to make changes without restarting the operation. So really important to 24/7 operations. Extensibility, that's a really key thing too. Now, it's important to look at how you expand the system, how do you adjust the system. So if it was all just in VTScada and you couldn't adjust or use the script language, it'd be very limiting. One of the key aspects of the whole product is that half the product itself is the interpreter for VTScada. It's the language executor. It's all written in C++. The other half is actually the VTScada language written in itself. So we have this idea that VTScada as the language implements all the drivers, all the user interface, all of the synchronization, and all the historian. All that stuff is built in script code. One of the outfalls of that is that we have this ability to do overrides. Instead of just doing extensions to the system or hooks into the system, where you say, when something happens, you can call something else. We have that support too. But what if you don't want the original behavior? We have the ability in VTScada to override the existing behavior in the product with what you need in your facility. So we have this override, and that we've taken to another level we call the OEM layer. Now, OEM layers are something that's specifically a fallout of our scripting language. You can insert a layer into the product or above the product layer. And those changes to the product, those additions or overrides or even hooks into the system become your layer, but they don't affect the core product. They just override the core product. That means if you get a new version of the product, your OEM layer doesn't change. So you can create a private label branded version of a system that you can add your own IP to the deliverable. This is something pretty unique to VTScada. And you can even take that level to layering these OEM layers. We call them OEM for original equipment manufacturers to get the idea that you're actually adding value to the product. And you can add them at the application level too. So if you have a complicated application that you need some special widgets included, it's part of the capability of the system. Forward compatible, a really important thing. One of the things that you go back 30 years, it's still true today, but many systems out there are built on technologies that you see are becoming obsolete. That's one of the key things that I wanted to be really careful about avoiding. There are lots of languages that were around, Visual Basic for one. Pascal was one of the systems I used back in the late 80s to write a SCADA system. They're not really supported anymore. And you see these systems coming along. You'll hear languages today which are popular, and wait 10 years, they won't be there. SCADA systems really aren't built like you're to be replaced every 5 years like a car. They're going to be something that you're going to live with for a very long time. You invest a lot in the actual configuration of the system. When you get down to writing software to implement a large SCADA system, you don't want to have to throw that away in 10 years. You want to be able to support that for the long haul. And so if you take our applications that have been written for VTScada back in, say, 1989, you could take those applications and run them on the current VTScada script engine and you'd still have them function. So that forward compatibility, long haul support is something key to us, and why building our own language, we ensured that we could have that long haul support, backward compatibility that would be there forever. So we take this VTScada script language and we look at it as a SCADA purposeful built language. It really is, it's more than that. So just a couple of examples I have is, just for fun, I had written a Sudoku solving program. You Drops the grid on the screen, you fill in the numbers that are there, and it'll solve the puzzle for you. That's all written in the VTScada script language. Totally non-SCADA, but just to illustrate the point that it's a powerful programming language. The VTScada Fest scheduling system for last year in March, we had a full house there, sold out audience, trying to schedule, I think it was 30 different sessions running, and having everybody fit in as many optimum sessions as possible is one of these very intractable problems, but wrote software in VTScada. It found the optimum scheduling for everybody so that you don't have someone teaching two different sessions at the same time, and everybody got to attend the maximum number of sessions that were possible by the constraints built into our time schedule.
That's great.
Yeah, one of the last ones they got is, I think is a really cool application. Dalhousie University is a researcher called Dr. Kai Kemper. He's a researcher in the simulation of the neural system of the heart. And he's been working on this idea that there are essentially a mini brain within the heart that actually controls the heart somewhat independently of the brain at a high-speed level. And he's used VTScada as the language to simulate the neural network in the heart. He's been doing this for years, and it's a really neat system because neurons fire. They trigger the next neurons down the line. It's a very event-driven kind of scenario. And the whole system is based on VTScada. It's just gives you a whole idea what this language is capable of. But where it really shines is in the real-time environment. That's the environment that has been tuned to meet. So if you take a look at our Idea Studio, our drag and drop drawing tool that you can use online, although you're doing all this GUI editing and all of the configuration you're doing online, it's actually generating VTScada script code in the background. So you can actually take that script code, you can view it in the Idea Studio. There's just a button there to look at it. You can edit it there. You can cut and paste it and put it on other pages. You can enhance it in any way you want. So all of the normal configuration tools are just working with the background script code. It knows how to interpret the script code and show it to you in a graphical way. So for the vast majority of applications, you'll see that VTScada doesn't need any script code. But it's interesting to know that it's all there in the background. And if you really need to do something powerful, you can just turn it on and have a go at it. As a product, we continue to build on the script language. It's not something we built 30 years ago and then just, let it go. It's something we continue to grow. And right now we're up to over 750 built-in functions in VTScada. It's a full object-oriented programming language, and there are ongoing things that we're working on. One of the cool things that we're working on right now, cool to me because I'm just kind of that kind of guy, we got this thing called bubbles. We're working on this idea of creating entirely independent script engines that are running in parallel in VTScada with the ability to pass messages between them. And some of the things that you'd be able to do with that is to spawn off buckets of work to another core on your processor and have those work in parallel. One of the essential things about the real-time world is that things tend to happen in a sequence. So not always can you sort of say, oh, I'm going to do the last step before I get the first step done. But there are cases where there are batches of work, and this will allow that to happen. I had a go at it last week with some of the experimental code, and it worked a treat. It's going to be some months before we get anything actually moved to that level, but it's pretty cool. So one of the things about this VTScada scripting language is that it's available in any development system that is buy from us. VTScada Lite included. So if you have a VTScada scripting, you can just download VTScada Lite, and there's no limit on how big an application you can run in VTScada Lite. So go give it a try if you want to. And I invite you just to go and engage with us to find out some more about the product. Now, the scripting is just one aspect. And as I say, most of the time it's in the background, you never see it. But I think if you come and check us out, you'll be surprised by the power that we have in VTScada, the simplicity of the product. And it's something you'll I think you'll get your eyes open when you have a good look at it.
That's great. Thank you, Glenn. That's a really that really drives home the point that the VTScada was always built on a tradition of innovation and advanced features and sort of pulling out from the crowd for all of our 34-year history.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you brought up Dr. Kemper's story there, because I remember having a discussion with one of the system integrators in Atlantic, Canada, and he said to me that he came to Trihedral to go through the VTScada, have his lobster, do the whole thing. And Dr. Kemper was on that course with them. So this was when they were both being introduced to VTScada, and, you know, oh, well, what are you using it for? Yeah, I'm going to hopefully convert the, you know, lift stations in town and maybe a water treatment plant. And what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm trying to simulate the nervous system between the heart and the brain. And the guy,
no big deal.
The system integrator said, oh, if you're going to do that, then I can probably do my water station. So anyway, he was kind of sold from there. He said, yeah, I think this will do what I need.
Yeah, no, it's a really cool application. It just illustrates the power of the language. Not that you necessarily need that kind of power, but it's great to know that it's there. If you think that you need to pull out and program something in some other language like Python or JavaScript, it's not the case. You do it all in VTScada, and it's supported forever.
Right. And yeah, one of the things that you didn't mention is there is a lot of built-in error detection and other things too. So if you are trying to do this, like even the concept of pick valid is something that's almost slightly unique to having VTScada, where it's so easy to say, if this variable doesn't exist, then use this, or if that doesn't exist, then use that. And you just wrap so many things into these simple statements that make your language run so easily.
Right, and I think you're kind of getting at or hinting at the idea that things like dividing by 0,
yes.
You don't worry about that.
Yes.
It just does that and marks the data as being invalid, and just carries on. Nothing blows up, and nothing slows down. It just keeps working.
Yeah, I was playing around with an app the other day with some scripting, and I created 0 blue screens, and I divided by 0 several times.
Well, thank you, Glenn. That's a great keynote that comes on the heels of the WEFTEC Connect keynote. So we'll say goodbye, and we'll see you again throughout our live stream. So thanks, Glenn.
All right, thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
Yeah, it's always great. Yeah, it's really nice to always have a chance for Glenn to actually get out and talk to people directly. It makes such a difference to hear him talk about his own work. Like at VTScada Fest, he was so giddy talking about what was coming up.
Yeah. So it's funny, yeah, because that's something that's relatively new for us. I mean, Glenn's always been around, and he's given that, you know, presentation about the software, the company, all these kinds of things, and talked a lot about it. But it was normally at the AGM and things that we'd start to hear these, and they're very internal conversations. So in the last few years, Glenn's opened up a little bit to help share that story out to the masses.
Which is really a story about not just somebody who went, hey, I can build a better mousetrap with reactive programming language, but also somebody who looked ahead enough to know that the kind of software you're making has to last for decades. And that means you have to have relationships with people, and you need to hang on to knowledge and experience, which means that you have to create a kind of company that people want to continue working for. So both this and the video we have on our WEFTEC page, he really talks about the importance of making a place where people want to work and want to stay and want to build a life.
Yeah, I think that's it. And I mean, even from a customer perspective, you know, you get that PO, the software is sold, and, you know, at most times we kind of consider that the very beginning of that relationship with them. And you see that in tech support and other places where, you know, you can go down to some of our folks' desks doing tech support, and you'll see those sticky notes of, you know, a number of different customers stuck onto that computer because they know what they're coming up with, they know what they're about to be working on, and they're all queued up to work with them on it. So.
And some of those long-term customers then come to training, and in the first break they'll say, "Where's Jennifer? I want to meet Jennifer." Right. And so, or one of the R&D people, or one of the engineers, you know, and it just speaks to that relationship.
Yeah.
So speaking of that, I think nothing encapsulates everything we've just said more than our next guest. Brian Sinclair has been heading up the Florida office of VTScada for as long as I've been with the company.
Right. And I think Brian was our first U.S. employee, was he not?
That's right. Oh, bumper, bumper, bumper.
Hey there, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, just fine. How are you, Brian?
Doing fantastic, thanks.
We were just saying that before you came to work for VTScada, you actually were working for one of our customers and sort of got to know us that way.
Yeah, indeed. I was a customer, city of Ocala, Florida, north central Florida. We were a customer there. I think maybe in Florida we were customer 003 or 002, somewhere in that range.
Right.
And
Right.
they've had VTScada there now for roughly 20 years. So it's I enjoyed the product so much I came to work for Trihedral.
Yeah. And I bet they're getting a smoking deal on their Support Plus.
Yeah, well, as you know, once you start paying for Support Plus with VTScada, it stays the same as long as you maintain it.
Right.
So they've been quite lucky in that regard.
Cool. So Brian, you've come in. You've been traveling the show a little bit today, are you coming in? Did you see a section earlier on artificial intelligence?
I did. I sat through the proper title is using AI to measure IA in a rapidly changing landscape.
That's a great title.
I guess I should qualify that with the acronyms here, just for those watching. AI is artificial intelligence for those that don't know. And the IA part, I was actually not sure what they were talking about there.
Yeah, it's cut off on my screen here, and I'm still not sure.
Yeah, so help us out.
Yeah, it's impervious acreage. And so, which probably requires further definition, which I had to do a little research on my own myself. The Wikipedia version of impervious surfaces or acreage says that it's mainly artificial structures such as pavements that are covered by water-resistant materials such as asphalt, concrete, brick, stone, and rooftops.
Right.
And then soils compacted by urban developments are also highly impervious. So essentially places where water doesn't escape through the ground. Pervious areas would be the opposite of that, obviously.
Right. Cool. It's great. And so how was it? Tell us a little bit.
It was interesting. It was actually an article that was, or a presentation rather, that was hosted. I didn't catch her title exactly, but I assume she's from the engineering group with the city of Detroit. This is more of a case study on how they're utilizing this technology. Of course, they didn't mention the specific manufacturer of the technology, but the person that gave the speech was Palencia Mobley. She was the host, and it was rather interesting. I was actually kind of wondering how that particular topic tied into water, wastewater type applications, and she kind of dived into it. So the way the city of Detroit is using this technology is to go out and look using artificial intelligence to kind of map out. They do an overhead map, so they use visual mapping from above, and they kind of give a lay of the land of what the impervious areas are and the non-impervious areas are. And they're able to then go and kind of figure out in two different use cases she mentioned. One was for stormwater data, to be able to figure out sort of how they need to start sizing areas for stormwater, putting in storm drains, where they could put them, retention ponds, that sort of thing. The other half of it was on the water side for the distribution system, and where they would be able to, either in two different cases, one was where they would be able to actually install service lines to customers, either commercial or residential, so where the service lines would run out from the streets, and where they could lay those based on the structures and the driveways and things of that nature. And then in addition to that, they also, as you know, in Michigan, and some of the things that have happened up there with the water systems, they have a ongoing, I don't know if it's through DEP or EPA, but they're removing all the lead pipe service lines. So this is used in conjunction with that, and they said this is saving them a ton of money versus manually going out and doing the data entry versus being able to artificially inject sort of future growth and that sort of thing using AI.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
So are they using drones to sort of fly over and then do kind of a pattern recognition to determine, which things are permeable and which kinds of structures are not?
That was actually kind of one of the questions that I had. It was a fairly short presentation, probably only went 15 minutes.
Right.
And she didn't get into the nuts and bolts of how they were doing that. It appeared that maybe they were using some maybe Google Map information. This appeared to be more. They used infrared, which was interesting, as part of the way they figure out sort of urban development, the hot spots of where growth is. You can turn on a heat map from this thing. But it appeared to me to be some sort of like a Esri map or Google interface or something like that they were using.
Right. That's very cool. It's neat because they're actually, where Chris and I are from, our water bills are partially determined by the amount. If you look at our property, they take the amount of impervious area, and that becomes a factor in how much you pay for drainage. Because if you have a concrete yard, then obviously the ability to absorb water into the ground and other things goes way down, and so the cost to move that water away from your property is higher.
Yeah, and I think this is something we've seen over the past 5 years at WEFTEC, of the sort of shift where they've kind of started to include the stormwater as part of their show. I think you guys know in the past years it was predominantly water wastewater, but they've added in the last 5 years sort of an area that's stormwater focused, and I think this falls heavier into that category more so than the water wastewater side.
Just as the rain seems to in the past few years.
Correct. Yeah, I think it was a good move on their part, because I'm starting to see a lot more customers on the stormwater side with VTScada using VTScada to do more stormwater systems.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Where in the past, a lot of those smaller groups didn't really rely on SCADA. They relied on someone running around in a truck.
I know. Around us, the drainage ditches used to be part of the city infrastructure for like transportation and stuff, but now they've been actually moved into the water utility. So it's getting a close look at how we manage those now.
Yeah.
So, what was the takeaway, do you think, from this presentation? Was it a presentation, or was it pre-recorded, or was it live?
It seemed to be pre-recorded. I was having some technical difficulties in the first about 30-45 seconds, so it appeared to be a replay. But overall, I thought it was pretty interesting. I would expect that this would be the kind of thing that you would see at a bigger city, like a city of Detroit, a city of New Orleans, those kinds of places. I expect that this isn't cheap software. That's probably rather pricey. So it's probably going to take cities with a little bigger budgets to implement something like this.
But yet it's interesting that they're able to, as you say, it looks like they're just using fairly common, they can use this technology and that software with this commonly available mapping stuff that already exists on Google Maps and things like that.
I'm already thinking about the guy walking around in the wheelbarrow. What will he have in it to make the impenetrable ground? Pete's told the story so many times about the guy who's changing the traffic data by walking around with is it a wheelbarrow or a trailer or something full of cell phones. And causing traffic chaos. So,
right.
That's the joy of the IIoT.
That's right. Public data.
So you're actually going to stick around with us now, and we're going to sort of segue from that into talking a little bit more about about what's been going on in Florida these days.
Yeah. I see we're going to have a little discussion between us about sort of some of the advantages of our bundle pricing and sort of how that's been advantageous for folks, not just in Florida, but throughout the U.S. and the world with regards to VTScada licensing.
Sure, but it sounds like you've been having a lot of success with it in Florida specifically.
Yeah, in many cases in Florida, we get the impression that this is becoming almost the standard, is that people start with the bundles.
Yeah, and matter of fact, as you guys know, I haven't had the the pleasure of being online the last few days. I've running around the state of Florida and visiting customers, which has been nice. And actually just early this morning sent out a few quotes with the bundles put together on them, because as I was doing a demo just this past Tuesday, you know, when you show the customers the sort of what we call a la carte pricing, and then you kind of show them the savings they can get for a completely redundant system with unlimited thin clients, it's really just a value proposition. And aside from that, it's easy. It's really easy to understand. And for any folks that have looked at some of our competitors' pricing structures, you could certainly understand how easy it is if you've looked at some other pricing structures from some of our competitors.
That's right. And anybody who wants to check that out can just head to the website. The bundles are right there. So if you go to our pricing page, you can scroll down past the little video, past the first button, and I think it's the second blue button down on that page. It says bundles.
It's it's great. I actually use that as much as our sales manager Alan Hudson loves to do. He loves to use our website for presentations and demos, and it's kind of great when we get to do these sales presentations together, because we kind of steal a little bit from each other. And
that's great.
So I've incorporated a little bit of that when I go out, and was actually used that on Tuesday, the web page, to show the pricing to the potential customer. So.
So if I don't know if we want to go get this granular, but I could share my screen and you could actually talk about the U.S. bundles list if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, it'd be great. Fantastic.
Okay. Boom. I'm getting better at this. Boom. So over to Pete.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it should be up there now. Yeah.
So
I might have to zoom in.
Yeah, so for those watching on the other end, this is the same thing that you can pull up right from our website, as Dave mentioned earlier, and you kind of go from left to right as the variations of bundles. You'll see on the far left there at the top, it says single server basic. That's just basically a standard system with no backup, no redundancy, and as you go down the list from there, you see the checks, and it will show you sort of all the feature sets you get, the run and operate features, then your I/O drivers, the support, the alarms, configuration, redundancy, and then below that, if you scroll down a little bit there, you'll see each tag count that we offer up to 50,000 in bundles. So you go 1K, 5K, and up to 50. You'll see the price for each for that particular bundle. Now you'll notice in this particular, the first two columns here, you'll notice that there are no savings. These are just strictly bundles that you would put together to give you sort of a comparison in price of the kind of savings you would get as you move along to the right to the higher bundles. So the most popular one, if you can scroll back up there, is our dual server premium to the far right. That is a fan favorite. It's kind of everything you want. It basically gives you a fully redundant system, unlimited thin clients, so as many tablets, laptops, desktop machines, anything that can run a browser that you'd like to have. And with that, you get dual historians, dual report generators, dual alarm notification for your text, email, and phone calls, voice phone calls. All the drivers that come with VTScada, there's DMP3, there's Modbus, there's the SIP driver, the Allen Bradley driver, there's Modbus, there's tons and tons, so many I can't name. And then we've got, obviously, the Idea Studio with the runtime, so you get the development runtime. There's two of those. You get the redundancy is built in. Obviously, if you've ever used VTScada, you know how easy that is to use. And then a couple of bonus items you get with this is the first year of Support Plus. So as our customers know, our support is the best in the business. So that comes, the Support Plus is our standard Monday through Friday support with upgrades. And then you've got your 24/7 that comes with that dual server premium. And then you also get a $1,000 credit towards a regularly scheduled training class. That's in an in-person class. Of course, these days, not so much in person lately. We've been doing a lot of live remote training, but this is a 4-day course, and we have variations of courses. But most folks that are new to VTScada would start out in our operations and config course. It's an excellent course. So it's a really good value. If you've ever taken any technical training from other technical products, $1,000 for a 4-day course is a really good value for the training you get. It's all hands-on. Everybody gets the copy of the software, and we run you through the ringer and teach you how to use VTScada, from installing it to basically how you develop screens, add tags, everything you need to know to maintain your system. Did I cover everything, Chris?
I think you did, yeah. So you did a great job. So like you said, these last 3 columns are the redundant ones. This is the one that's sort of the simplest version of redundancy, and so you have one configuration and one runtime. And then this one's dual configuration. Like you said, the last one has all the bonus features.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think you alluded to the fact that there's some pretty significant percentages of discount that go with those things.
Right. And I should note that our integrators really like this bundled pricing structure. A lot of times they don't even bother with offering any other pricing except the bundled pricing, just because it makes it easy for them, makes it easy for their customer. They don't have to explain a lot. They say, look, this is everything you need for a fully redundant system. You're covered for the first year. This is what you want.
I think that's great, Brian. And we see it once in a while where somebody, if they haven't asked for something specifically and something goes out to bid, then you don't want them to find that they're missing a component later on. So the bundled pricing really gives you basically everything you're going to need. You get that third-party connectivity and everything else built in at that level. So it makes it pretty easy for the integrators, easy for the customers. And those discounts hold true on your Support Plus as well. So, you don't pay your Support Plus on the undiscounted value. You pay your Support Plus on that discounted value, which is super.
That's very cool. So I just showed real quick where to find it on our website, not surprisingly under pricing, under software pricing, and then you'll see our standard price list. Now I'm coming from Canada, but if you're coming from the States, you'd see American bundled pricing right there.
Yeah, and you could certainly also just reach out to any of our many sales associates in your region and get that pricing from those guys as well.
That's true. Also on that page, I neglected to point out, there's a nice video just explaining the standard pricing that Dave made. So it walks you through the standard price list in a really simple way.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's really only a few optional components in VTScada because it's so powerful and has so many things built in that you really, if you do the kind of standard pricing, there's only a couple of items that you would have to add as options. And
yeah, that's right. And if you leave something out or you need to change tag bags or whatever, then it's just differential pricing on that. So you don't have to buy a new license. You just add those features to your current.
Right. Yeah, so for so many people, like adding a redundant server is such a onerous, such a pains. The perception is that it's going to be a real pain to do that, whereas the bundle list just makes it clear how simple that is and how much you get in exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. So Brian, we're going to see you for quite a while, a little later on today. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yes. I'll see you guys soon, and thanks for having me on today, and I can't wait to see you guys later today.
Great. We'll talk to you soon,
see you,
Brian.
All right, take care, guys. Bye.
All right, it is time for... Hey, Nat.
Hey, guys. Is Brian gone? Hi, Brian.
Hi.
Brian and I spend a lot of time together on trade shows, setting up booths, tearing down booths, a lot of time together on VTScada Fest that people have mistaken us for a married couple.
That's just because you guys fight all.
Right. Pardon, what was that, Dave?
I said that's just because you guys are always at each other.
That's right. So I'll just get right into the first question with that. As an end user, can I do my own development?
Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of end users who have bought the software themselves. They're a superintendent of a smallish utility, and they want to know how it works. They want to know how to fix it. They want to know how to operate it. They want to get their hands around either side. So yeah, they just download the software. They maybe they take a training course, or they download. Sometimes they'll just walk through it themselves. We've had a number of customers who've done it that way.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. We a lot of times too, you'll see that a customer might get an SI to do the initial development and then kind of take over the application and do a lot of the maintenance themselves. You know, really, anytime a customer is interested in participating at all in the application, we often recommend that they do do the basic course. We have that operations and configuration course, which is really a perfect place for them to go get enough information to understand the software. It can really help them see their system, see what's available, and learn a little bit about if they have things they want to add or change in the future. Then they know exactly kind of what's there with the product, and it makes the whole cycle and makes their life moving forward with the product a whole lot easier. You know, folks had mentioned that some of the features of the HDV, for example, maybe don't always get explained, and some people don't realize some of the power of the software that they're already using.
Right, that's true.
Perfect. My support has expired, so how do I install the newest version?
Well,
Dr. Trudy.
Yeah, so basically we, even though basically you could buy our software and never pay another cent and use that software till the end of time. But if you do want access to our ongoing support team and to the latest versions of the software, then yeah, you'll need to stay current. And if you stay current, we've said there's definitely an advantage that you'll always be just paying 15% of the original price, not adjusted for inflation or anything. So, but then there's still a lot of people who choose to not keep that support current and then wait till they need to, and then maybe they're replacing their hardware anyway, so they figure they'll upgrade the version, move to the latest support. So yeah, we make it easy to do that. There's an equation. Basically, each year the license loses a little bit of its value, but it never drops to zero. So you'll always having a license will always make it cheaper to go to the latest version.
Perfect. And someone would like to know, does VTScada run on a local computer or is it just in the cloud?
And the answer is yes. So you can run it on a local computer, and most of our customers are running VTScada on-premise, with many of them actually running on-premise computers, but then also having kind of a local WAN by using a VPN or something, and then having another server off-site, but still inside their own network, inside of their own control. So beyond that, we'll see customers who go out to a colo to move a lot of the infrastructure of a network off-site and put VTScada there. In that case, it's kind of similar to how they would have run it, but there's some other things they might do there that are getting closer to a cloud situation. And then we've got the customers who are running VTScada fully in the cloud with the full redundant servers, everything totally up in the cloud. And for those customers, we've got all kinds of features for people who can't get access to a system. We've got things like Twilio and other things built in. So if they can't actually get a phone line to plug in their modems and whatever, then it's easy. They can use web-based APIs to make those calls, send those texts like they'll need to.
Perfect. So the next question is VTScada only for water and wastewater applications?
No, the VTScada is basically you could use it in any industry that you want. Basically anything that supports PLCs or RTUs or pump controllers or smart devices that are distributed through your process. Yeah, we weren't really designed for any specific industry. You'll see that, of course, we're at WEFTEC right now, so a lot of the reports and screens and features that we show off tend to be a bit water or wastewater centric. but we are active in the oil and gas industry, in marine industries, in broadcasting. We have some massive broadcasting applications, the nationwide, more than one nation. Basically, industry, food and beverage, et cetera, et cetera.
That's right. And Chris, you're actually going to be moving gears a little bit later to carry on the stream at an oil and gas show.
Yes, that's right. In fact, hi everybody at the VTScada forum. Hey, woo!
So,
VTSM.
Technically, today we're doing a 2-for-1 stream. So we've got WEFTEC going, and also we're streaming at an oil and gas show where we'll have some more specific content later in the day.
That's right, and that'll be Barry Baker showing off some really cool, cutting-edge, brand-new things that even we don't know about. So they're getting a little bit of a sneak peek.
And this would be a good opportunity as well to mention that we are actually a finalist for oil and gas engineering in the IIoT and process control category. I can go ahead and pop a link into the YouTube chat that you can vote for us if you are a subscriber to Control Engineering Magazine. So there's a little bit more proof that we're just not in water and wastewater. And I guess my final question of this segment is going to be, can I export my current SCADA data to a new VTScada application?
Abso-smurfly. So if you've got a system that's been recording process data for a decade or more, and you want to make sure that when you open up a trend in your new VTScada application that you'll be able to see all that data, we certainly make that possible as of version 12. And it's basically you export all the data into a CSV file. There's information in our help files that will help you easily just sort of format that a little bit differently, and then it's very simple to import that into VTScada.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. If anybody has any questions, make sure that you put them in the YouTube chat. Put them anywhere on social media. I'll find them, email them, and I'll make sure that I will get those questions answered when I come back in about 50 minutes.
Awesome.
Okay. Thanks, Natasha.
Thank
so,
you.
Chris, you were talking about that importing of data, and I should note that VTScada has many ways that you can work with that data, because people have looked at that, and that can actually be kind of a cool tool if you have some spreadsheets and stuff that you need to bring in as manual data. You can with just basically align a custom script. You could take a object and actually make a button that will actually run that import, not just on the application load, but at any time. The other side of that is that we also have the ability to do some manual data editing. So if you have a sensor down or something's happening, or even you just want to put in data into a tag that's always just going to be manual data, then you can always go in, of course, with the right privilege in VTScada for the user. You can go in and edit that data. And the neat thing is that you're using the VTScada historian, which again is built to handle all these features. So you'll see a data flag to suggest that that data has been edited. And beside that flag will also be the note where you can put in the reason why you've changed the data. And you can make that optional or not.
And that original information will always be there as well.
That's right.
Unless
yes.
it was missing
the
data.
Information. You're just putting another layer on it, and it's going to show the top layer. But if you needed to, you could talk to our tech support, and they could help you move that back to the original layer.
No, that's a really good point. There's so many ways, because it all falls out of the same thing, which is it's a native historian. It is a uniquely purpose-built SCADA historian, and it's completely integrated in the product.
Right. And when we add these features, everything gets added together. So the notes, the historian changes, everything is sort of built that it all needs to work together. So when you upgrade, it's one install and everything is happening so that we know it works.
And that overwriting of data thing that you just talked about was actually something that I think that was made specifically to meet a need in the oil and gas industry. So just goes to show we're always building, we're always adding, growing in different industries. So next we're going to go to another pre-recorded bit of content, and we hand you over to Barry.
So we've got a couple of minutes to our next piece, but I think we might have Barry Baker on the line there.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Chris. How are you guys?
Hey, Barry.
Hey, Barry. Doing well?
Good.
So Barry was listening to those questions, just trying to decide whether or not we could keep our positions.
I'm loading up the pink slip gun. I'll let you know.
It makes a boing sound. So while you've been listening, of course, you having the unique perspective of being the vice president of the company, you're is there anything we've missed that it's important for you to fill in?
Actually, yeah, I was actually gonna maybe step back. Besides all the technical things, and I hear the occasional questions on, can I do this? What's that cost? That sort of thing. I want to talk briefly about our philosophy on pricing and how we conduct ourselves as a company. So I'm just going to share up my screen here for a second. Hopefully it comes in no problem. Right. Hope you see that right now.
Got it.
Right. So why we do what we do. And it's a sort of philosophy. So this month marks my 27th year with Trihedral, starting my 28th. And one of the things that I was attracted to Trihedral when I first interviewed, I think there was 3 people in the company, and when I joined there was 5. So we had rapid growth many years ago, percentage-wise. But is just the philosophy of treating employees, customers, and suppliers fairly. And we've talked about this before. Now, a lot of companies say that, but so I'll just go through some of the policies we have to make that work. As we noted, and you've, I think, as Price said many times, we only have one product. So we're a pure play company, and we invest a large amount of our revenue every year in R&D to keep things going. Our core element in everything we do is fairness. So I think you guys mentioned earlier in the questions, we publish our prices online, and those are actually what we charge. They're not not subject to a whole bunch of strange multipliers, so everybody's being treated differently, or we're treating our new customers better than we treat our past customers, like the cell phone companies or the cable companies. We evaluate them against our competitors, obviously, for fairness, and we don't make people buy to actually try out our software. We get our VTScada Lite installed in almost 200 countries around the world, but we offer free demo licenses, and we have a 30-day money-back guarantee. Even if you install the software, we'll give you the money back if you're not happy. So our pricing history, just gives a little background. We used to only have 2 prices for, as for development runtime or a runtime, and had no other options. But as more players have come into the marketplace, we've actually added bands to lower our pricing. So you have distinction between a large end user and a small one. And we have a wide range of customers. From the large city of Houston's to the large enterprise levels for controlled Niagara Falls to many, many small towns. So what we did is we added options to keep our pricing low. We've also put our pricing, or our tags, which represents an IO, called IO tags, we put them in buckets. And the idea was so people didn't have to buy more than they need. Not everybody needs unlimited tags. Like I said, back to the pricing of before, everything was unlimited. We put these buckets in place to lower the pricing, to treat a small customer with, I guess, better value, and I'll show you per tag than the larger ones in some regards. So, and you can see the dollar per tag drops dramatically. But if the customers want to upgrade their systems, they can upgrade just by paying the difference in the system, in the pricing. So our customers can start with a 1,000 tag system, and if later on they want to upgrade to a 5,000 tags, they just pay the difference in licensing. So as again, try and keep people free. Try and treat people fairly. Our standard features are, you said, displays, historian. So we don't need third-party drivers, and we don't need external databases. So they're all built in. Right? We have optional features. The list is short, so our pricing is fairly easy to understand. No extra charge for historian, IO drivers, redundancy, and people can add them at a later date for the current feature cost. Other elements is our thin clients, and they're priced on a per current user. So you can't tell the difference when you're working on one of our thin clients when you're looking at the server or the thin client. You look at the machines side by side, you cannot tell which is which. They're that good, and you didn't have to code anything for it. So, but that's based on a concurrent user. And when we introduced those many years ago, actually we stopped selling runtimes because it became very flexible for the customers to use those, well, while they're on premise, like a Microsoft model, or after hours when they're doing support, and now on their cell phones and their tablets. So it just turned out to be a better way of working. We also offer license packs. So for very small I/O systems, we sell them in packs. These are mostly for SIs and OEMs who want to put them maybe on a small display in a panel. And we're actually getting interest right now for a large number of customers that want to put them in operator displays at a local substation or a local lift station. So it's a very attractive pricing in terms of per cost per license and the ability that they can add support over time. The other thing we have, so we keep customers for a very long time. That we talk about Niagara Falls Power Generation. They've been running VTScada for over 20 years. It's never failed. And they take advantage of one of the things we have is our fixed price on support. So one of the things we do on support is different than like a Microsoft. We're more like an Apple. We think Apple copied our philosophy. That's why they got to such a market cap today, is we combine updates and support together. Because we never wanted to have the situation telling a customer that they're paying us for support but didn't have an upgrade. Oh yeah, we know what your problem is. It's fixed the next release. Oh, you can't have that because you didn't pay for that. And the customer like, so why am I paying you for support if I'm just supporting you to tell me to buy more software? That doesn't sound like great support. I want you to help me with my problem. So they're bundled together, right? And the ideas behind this is this ugly looking train. We want to avoid people getting into what's called the train silo, where it's Windows XP, where it stops advancing. So it rusts to the silo. It's no longer useful, right? So VTScada is almost like your Apple. Apple's now version 14. VTScada is version 12, right? They're putting up too much. They're getting ahead of us slightly, but that's okay. They can keep copying us. We're fine. Anyways, but that's a support and upgrade policy. System expansions. We've had utilities start with small installations for one plant, then they add another plant, then they come back and say, well, can we trade those licenses in and have a master enterprise license and change our licensing around? And we allow that. So if they're current in support, we maintain their current value. And one interesting thing is if the customer buys support and upgrades, as we mentioned earlier, again, it's optional. It's based upon 15% of the original license price. So that Ontario Power Generation or Niagara Plant Group, the price they're paying today is the exact same price they paid 20 years ago, not adjusted for inflation, not adjusted for any changes in cost of living. It's just the same price, and they pay it. They happily pay it. They think it's great support. If customers let it lapse, we cap it out at a maximum of 75%. So essentially, it's worth a 25% discount on any license value. Again, we take pride in our product, and therefore we do not want any version of VTScada, no matter how old it is, to be considered worthless. Okay? Try doing that with Microsoft XP. They might charge you to throw the discs in the garbage or the CDs. So we're, again, pure play company, fairness, and that's the heart of our core belief, is belief in our product and supporting our customers. Other things we have bundles and pricing to make decisions easy for people who are looking to buy software, include a number of common components. We also have enterprise pricing, so we can go above 1,000 tags, 100,000 tags. The City of Houston system was, the new plant was quite a large system. And then we also offer, people don't realize this, we've been offering software as a service since 2001. That's before everybody invented IoT. We were it. And this internet thing, I never thought it would catch on. I remember putting in Netscape Navigator and Gmail into our office or email service for the first time. Anyways, we're now conducting all our business virtually in the cloud. So after that, and just to close this, we also offer enterprise pricing for very large customers that want to do a large geographic region or a number of plants. So I just want to say it's a common question we get at the trade show, and really tailors to why we publish our prices, and these are the policies that are around them.
Okay, thanks, Barry. Always nice to have Barry on again, talking about why. We're here going on and on about how and what, but it really makes a difference to hear it out of Barry's mouth.
Great.
So I have a question for you, Dave.
Yes.
I was wondering.
Speaking of the why.
Exactly. Why would you choose VTScada?
Well, Chris.
Now, I suppose before I make you, that was kind of an here, Dave, lead this segment. But I guess before we do that, I guess we do elevator pitches on here pretty regularly, and if we were in the trade show booth, we do them even more regularly. But I guess in the trade show booth, first we'd really want to find out who are we talking to. So it's our job to say why. Who's asking?
Right. So I think that's a great point. And we're seeing a lot of people coming in from different industries who've oftentimes got data. We're seeing more and more people now who already have systems as well. So for a lot of people, this isn't their first trip to the rodeo. They're coming in with a system and they're looking at, typically there's a reason why they're considering changing. Oftentimes, it may be that it's going to be a real headache for them to upgrade. And so they're reaching out to say that, okay, well, if it's a fresh start, now we're going to start looking around. Other times it's for something very specific. You know, they're unhappy with a certain part of what they've got. So the biggest thing with go ahead. No, carry on.
Yeah, no, it's really the key in the booth, because it's so easy to, as Barry Baker himself often says, that it's so easy to just turn into to doing a monologue, where you're basically rapid fire talking as fast as you can to get it all out before the customer wanders away. But really, it's a process of saying, what is this person's pain point? What does this person want to hear?
That's right. And oftentimes, I mean, it even comes down to, why are they here in the first place, and how did they get here? You know, I mean, if they're looking to upgrade and they're shopping around, then, you know, obviously something's happened that they're shopping around for. So, you know, that's we really try to realize that, you know, buying SCADA software is a big commitment. So beyond the features, it's got a lot to do with making sure that customer is able to keep their system current, keep it secure, keep it safe, and that we give them the tools to make that easy, make it enjoyable for them, and make their SCADA system something that they can really look forward to working with, as opposed to having it as just a thing that does a thing.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so some of those pain points that sort of jump out at me are, like you said, the person who comes in and says, I just received the price tag for what it would cost to bring my X system up to date, and I'm gobsmacked. I didn't expect this. It's a surprise. I couldn't really keep, you know, there was no way to arrive at this price myself, but I'm looking at your price list, and it looks like, you know, this, putting in a whole new VTScada system would be less than, including integration, than basically going to the latest version of product X.
Yeah, that's right. And especially when the customer is looking for that redundancy and other things, then VTScada really starts to shine. Like he says, I had a quote go out a little while ago now that the system integrator called me and said, you know, the customer asked for a different system, but I sent them a quote with yours, and the reality is that quote had half of the engineering costs to do the application development.
Right. So what's another example of somebody who walks in with a definite problem to solve, and VTScada is the obvious solution?
I think if you were looking to simulate a small rocket blasting and landing on a I digress, and if you're watching for the whole day, then that probably won't make sense. But if you hang around until 2:30, it will make sense again.
Exactly.
So anyway, no, I think there's all kinds of people that we see coming in, and we're seeing, I should say, you know, a lot of our customers, especially in water, wastewater, these are upgrades that they're doing, and they're going to VTScada at that time, mostly because of the full integration and the ease that they can then carry that into the future. The fact that we're not leaving them stranded every 5 years or every 10 years or even every 20 or 30 years.
And support is sort of tied directly to that. Support is another thing where people come in and say, I am sick and tired of trying to deal with this vendor and it makes me upset, and I feel stupid and ripped off every time I try to get somebody on the phone to explain or try to fix my problem, or the problem is they just don't support that software version anymore. And a lot of people have said, they've joined they've adopted VTScada because they like the software, of course, but really what keeps them paying for that support, that 15% on the original price every year, is the quality of the support that they get from VTScada, which is something we haven't talked a lot about on the live stream.
Yeah, it's true, and that's one of the pieces that we get probably the most for feedback is the quality of the support. That's something that a customer is in a tough spot and they're just blown away to the point where they're reaching out to somebody and saying, listen, this is really exceptional.
Right. And again, when you're comparing check marks, people say, well, how many support people? We have about a dozen people who handle support, and someone will say, oh, but we have 100 people in a room, or I guess now in their own rooms now. But, but yet those are the kinds of support programs that drive people to come to products like VTScada, where they can actually pick up the phone and talk to somebody.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because one of the things that I really like is that when the people who answer the phone are, the person you get right off the top is probably the most qualified person to answer your question. Because they're the person who has the best knowledge of the general systems and probably your system in particular. And then if you get into something that's very, very, very specific, if that gets triaged outside of that sort of first person, it's probably going to the developer or the engineer who actually wrote code. Oftentimes that's sort of step 2 is just straight to, how exactly does this work? Bring up the code, tell me what will happen. And this is even happening sometimes, without even making a scheduled step 2. More so probably when everybody was in the office, but you'd see somebody running down to join a support call.
I was going to say, like, the way our offices are set up, we've got like three and a half floors of this 4-story building, and you've got a marketing person, support person, developer, engineer, all sort of strung next to each other. So at any given time, anybody can sort of wander in and out of each other's offices to say, hey, guy who made this feature, can you fix my problem?
Yeah, and it's true. And it's not uncommon for me to email one of our developers just with a question about something to say, how is this designed to be used, so that I can try to configure something for a demo or whatever, the way it was designed to.
And something else that's been pointed out that's sort of part and parcel with that support process is it's also one of the ways in which we sort of read the market for what people need. Now, we're not promising that if you call into tech support and say, hey, I wish you had a screwdriver built in, that we're automatically going to do that. We have to put that through our own, we have to manage our resources very carefully like everyone does. But that's one of the ways in which we get a sense of, okay, a lot of people could really benefit from having this. Maybe it's time to spend time and resources on that. And that makes us very reactive.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a great point, Chris. And it is definitely something that people should know is that, if they do ask for something, it may not go in right away, but it is actually getting triaged and it is going into a system, and those are being constantly evaluated.
Yeah, there's a real danger. We would love to sort of put everything in, but every time you put something in, there's consequences, and we want to make sure that everything that goes in is evaluated and battle tested. And but yeah, I think support is one of those things that really brings people over the line. Is there anything else in the last minute that we have that kind of tips the scale for the person wandering by the booth?
It says, I think it's, it all gets tied together. It's those 5 pillars or whatever that you kind of carry that are the sort of main things. So support being, one of those, the integration of the product being another one, the willingness to, our commitment to being a fair company and other things. So you hear Barry talk about the why. You hear Glenn talk about some of the technical aspects of why we do things certain ways, and the actual backbone of the product and how that works. And it really makes kind of a phenomenal difference, and it requires all of it to really make that product what it is. It's the people and the product who make that solution for the end user something that they come back to.
Dave, do you mind if I speak to you for a moment in the Automation Village van?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So.
Okay. According to the sign, we can park here for exactly 10 minutes.
This is fortunate. Yes.
So, this is the van. Thanks, Dave, for meeting me here. I just wanted to talk about cleaning this van up. I think there might be people back there, but I can't tell from all the junk.
That's right. So if you're wondering, this is the Automation Village van that Chris and I have been touring around for the last 7 months.
Hey, give me that thing back. Give it back. Natasha, give it back, Natasha.
Back with us, so
don't make us virtually come back there. Don't you make me change my background slide.
That's right. I can react in Skype.
Hi guys.
So we're all here together, some of us visibly, some of us less so, just to kind of talk to you about, we always start our conversations about 1/3 of the way through. So we keep talking about the Automation Village, but now it's time for us to go back to the beginning and tell you what the Automation Village is.
Oh,
right, so and to do that, we'll bring Pete. Yeah, come on, Pete.
Get up here.
Maybe I'll just hide in the back here for a while. It's safer. Yeah. So it's basically an entire community that we've created, and it's really about people getting together in the automation industry, especially during these times, but beyond. And what we are trying to do is have a global village that we've mapped over to being an automation village for the automation industry. So we try and do things in a fun way. We typically have virtual exhibitors that come on once a month, and they show their wares in terms of solutions and services, products, whatever it may be, and not necessarily software based. In fact, quite often these are hardware products as well. So it just depends on what it is, and we have discussions around cybersecurity and all kinds of different things. It's really wide ranging. And then what we do is we kind of put together all of this into a show. So it's usually like 10-minute slots for each of the virtual exhibitors. And then what we do is we have kind of fun stuff in between, and about a week later, we typically have breakout sessions, which are a bit more traditional, kind of multi-stream things that you can actually go ahead and attend, and they're on topics right across the automation industry as well. And we usually have like a water stream, and we may have like power, oil and gas, different things like that. But anyway, so it's all free to attend, free to be part of, and it's great fun.
It's true, and so we've got all these spots to fill, either during the 3-hour trade show or the 1-hour trade show, and then the breakout sessions where people can actually do fuller versions on their topics. That's a lot of people to bring into the tent and line up and have show up at the same time. Natasha, tell us a bit about the process of making all of that work.
So where it starts is when we finish one road trip, we basically think, okay, where do we want to go? We're going to do a West Coast road trip. We're going to do an East Coast road trip. And we just follow it along there. And we reach out to people that we know kind of geographically are in that area. so we can tie it all together. It doesn't always work out that way because we'll have some people that, can be involved on one day and maybe not another. So even if we're on the West Coast, they're coming from the UK. But we try to map out, okay, well, what geographically makes sense? So we can, of course, have a cute little video to use for promotion. So when we decide on the coast or where we're going or what we're going to do, then we think about, okay, who do we know? Who's got something to offer? What can they bring to the table? And then we just reach out to them. We have people reach out to us that say that they're interested. We keep them in a list, of course, until we know what area we're going to be touring. And then it's just a matter of reaching out in relationships and bringing people together that have something to offer to the automation industry.
That's great. So when is our next one?
So we're going to do something a little bit different in October. So geographically, it doesn't matter where you are, but what we are going to look for are horror stories. So if you've got something that has totally freaked you out, we want you to be a part of the next Automation Village. So it's going to be on October 29th. We're dubbing it The Nightmare on Automation Avenue. So if you want to get in touch with me, if you've got something that you want to share with people, you can get in touch with me. I'm going to pop my contact details into the YouTube comments, or you can find me anywhere. It's on social media, on our website, whatever. I'm sure everybody has got an email from me at some point in the last 10 years. I've worked for Trihedral, so search me up in your email and reach out to me.
Not many people know this, but Natasha started off as an automated email bot and gained sentience around the time that we created the Automation Village, and now is a fully formed human being with a family. It's amazing.
It's been quite a journey.
Please don't destroy the humans. Anyway, Pete, you and Keith Donaldson, I think we still got a few minutes to talk here, are usually the ones on the other end who are doing the sort of virtual control room, because none of us are in the same geographic vicinity from each other. You're in North Carolina, Dave and I are in Halifax. Tell us about the technical problems that you solve when you do that.
Yeah, we use lots of gaffer tape or duct tape, as it's also called, of course. Yes,
all the band's full of it.
It's full of it. In fact, that's we're thinking of selling it. We're looking at doing our own Automation Village VTScada duct tape. So that'll be coming out soon in the shop. We try and make it really easy, and that's something that we work hard to do. So as exhibitors, as people join, and even for just viewers, we try and make it super easy. So it's always streamed out onto YouTube, and we do all the plate spinning in the background to make it easy for exhibitors to show their wares. So it is super fun. It really is. I can't stress it enough. If you haven't seen it, go back and just check out our YouTube channel, and while you're there, hit the subscribe button and like. And if you just go, you'll see various different ones that we've done. They're always there by month, and you'll also see the breakout sessions as well. So any of those that are there, you'll just see some great content, and that's what we've worked the hardest, I think, to do, is to make the content very engaging, done in those bite sizes during the main Automation Village trade show, and then in that deeper dive then for the breakout sessions. So it's great. It's great fun. So
if you do watch a breakout session or one in the Automation Village, if you're on with us live, then you can interface with the chat. But if you're watching it after the fact, you can always go in, type those comments down in below, and we'll be sure to either triage those out to the relevant people or ask them or answer them directly if they're for us.
That's a great point.
By the way, one thing
I keep forgetting to mention every time that we come on here and we kind of talk about the Automation Village is
prizes.
We have prizes.
Loads of prizes. That's true. Our prizes are awesome.
Like we're not just giving away pens here, people. We're talking real prizes.
Real, that's right. Yeah. So rather fantastic online shopping experience vouchers, which are super.
Several $100s worth.
Yes,
I believe,
we actually do quite a lot every time, and it's free to enter, free to attend, and great fun. So yep, spread the word. That's what we're trying to do. So if there's anything that has any connection to automation, whether it could be anything from flow control to VFDs to SCADA software, well, we look after that part. But if it relates to SCADA in terms of reporting packages and all that kind of stuff, we'd love to hear from you as well.
Great. Well, thanks, guys. Are we still on the bus?
You're still on the bus, so you might want to change your backgrounds because we're going to change drivers or something going on here very quickly.
Dave, I'll meet you back at the booth.
See you back. Boom, 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 boom. Ta-da! I should have gone. And
that's quick.
Go. And we have Tim.
Where's Chris? Chris teleported to the wrong place.
I'm back. I'm fine. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How's your day going?
It's going good. Show's winding down, and I'm excited to be on with you guys.
Does everybody have a virtual beer in their hand?
No, it's too early for that. It's only 1:30. Oh, come on. We're not like those crazy Canadians.
That's right. But it seems like the beer comes out at WEFTEC or at these shows earlier and earlier every year.
Yes, it does. It does. So I think I'm on with you guys for a little bit here.
Yeah. So I'm gonna head off then and give the co-host role to you, Tim. So.
Oh, fantastic! All right.
All right. I'll see you guys a little later.
Sure. Like that, I'll be all set. Hey, so we'll see you a little later on probably.
So Tim, you and I are on for an hour.
Right.
So this is, again, I've said yesterday, it's really nice that I finally get to spend some time hanging out with you because you're in the Northeast United States and I'm in East Coast Canada. So we really just got to meet at the VTScada Fest last year.
Right. Yeah, and it's good to it's good to be able to do things like this together. Obviously, it would be great if we could do it in person, but this is the next best thing.
Soon. So right now we're going to do an off the cuff.
All right.
Sorry, Tim, we didn't put your head in that bumper. We really should have done that.
That's not a problem at all.
So today we're going to just talk about general automation. And now I think I'm not ashamed to say that you have a lot more real life experience in the automation industry than I do. I wore dance tights in university. So why don't you talk a little bit about, not a joke, certainly the whole industry has kind of been shifting over the last few years. What's that?
I thought you co-workers. He has a segment next time.
So tell us a little bit about how you see the industry has been changing, particularly in the Northeast.
Oh, all right, great, Chris. So as for changes in the Northeast, things are, I think we see the same type of changes across the whole country, not just here in the Northeast, but people are looking to do more with less, make better decisions. How can I maximize my equipment? How can I get more out of if it's a production facility manufacturing, how can I get more out of my production, maybe putting in analytics and looking at some numbers. But in municipalities, which we're here to talk about with water and wastewater, how can I, make this maybe more energy efficient? How can I be better prepared for storms? Things like that. And I think people are starting to say, if I can be better prepared for a storm, I'm going to be more energy efficient. And that's where, our system comes into.
It's true. It's a good point. Manufacturing in the oil and gas industry has been preparing for rising sea levels for years now. That's really changing. They really have to think ahead to be able to do the same kinds of monitoring and control stuff 10 years from now. And I'm sure that the same thing is true. There's so many more storms. Storms are so much more unpredictable. And so to be able to use your SCADA system to be more nimble in those situations is really important.
Right, sure. And then also people are starting to look at, how can I virtualize this environment? Can I put my SCADA system in the cloud? People start experimenting with that. And we've had some segments on about that of course you can do that. You can do that with VTScada as well. And they're also looking at how can they, once you put that in the cloud, how can I maximize my license scheme? Well, it's really easy to do that with VTScada because you can have several applications running under one VTScada umbrella So say you had a license of 20,000 tags, you could have virtually you could have 4 systems, each with 5,000 tags in there or 5,000 IO points.
Right.
Running independently, and they don't step on each other either. So that's one of the really nice benefits I think we have.
It's true, and you know that just touching on that subject of cloud-based SCADA opens up so many topics of discussion. But tell us, so you made a good point about how VTScada tailors to that environment really well. But tell us a little bit about what problem that solves. What virtualizing your system, moving to a server farm, where does that produce real benefit for a utility?
So for the utility, you're offloading that IT support there. So you just use your clients there. So obviously your horsepower is a little bit different, but then your resources too. You don't have to rely on someone coming into your facility to fix that computer. You know, it was funny. One of my system integrators called me the other morning. He was frantically calling because he couldn't. It was no, it was actually. I'm sorry. This one was late at night. It was after office hours for you guys. I answered the phone and he needed his key. He was on site, and the computer died. You know, when you live in a virtual world, you don't have to worry about those types of things. So I had to get him his key number so he could get that computer up to date. But he had to actually go there. It took him some time to get there, and then obviously bring the computer up. But when you go virtual, you don't have those problems.
Right. It's just from an IT point of view, it's just it makes things a lot smoother.
Right.
And it's interesting, I mean, people continue to talk about cloud-based computing, or I guess the way a lot of people come to know it is sort of SCADA as a service, where you have a company that creates their own hosted system and is able to sort of subscribe that to their customers, or have their customers subscribe to that. And that certainly, it allows people who have nothing or have very little to kind of upgrade to an advanced system really quickly.
Absolutely. And I have a couple of integrators that are doing that, and I know VTScada as Trihedral, we have several integrators that are doing that across the country and as well as in Canada as well.
Right.
But that's a really nice benefit.
It's true. And now you actually were saying that you were going to do, I just realized too late that you were going to do a bit of a version control demo. I'm not sure if we have time for like the 2-minute Reader's Digest conversion of that, but that sort of version control is an important part. Is that still something you feel?
I can fit that in during our hour segment. I know we have some other speakers coming in and out during this next hour. So you can tell me when you want to do that. We'll probably take a good 8 to 10 minutes or so. So we can save that for one of those 10-minute slices if you want.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
A chance to kind of get up, maybe stretch his legs a little bit because he knows we're driving some things for 10 minutes.
Now you've been spending a lot of time at the virtual trade show at the WEFTEC Connect event. What are some of the things? Have you seen anything this year that you haven't seen in previous years, other than so many Zoom meetings? Have you, in terms of presentation topics?
A lot of Zoom meetings. Yeah. There was a chance to go around and see virtually stuff. I made a comment. I know yesterday there was a really nice 3D booth I saw. It was a good production. I really think the way we're doing our virtual experience is top notch. With this live broadcast streaming, it's unbelievable. But there's been a lot of new technology I've seen. Not so much on the software side, because we're the leader there, but more on the hardware side of things. So,
gotcha. Well, on that note, I think why don't we just go to our next segment, which appeared earlier, about the city of Houston.
Great.
So speaking of high energy, Blair, it's I guess it's no coincidence that how long was it since we opened up the Houston office that we scored the Houston project?
Down there for a little less than 4 years before that happened.
Wow.
Now, there had been some installs down in that area before I got down there. There's probably a dozen or so locations that were using VTScada at that point. A little more maybe. But
right. I think Houston maybe, or the Texas area, maybe our fastest growing area right now, is it?
I think so. We're getting about 50 new utilities a year that are taking it on thus far. I'd like to quickly double that. That'd be even better. but we do have utilities of all sizes that are jumping on board, and it's great. Water and wastewater, collections, distribution, management districts, and then all of our wonderful HUDs, SUDs, WCIDs, water supply corps, water supply districts, on and on and on. Irrigations, you name it.
And training, that has now become the close second in terms of most required training courses is in the Texas area.
Yeah, I think it's everything seems to be due to the amount of population growth in the area. So we've got 3 or 4 of the largest or fastest growing cities in the U.S. A lot of people from California getting out because there's so much population growth over there already, coming over here for new opportunities, and that's causing a lot of population growth here, and thus new utilities.
Right. So, Blair, why don't you tell us a little bit about, regarding the Houston project, what do you think were, the 1 or 2 biggest differentiators that made that Houston project kind of come toward VTScada, or the things that they thought were the real biggest differentiating features of the product versus some of the others?
Well, we gave them the ability to have a quad redundant server system. So 4 levels of redundancy without some kind of really, really high level price on that. That's typically stuff that would be done, and also load distribution across those 4 servers. So that's something that's typically only done in a couple of products in the industry. I don't know if any of the other SCADA products that are out there that are not in the more the DCS type world allow that kind of functionality. And then we have our the thin client functionality, high security, the ability to easily take a single server out and have its load redistributed to all of the other servers that are running. A bunch of different different features that make it very easily scalable, from, as Keith mentioned earlier, from a couple of I/O points all the way up to, in this case, it's going to be somewhere around 120,000 I/O points. So it's going to be no small beans of an application when it's done. And templating is one of the big things as well, being able to identify assets that are going to be very commonly used throughout the application. So to date, all of the different groups that we've been working with CDM, formerly CH2M, known as Jacobs Engineering, and Embro Engineering. Those 3 groups are all working as part of the Houston Waterworks team, and we're running a single development central location that all of these consultant teams are working on and configuring simultaneously. So that's given us the ability to make everything templated, and so that one team is doing templating tags, one team is doing templating of the graphical elements, and then you just duplicate, and you've got a quick rollout of many more tags, many more graphical representations. If you want to change a template, all those changes to that template then are distributed to all the instances of that template throughout the application. So those kind of things make the application very easy to roll out, not just this one, but make large applications very easy to roll out. I just talked a whole bunch there, but yeah, there's all kinds of issues.
That's great. Yeah, it's all gold. So I don't know if we actually buried the lead off the top, but what we're talking about is the city of Houston chose VTScada as the sole SCADA software provider for their 400 MGD water purification plant expansion.
That's right.
And that's after many years of work.
Yeah, and everybody just finished watching a little video on that. So they're able to see some of what's going on, see some pictures from the plant and other parts of that. If people want to see that video, do we have that available? Because we were talking over it during that piece, but
if you actually go to the front page of our website, you'll see it in the news section on the top right. You'll actually see a link for City of Houston chooses VTScada. Just go into there and then scroll down about, just scroll down 1 click, and you'll see it there, a YouTube link. It's a great video. It's really worth looking at.
Now, if you got a second, I'd really like to describe the development environment for that one, because it's, I think, one of the most exciting pieces of that thing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we've got currently is a centralized server that is maintaining the configuration for the entire application as it grows. We've then got remote connections in, because everyone's working COVID. They're all working either from home or from remote offices, not co-located often. So you've got 3 different companies that are all doing development on that same application, and the changes are being sent into this central configuration node. You've also got multiple users at those companies who are also making changes. So in total, I believe we have changes being made by, at this moment, it's 5 or so different users in 5 different cities. Possibly even more that I'm not aware of at the moment. They can make their changes, and as those changes are made, they can distribute those changes out to each other. So it's a very exciting kind of a design that I don't think we've ever had to deal with before. There was some hurdles to get over in ensuring that everybody who's VPN connected into a centralized configuration node is able to do so and synchronize with each other. So there are some networking items there, but that methodology is now being adopted. Actually, that central computer configuration node is now being adopted for development of 2 more large US cities in Alabama, and then one other one in Fayetteville, Arkansas as well. So that's 3 more applications that are being done using that exact same central configuration node.
That's great. We've got less than a minute left. Is there anything that, again, you think we need to get out there that we haven't touched on yet?
One interesting piece of Houston is that they're going to be using a data diode. So for separation of the SCADA network and the business network, typically that would be done using firewalls to ensure that the business side of the network only got a copy of the application and that no connections would actually enter from the business side into the SCADA network. In this case, they're going one step further by placing a data diode, which is a unidirectional data transfer mechanism between the SCADA network and the business network, such that data will literally only transfer from the business side, or sorry, from the high security SCADA side into the lower security business side. There is essentially no routable path back in.
Interesting. So is this a literal diode or a figurative diode, and the data can only go one way?
It's a literal data diode. It is a in that it literally only has one transfer path. It is done using an optical connection that only allows the transfer of data. There is no receive optical connection.
That's very cool. Well, thank you, Blair. That's great. And I'm sure we'll, every time we have you on, we'll find some reason to mention the Houston project. So mostly because you're so good at talking about it. So
great.
Once again,
great.
Thanks, Blair.
Good
We'll
chat
talk
with
to you soon.
Blair.
All right. Good talking to you guys.
And we're back. Hey, Natasha.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Just hanging out with Tim.
Oh, cool. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Natasha, how are you? How's your day going?
It's going really good.
Excellent. Excellent.
So, I'm going to jump right into a question. And how will I know when you release new version?
That's an excellent question. You can actually go to our website. Well, first of all, whenever we release a new version, we splash it all over social media. So if you follow us on Instagram or on TikTok, I'm just kidding, on Facebook or LinkedIn or all those things, it'll be splashed all over there. Natasha keeps it everywhere. But if you want to actually receive an email, you just go to our website, and in the top right-hand corner, there's a little button you can press to be notified every time there's a new release.
And how often do we put out new releases?
There's sort of big and small ones. The smaller ones with sort of minor feature upgrades and security patches and things like that. Those come out pretty much every 2 months. I think, Tim, I think we just got one not too long ago.
Yeah, not too long ago, right? Yep. Yeah.
And we all have to run, before that, we're running the latest version ourselves anyway. We're all battle testing the unreleased versions before they get released. But in terms of the bigger version, we just released version 12 in February, I think, just before VTScada Fest. I would say every 2 years we put out a major version that looks different, that has some sort of sea change features involved in it.
But a lot of those features, though, that went into 12 got released earlier.
That's a good point.
In February. You want to talk about that for a minute, Chris? Or?
Yeah, it's kind of, what do they call it when you open a store early and don't tell everyone? A soft open, that's it. So in addition to all of the sort of automated testing that we do and internal testing that we do, we had a number of features that were driven by customers who had a deadline. So we actually got those features finished in time to quietly release them to these new major systems. There was a major system in Ontario, Canada, that's using that right now. A lot of those features right now. And then when version 12 came out, then we like, ta-da! But it just goes to show that most of the major features in 12, like multi-language is one. I don't think we've talked about multi-language at all. But VTScada supports any number of languages that you can add. I think French is now available out of the box for standard system dialogues and things like that. And it's very easy to add new languages. Anyway, that was one of those ones, Tim, that you talk about was available. Also data editing, which we did earlier, that was made available for a customer. So by the time it hits the general release, that's an extra layer of real-world battle testing that goes into those features. That's a good point. Thanks.
Yeah, so I guess this would also be a good time to kind of do a little bit of shameless self-promotion around version 12 and let people know that we actually are a finalist in 2 different awards right now. In the oil and gas engineering in the IIoT and process control category, we're a finalist in that. And for control engineering, 2021 Engineers' Choice Awards in the HMI software category, we are actually a finalist in that category as well. So if you are a subscriber to Control Engineering Magazine, we would very much appreciate if you were able to go over and send a vote our way in both oil and gas and control engineering. And I'll put both of those links in the YouTube chat. And if you're not a subscriber to Control Engineering Magazine, it's easy, it's free, just sign up. They've got great content that they release. We generally sponsor their ebooks. Control Engineering is a great platform, and so you should subscribe, and then you can vote for us.
That would be awesome. We'd really appreciate that. And while you're on YouTube with us, you might also want to, it's an even easier thing you could do is click like and subscribe and ring that bell. That would be really appreciated. Natasha, I have a question for you. What's happening at VETS Controls today?
They're having their annual SCADA forum. So it is I believe it's their 6th annual SCADA forum. And this is a time that all the users out in Western Canada can get together, and VETS Controls go through all of their line cards, VTScada included. They are our Western Canadian distributor. Now, I know in the past we have taken out lobster and spoiled everybody out there and did a big lobster boil in the parking lot. And I think one year, actually, it even snowed. And unfortunately, they're missing out on that aspect of it this year. But the SCADA forum itself is going forward. It's happening today. So I want to say hello to everybody that is watching us at the SCADA forum.
Hello.
Hopefully next year we'll be back to regularly scheduled program lobsters there and in our training courses in person in Bedford. But let me move right into, oh, sorry, were you going to say something, Chris?
I was going to say I am also looking forward to our regularly scheduled lobster.
Yes, me as well. I'm going to move right into my next question, and it's, can I make dashboards in VTScada?
Tim, you want to take that one, or shall I?
I'll let you kind of start, and then I'll chime in. How's that?
Absolutely. So absolutely, you can do that. Dashboarding is one of the things that sort of defines what a high-performance HMI is. It's not just sort of make everything gray. There's also a sense of when you are looking at it from across the room, which is sort of the setup for it all. If you're across the room and look over and see the screen, what do you see? And that you would see less but higher level information. So you'd be able to look over and say, yep, everything's gray, everything's fine, nothing's going on. And I just see a few key indicators at the top level. And we would do that by, VTScada allows you to, first of all, create a custom widget, which is kind of like a dial or a pump or a little animation that's a combination of images and process data. In addition to be able to have a bunch of built-in widgets, you can combine those together into another widget, a larger widget, or you can go further and create a pop-up page, a parameterized pop-up page, say that 9 times fast. And what that does is it takes from our tag browser, you've got basically a hierarchical tag structure. So you got parent and child tags. And then you could take that one parent tag that has all those children and plug it into one of these parameterized pages. So it's a way to sort of, again, focus the attention of the operator. And we do that by creating these kind of grouped objects. Anything you want to add to that, Tim?
No, I think that hit it right on the head. And using the grouped objects as well as the parameterized pages and so forth, one page, but then many different data sources can feed into that, depending on what the conditions are.
That's true. It doesn't have to be just something from that one tree. You can sort of collate that information from a variety of different sort of areas and things, or even bring in data from like JSON, things like that.
All right, perfect. I've got an answer, or an answer. Well,
please. So you can say the answer. We'll say it's Jeopardy.
So this is to the Jeopardy part of the program. I have a question on if we offer any kinds of bulk discounts on our licenses.
I'll take the first stab at that. What is bundle pricing?
Ding, 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 ding.
So, great question. Yeah, so we do have, if you go on our website, we do offer, our standard pricing, which you see is kind of like the a la carte, but then there's also the bundle pricing. The bundle pricing comes into play if you're using, typically when I talk to them, if they're adding alarm notification, they want that backup server, maybe some thin clients, bundle pricing is the way to go there. Because then you can bundle in some training, you can bundle in your support, and there's a lot of goodies thrown in there.
That's a real good point. And earlier on, we had Brian Sinkler, who is heading up our Orlando, Florida office, and he was talking about bundled pricing, generally speaking, but also talking about how that's been such a success in that area that it really solves a lot of problems. Oh, and another thing, I guess I want to answer also in this way, that in a way, our support is a form of bulk pricing, since that was the original question. That because if you stay current with VTScada, our support's optional. It's just 15% of the original price. And what that means is that we don't adjust that price for inflation as long as you stay current. So by choosing to stay current, you are in effect choosing to buy support over a very long period of time. You're buying a lot of support. You're buying support in bulk, and the advantage is that, again, it does not go up. You literally will pay the exact same dollar amount if you stay current. So we've got customers who have remained current in support for over 20 years, and they are literally paying the renewal costs they did 20 years ago, and that's a huge cost benefit.
I'm going to leave you on this last question. I'll be back in 50 minutes, so if anybody has any questions, put them into the YouTube chat, email me, anything like that. And I'm going to end on, do I need server level hardware for my application? See you in 50 minutes.
She's not even going to hang around and hear the answer.
Drops the question and then leaves. So I guess, Chris, we could say
everyone.
We have our system requirements doc that's on our website under resources. I guess that would be a great place to start for that question. Anything else?
Actually, why don't we
add to that?
Yeah, you keep talking and I'll bring it up.
Oh, great. Yeah, so that's definitely a document that I actually share with clients all the time because you can go in and I think it talks about small, medium, and large systems, so you can exactly kind of figure out what you need for hardware, and it's the minimum. You can always beef that up, but when Chris pulls that up, you'll see that it's a very, very small requirements that's needed to run VTScada. And there in the middle, we have the small, medium, and large systems, and then a compatibility operating system chart down below as well.
And what's important to, we used to think of these, again, the page is still called system requirements, but I think we've moved towards making more recommendations, because when you just say requirements, what you're really saying is, what's the minimum I can run this on? Which is another way of saying, how can I have the least successful experience on this hardware and still get away with it and still technically be compliant? So instead, we're making recommendations, what we think will be a good, robust SCADA experience. So like Tim said, we've got for small systems, it's a very modest kind of hardware. We run it all the time. We run pretty significant applications as marketing people, all of us, on our business laptops, and it works like a top. Again, there's a slightly more for the medium, and then large things really start to change a bit. When you get into large systems over 25K, that's when you really do have to start thinking about hardware. And the one sort of takeaway, rather than reading all the bullets, is that when you're getting into choosing machines, look more for processor speed than more processors. You'll get more bang for the buck that way with VTScada. And the other thing I'll just say that Tim mentioned all the other stuff. Virtualized servers, we mentioned that earlier. And, I'm going over. This is a good set of bullets to keep in mind when choosing those. And that's it.
All right, one thing, Chris, just scroll up for 1 second. There's a really important feature I want to point out. It's noted in both the medium and the large, but high clock speeds are more valuable than more cores. So if you're looking at, what kind of computer do I buy for this? Always go for the higher clock speed versus the cores.
And those server level machines tend to solve the problem more with slower, more multiple cores. So again, when you're moving into a virtual environment and you start looking at it like a blade server, just beware that that it's not a check mark. You need to get something with higher clock speeds.
Right.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you pointed that out. All right. I am no longer sharing.
That kind of answers our questions.
I don't even know what's coming up next. It is. Oh yeah, it's happy hour. Something I. So you actually went to happy hour.
I did. I attended the virtual happy hour last night. Part of WEFTEC. It's not the same as being live, being able to go up and chat with people and see people that you haven't seen for a while.
Right.
But you know what? They did a really great job at it. They use a piece of software. I can't quite remember what company it was now, but it's something. It's probably been newly developed since with virtual events. But it worked out. You enter into the ballroom and there's a bunch of tables, and you can go up to a table and grab a seat. Well, first of all, you go over to the bar and grab your favorite beverage. Then you go grab that seat. And they have small tables and sitting tables and stand-up tables. And I always like to stand. I don't like to sit. Of course, I've been sitting all day during the virtual event. Why do I want to sit longer, right? And then, people will come over and come and go and so forth, and you can get up and go to another table. So it was quite interesting. I had a really great conversation with a young engineer with CDM Smith right out of school. He's attended WEFTEC as a student in the past, but never as a employee. So I asked him what he liked about it, and he said it's been a great experience. He's been a moderator for a couple of different sessions, and he's looking forward to presenting at a future event. But he said he agreed that the live events are much better than the virtual. But hey, we'll take this. So it was great to see him. He's down in the Pete. I think he's down by you, down in the Carolina area. But we use some similar people because we obviously do a lot of work with CDM Smith. Good to chat with him, and I bounced around a couple other tables, and some people were able to rename their table to a name. But I could never find that feature, and then the virtual happy hour was over because I was going to make one, called VTScada or Ask Your Questions, and
that'd be awesome.
Pop in, but I had some good conversations overall. Also, the networking part of WebTech has been fantastic as well. I've made some connections through the virtual. I think you can go and you virtual networking, I guess that's what they call it.
Right.
So I went off. I'm responsible for the Northeast, which is, New England states, and then New York, Eastern PA, New Jersey, and I said New York already. So I think that covers my state. So I went in and clicked those states, and just started looking around for different people. Some existing customers were there, but different people I haven't talked to at that particular company. So I did a kind of a soft intro to those folks. It's just a one click. A couple responded back, had some dialogues this morning with a few, and actually lined up a meeting for for next week with one as well, which is all. You can't ask for more than that. That's what the trade shows are all about.
It's really close that loop. Yeah.
Yeah. It was good to have a live conversation, a candid conversation with the student from CDM Smith yesterday, and it reminded me of a conversation I had last week with a client, actually 2 weeks ago. It was a face-to-face meeting, and I'll just tell you a little bit about this. It's one of my favorite experiences so far with working for VTScada, and we really hit it off. And really nice guy. But he works for a local municipality up in the state of Maine, and we started talking. First time he's ever seen VTScada. He's looking. It's a very old SCADA system on another platform, looking to migrate over. So I said, geez, do you mind if I'm going to be in the area? How about if I stop by? I'll show you what VTScada is all about. And typically when we go in to meet a water, wastewater municipality, it's, your first question is, well, who's your integrator you work with? And he says, I'm the integrator. And he works for the town. So he actually does all of the SCADA programming. So it was really good to understand. So not only is he a user, but he's also the integrator too, which is a perfect fit.
That's really great.
Product for a good 45 minutes, and then he brought up training. How can I get trained on VTScada? And I said, well, we have the virtual classes, and with things opening up, we'll probably have some live classes soon as well down in Florida. Winter's coming, so who doesn't want to go to Florida in the winter? I said, and then hopefully the borders will open up, and you could go up to Nova Scotia and take a training class up there and get a lobster and enjoy some time with Chris and Dave and the rest of the crew up there. He says, why would I go to Nova Scotia for a lobster? We have the best lobster here in Maine. So,
Lies.
Well, I don't know. They're pretty good.
It's all the same lobster, really.
It is. But I haven't had Nova Scotia lobsters yet. But I will. And then I'll let you know. But we're pretty
discerning palate,
just like you guys are. So, but that brought up the whole, lobsters and seafood. And this gentleman, he actually does what's called a lobster bake every year. And I've done those before, but I've done them with clams and not with lobsters. And but he gets the seaweed and and gets the hot coals and gets the seaweed on there and then throws the lobsters on there. He showed me pictures of it, but he is quite a cook. He makes his own smokers and so forth. And we talked about that. He'll take an old drum and he'll put different things in there and make a smoker, and he actually can regulate it. He puts in thermostats and so forth to monitor the heat, and uses engineering skills behind that. So he's applied his mechanical and his electrical engineering to cook it. So we're gonna
This sounds like it's a job for the VTScada Lite free 50 IO license.
We talked about that as well, getting that integrated, and he said he might take a stab at that on his next smart smoker.
Actually, Tim, I'm just going to ask as a voice in the background. So, have you had mackerel?
Mackerel. No,
as a fish.
Not.
Oh man, you see, I don't know. I think you haven't lived until you've had mackerel.
No, Nova Scotia, I've had mackerel, but it was a long time ago.
It's delicious, yeah. It's and smoked mackerel is one of my favorites, but I can't get it here. And I was wondering if you had it, and then I was going to say, could you ship it in a box or something?
I haven't seen it in the fish market I go to, but I'll ask my wholesaler Pete next time I'm down there.
Oh, please do. I'm not exaggerating. My 16-year-old daughter she keeps saying, I would love mackerel, and I've checked around and it doesn't seem to be around. And I don't know. Anyway.
Salt fish? I'm sure it's a saltwater fish, right?
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, it is indeed. And it's quite a strong flavor. It's quite nice. And you just put some mustard on, some cracked pepper on it. Delish. Anyway.
Well,
Back to it, since you're talking about it.
This particular water, in Maine, I'll pull you in because I'm sure he may have smoked it in the past. So who knows? This guy he's cooked almost everything.
Yeah.
Under this.
Well, now in Canada, you can smoke all sorts of things that you couldn't before. So, so just before we finish off on the happy hour, I'm really intrigued by this technology that they use to allow you to sort of wander from table to table in a more kind of literal, metaphoric way, a more literal metaphor, if you will. Because I think this would be such a great model to use in the future for a virtual trade show environment, to kind of wander an actual virtual space and sort of go into a booth and then see like talking heads or however you did at the table, do that at a booth.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you first go in, they have someone that greets you, and it's almost like you walked in the ballroom. It's like okay, well, who are you? Make sure you're on the list, and you can get in. They check your badge, but it's more of she's asking you questions. Do you need any help with how to go? How to navigate to the table, and you can watch a small little video as well. So the company that put it together, and again, the name escapes me, but I'm sure you can find it on the WEFTEC site. They did a really good job at it. And then once you get to a table, you're almost like in a little private Zoom meeting with just whoever's sitting at that table.
Right. Absolutely. So at this point, I think it's time to move over to our next topic. Bumper, please. And there is I am the bumper. Dun, 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 dun. So next, we're going to talk about system resilience, which is a really important part of the SCADA equation. Do you want to sort of do a brief intro on for your customers, how do they talk to you about system resilience?
It's mainly redundancy. Right. That usually comes up most of the time, and so I always like to start with it starts with a good architecture. And that's what VTScada has. So I'll talk about that with them. And then we start talking about redundancy and what levels of redundancy. It's not just the tags, it's the whole historian, it's the alarms, it's the whole configuration that all becomes redundant, and it's all done in the background. So that's one piece. And then your licensing as well. I think that adds in the way we do our licensing with everything under one license. That makes it more resilient, right? And then, of course, having support as well makes your product more resilient.
That's an important one that doesn't get sort of mentioned in that conversation quite as literally. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to real quickly open up. You talked about architecture, so I'm just sharing my. I apologize for the PowerPoint slides. But some things are just a little easier to show that way. So one of the things the reason why our architecture is helpful when it comes to maximizing uptime and system resiliency is what Tim was just talking about, which is server failover. So all of that goes back to anytime you talk about anything in VTScada, you have to take 3 steps back and say, we are a fully integrated SCADA product. So all of the features that you kind of see here that are installed on this primary server will give you a fully featured, advanced, modern SCADA system, just running on a laptop or a business system sitting on a desk somewhere. That gives you your alarm notifications, and it is a thin client server. It is an enterprise historian. And the reason why that's important is because when you add a second server, or a third server, or a fourth, or a fifth, or a sixth, basically you can add as many redundant, synchronized servers as you want. It means that all of those things fail over. So you've got all of these distributed servers, and you've got a server list that says if that one goes off, that one takes over. If that one goes off, that one takes over. If this one comes back up, it synchronizes and gets what it lost. Yep. So and again, that also extends to the thin clients. So if the primary goes offline and the primary was the primary thin client server, then the secondary would take over. And that's in just the sort of basic form of server failover. There's all sorts of other variations that you can set up, whereas you can have multiple sites across a wide area network, and at each site you can have a set of redundant computers, such monitoring their own, that are the primary for their own sites, and then the secondary for other sites. So it means that if the network all goes down, everybody just carries on logging their own local data, and can still fail over at that site. But when the network's back up, you can see across the whole system, and of course everything is synchronizing.
Right. Your diagram here, the large scale system. I've actually we have a customer implementing something very similar to this within the next month here in Massachusetts. The difference is they're having a they're going to have plant 1 and plant 2 control rooms on the opposite end of town. Double servers in each location for redundancy there, and then from any plant they're able to control the other plant or control room. But then they're also going to put another server inside the DMZ that will handle all the thin client connections that are remote. And that's following, there's an ISA standard for SCADA setup, and it actually speaks about that, and they're actually going to implement that. But that server outside of the control network is going to handle all of that thin client connectivity. And it's also going to serve as a backup historian to the main system as well.
Now, I'm not sure if they're using this feature in that setup, but I know that in version 12, you can actually very quickly set a setting in the server in the DMZ to make it read-only, so that it is impossible for any user of any privilege to make any control change from that server. So it's a nice way when you just want to do read-only, as you say, access through thin clients.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can make anything, no matter if they have, if they're using their same login that they use at the plant. Obviously, they have the permission to change something. But if they're coming in outside the plant through that thin client, that checkbox kind of overrides any security setting he has. Yeah, we are taking advantage of that in this application. So he hasn't seen that in a lot of other systems.
Just switching to another slide here to go to something that you had. Now you started sort of identifying all these things earlier. We already just talked about server failover. Why don't you talk about some of the other forms of redundancy that we have?
So not only do we have server failover, but synchronized servers in the alarm database is also redundant across the network, for different network failures. So it's not only just your tags, what everybody thinks about, but it's all that data that's being stored up in on your alarm logs, as well as your historian data, is all shared as well.
And also the networks themselves. We have an enormous broadcasting customer in a country not so far away that is using us for like a 1.2 million tag nationwide system, and it's a broadcasting system. So there's broadcasting towers, and of course uptime. There's short of wastewater. There's nothing more critical than that the televisions are working. So they actually have failover between redundant communication networks. So you could have either have two different protocols. So you could have one Ethernet and another one be even in some cases I've heard of copper telephone wires as being the backup, or a more expensive thing like cellular being the backup. And you could have multiple forms of that.
Well, those are sometimes inexpensive to put in, or it's already existing. They may put a T1 dedicated line in, but if that goes down, maybe they'll go back over to their older copper wire system. So
yeah, and you can set so you can set that up so that when the primary network comes back up, it can automatically go back to that, or you can have it be sticky so it stays with that one until it fails over and then it goes back. Or you could have it alternate each time, and that's a nice way just to make sure that both of your protocols are working, so that one doesn't quietly die in the background. So yeah, there's a sort of system-wide approach to redundancy that I think is a really important part of system resilience.
It all starts with a very tight and very well thought out architecture, and that's what the VTScada gives you.
It's true. And in the last minute, I guess we should spend a little bit of time talking about, you mentioned support as being an integral part of that process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have, we have our basic level support, but then we also offer 24/7 support as well for those critical systems. And we have on-call people that are available for that.
Yeah, they actually carry around. I like to joke that they have a laptop handcuffed to their wrist, but it's basically that. That is for. It's important to note that that's for emergency. So it's not for, hey, I want to add a few tags. Or right. It's the middle of the night. It's broken. It needs to work. That kind of level of support.
We don't have we can't run our plant or something like that. That's what
exactly. So yeah, we have the basic level of support, which is sort of business hour, phone, email, and login kind of support. And also, if you have that, then there's another amount you can pay on top of that to add the 24/7. And then I think there is another level that is more bespoke pricing, that is about how application specific that support can be. So not only you have somebody who's guaranteed to know how to get you up and running, you've got somebody who is guaranteed to actually know your application inside and out. And I think that takes us 1 minute over. So we are now on to another panel discussion. Is that an off the cuff bumper, or are we just going to carry on? So online and offline application development. I guess you talk about having a well thought out architecture being the key to uptime, but it's also the key to a productive and nightmare free rollout of a new application.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, VTScada, I guess I get to open my PowerPoint again. We have two different ways because of that architecture we just talked about, because of that that form of multi-server environment. Why don't I bring that up here? We provide two ways to roll out new applications. There we go. Current slide. So basically, if any one of those servers that we talked about earlier, say we've got 4 redundant and synchronized servers, and one of them has a development license. No, let's say 2 of them have a development license. In this case, we've got 3 servers you can see here on the left. And in the first slide, we've got a development license on the one on the left and the right. And then the other one is just a runtime.
User B, yeah.
And then you can see that the user A and user B are working at the same time, and they've each added something to the same page. Let's say this is the same page. Then in slide 2, below that, you can see how they synchronize both to the runtime and then to one another. And that's all while the system's running.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to take VTScada offline to do any development. And further, 2 or more, depending on how many development licenses you have, people are able to work at the same time. And then VTScada actually collates those changes. And if in the rare case there is a bump where you're literally touching the same thing at the same time, it has a sort of order of priority way of of deciding who wins. But again, all of those changes are recorded in the version history. Mm-hmm. So basically what it means is you can make a change on one computer and then choose to roll that out to all of the different computers in the network.
Mm-hmm. It was interesting. A customer asked me the other day on that. So if I want to use that, I'll keep one guy working on the tag database and another one building screens. I said, sure, you can do that, but you could have 2 or 3 or 4 people all working in the tag database as well. You don't have to make it so you're only going to be working in the tag database. You're only going to work in, in the Idea Studio. It doesn't have to be that way at all.
Exactly, that's right. And and the other thing that's really nice about that is that it's an excellent way for an integrator to do support for their client. So if they have a VPN to the customer site, let's say it's in the middle of February and it's literally not safe to go to site and the customer has a problem, you can open up a VPN to your customer. You can make, the integrator uses their own VTScada OEM development license to become a redundant node to the system, and then you would have access to all of their screens, tags, etc., and the version log, like the configuration history, so they could roll back a change that caused a problem, or they could could add new tags, add new screens, and then commit those, push them out to the entire system, and then sever the connection. It's a nice way to do that. So that's one way. That's the online deployment. Now I can hear people screaming at their monitors, but my system doesn't touch the internet, you barbarians. And to that I say we have a change set file. So another way to both roll out a brand new application or roll out changes to an existing application is through a change set file. I keep calling it like a zipped file, but it's then Glenn, people get mad at me. It's not. It's just basically a way to bring together everything that makes up an application, including its history, but not including its change history log, but not its process history.
Not the data itself, right?
Exactly. And put that into one file that's easily shared.
Yeah, typically your data in your startup environment, you're not going to want to bring that over to your real production system. If you want to back up history data, obviously you use our redundant feature. But in this instance, Chris was talking about, it's just the project file.
Exactly, and that's another way of performing. In addition to being able to go around with a USB stick and plug it into each offline computer one at a time, as a way of distributing a brand new application. If, again, let's go back to our, somebody, it's in the middle of February in Massachusetts, and somebody has a problem. The user there, the end user who has no technical skill and does not have development privileges, can go in and actually create one of these change sets in just like literally 2 clicks, and send that to the integrator, who can then again apply that to their own computers, make changes, make fixes, go into the version log, roll back things, and then generate their own change set and send that back to the end user. And the end user can apply that change without and do all of this again without stopping the application.
Yeah. With the whole system running in the background. Absolutely. Yep. And again, it all starts with a great architecture.
That's right, and yeah, that's right. It's all the fact that everything is integrated and built together. So when for the integrators in the Northeast, are people using both of these methods to roll out applications? I mean, how are people supporting their clients typically in your area?
Well, during their development cycle, they're doing the online development, and typically what they'll have is inside their plant, they'll have the computer that's going to be stationed or commissioned at the end user's location. It could be one or it could be multiple computers, but let's just use the example of a primary and a backup system that's going to get deployed. So they'll have their development license in-house, and typically they'll have one guy saying, okay, I'm going to go ahead and set up all of the, I'll work on getting all of my tags integrated in for this part of the application. Maybe the clarifier, he'll work on that because he's an expert in there. But the other guy that may be more of a tank guy, he'll work on that part of the database. But one feature we didn't talk about that they also take advantage of in the Northeast here is the ability to import or to be able to do tag development work in Excel. So they'll sometimes do that as well. So they'll take, you can easily export and import tags through and work on them in Excel. So what I mean by that is you can take you can work offline with Excel. You create all of your tags. So if you have a lot of repetition, if it's a small system, I would use a tag browser and create it. But if it's a large system, go into Excel, do an export so you get the structure, and then pull that file into Excel, and then just duplicate your slides. Once you get it to where you want to be, import that back over to VTScada. So they'll do that type of work. So virtually, it's kind of like the online work that they do, but then they'll deploy the project. They'll put that onto the runtime machine, bring that machine over to the client, and install it there for them. Get that up and running. But then they'll use the offline type of work once it's commissioned and once it's up and running. If they have to make any tweaks and so forth, then they'll change their files back and forth.
Now, this is the mother of all demo applications. It's sort of the one demo to rule them all. That's a combination. So it's got a ton of tags that I'm exporting right now.
Yeah. You must have you got a lot of stuff running in the background too.
It's true. I've got it like I've got like 7 applications running. So which is a nice way to point out that you can actually run multiple applications as long as you don't exceed your tag count. But basically, what you'll see is you'll be able to, like Tim exactly described, it'll open up a spreadsheet. You can go in and make changes and then resync those changes back to VTScada again. And when you do that, you need to have the correct privileges, and also that change that will be baked into the change history, as we've discussed before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's basically. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, from that right-hand side, that was inside there is where you can go and create your change set file and apply your change set files as well.
That's right, inside this sort of configuration dialog, and that literally takes seconds. And that brings us, speaking of seconds, brings us to the end of our time here, and I think that brings you to the end of your time.
I think, I think we're done. That was a quick hour, Chris.
Oh my goodness, I know it just flew by. Well, it was nice working with you again. It's been a really nice hour. Time flies. Where are you headed now?
I am going to do some catch-up work now that WEFTEC is winding down. I do have trying to line up some appointments for next week, and I got some RFPs to look over, some new projects that came in. So we're going to take a look at those and work on those with some local integrators here. So spend the rest of my day doing that. And of course, check back in on WEFTEC and see if there's anybody that's connected through the networking and do some follow-up there. So I am going to sign off. You guys enjoy the rest of the broadcast, and we'll talk soon.
Round of applause, Tim. I'm going to give you a round of applause in the background as well. So we're all applauding.
Thanks, Tim. See you, Tim.
Well done. Bye-bye.
Enjoy.
Yeah, Tim's been great. Not only has he been co-hosting, he's been jumping off and on periodically to kind of give us a view out into the larger virtual trade show, because we are trapped here in our little in our little virtual booth, in our huge virtual booth.
Tim's been taking it all in and bringing us all kinds of information. It sounds like he had a pretty good time during the show. He made a number of connections there, and it looks like he's got a number of things to follow up on, so that's great.
Yeah, I was really pleased to hear about that happy hour experience. It actually sounded like a happy experience.
Cool. So Chris, I think we're going to jump right into a little bit of a VTScada Lite high diving demo here. So I'm going to share my screen. And so we'll start off with a quick introduction to VTScada Lite. So for anybody who's looking for free SCADA software, they could go to our website, VTScada.com, all the about VTScada. What is VTScada Lite? And this will take you to a page where you can download VTScada Lite. You just click this guy. You don't need to give us your email or anything like that. And you can also watch a quick start video to get going. So that our training guy, Andrew Harvey, who also writes our help files, which are included in VTScada Lite, will teach you about getting started with the software, from installing it to creating some I/O and connecting that to a device. So, and of course, drawing it on the page and whatever else. So, Chris, give us a quick summary of what is included in VTScada Lite and what isn't.
Well, a remarkable amount is, considering that it's a free license, and it's not a demo, it's not a trial. It is an actual industrial license that you could put on site at a lift station or in a factory, in addition to being able to put it in your garage, in your basement, on your roof, for your own personal projects. But what's included, for example, or all of the features we've seen today are pretty much included, with the one exception of the alarm notification system. So alarm management, absolutely built in, but the ability for the system to, call you up on the phone and tell you about an alarm, or to send you an SMS text message, or send you an email with an alarm that you could acknowledge using those methods, that part's been disabled for a number of reasons. But everything else pretty much is. You even have a thin client connection that you can use inside of a network that you can connect to using a mobile device. But everything else is there. The drivers, the communication drivers, all of the alarm management, the trends, the enterprise level historian, it's all there.
Right. So if you'd like to get going with VTScada Lite, and you don't have any I/O to connect to, then you can always look at using our JSON XML driver to go in and pull something like weather data. So you can see here I brought up open weathermap.org, And there's a place where you can go. You can get a free API key, and they've got some great API documentation here. You can download current weather data, and you can then start to show that into an application. So I'll just give you a demo application here that I've built previously. So here we have the weather for Halifax, and as you'd expect, I can go in and do some training and stuff. As you can see, this app's been kind of started. It's starting and stopping this app over the past few days. And we can go in and we can look at some of our integrated maps here. I'm just going to go into our slightly desaturated map to really let that green pin stand out there. And in the spirit of this, let's go down to and I'll just zoom out of the map here so that we can see if that pin's moved to the right place, and certainly it looks like it has. So quite warm. Not and even broken clouds is actually pretty good. I would say much better weather in New Orleans today than it is here for Chris and I in Halifax. So, and we can also go down and just change those units if we wanted to. And that's all driven, like I say, just inside of VTScada Lite here. And I've got my JSON XML driver, and all I have to do is put in the URL there. And I put in a polling interval, so we're just getting weather updates every so often. Well, so now let's say that you're maybe not interested in that, or you're comfortable with polling data, connecting to devices, whatever it is. You can also use VTScada Lite to practice your practice some of your scripting. So I have another application here that's done in VTScada script and also using the Idea Studio. So if I bring up the Idea Studio, I'll show you I've got all kinds of pieces that I just drew and dragged and dropped standard widgets onto VTScada. And this whole application is using all regular built-in things. I created my little rocket object, again, just using standard pieces in VTScada. And if I go to my page here, then you can see that everything is placed just using very standard components. Now, the source code, so VTScada, we have our own language built into VTScada, and it's event-driven language. So you can see here that I've created some very basic code for my little rocket simulation here. And I've got some area where I'm writing out tags to put the telemetry data into the historian. And also we can go down and you can see sort of the basic page components that are there. So let's go back and let's give it a shot here. We've got a few minutes, and this will be, I think, my last effort to land this rocket. So, and you can pay attention to the side here.
Come on, Dave, you can do it, man. Come on. I'm adding atmospherics here live too. Yeah,
all right, the rocket's up. So somebody tell me if I hit that axial, my max Q there on the rocket.
Your max Q. I just think this is brilliant.
So, and I.
Frame stress is just incredible.
Come on.
Come on, Dave. Come on, man.
Come
you
on,
can
Dave.
do it. Come on, Dave.
We have throttle up.
Elon Musk is watching.
Mike's on. He's supporting you.
Wait for it.
Go, Dave, go. You
I
can
think
do
this
this.
is my favorite part of the whole show.
I was going to say, is this the moon? But no, I guess the moon's there, so this must be Earth.
Got it. Come on.
Come on, Dave. You can do it, man.
Correction.
Come on.
Oh, no.
Dave, come on.
Make it so number 1.
Come on, Dave. You can
That's
do it.
You got it.
Come on, just
You're
gently, or not a few.
Every time so far, I've come in a little too hot. So let's see.
Go on. A bit more.
Got it.
You got a lot of fuel.
More
It's
juice.
good.
More juice. More juice.
Oh,
no!
It must have been close.
That was so close. Okay.
Every time. So I guess if we wanted to
killer.
look back and see what happened there,
Yeah,
then
Dave.
we can easily
Let's
go
see
in.
what happened, Dave.
And so we can go in and actually even take a look here. So you can see at the moment of impact, my velocity was actually pretty high right around the moment I died there. So,
I think you should do it again.
we can also take a look at things like the stress on the rocket and start to see how the forces were going, and also our fuel burn and things like, so here is my my throttle control, or lack thereof.
Tell him to do it again, man.
Yeah. Do it once more, Dave. You have to do it again.
Do it again. You got to do it again. We're all
right. Last try.
Come on,
Last
Dave.
try.
You have to do it this time. I'm after tweeting this as well, and it's up on SpaceX's thing. So let's see what happens.
That's exactly right. This is for new Tesla.
It is, Mike.
Their stresses are getting
Oh,
high.
okay, you're gone over Max Q. You're gone Max
Too
Q
excited.
here. Oh, jeez, he's
Slow
coming in
down.
at a really dodgy angle here now. This is I love the physics engine.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. You can do this.
Come on.
You've got it, Dave. More power.
Go, Dave. Give it more.
You'll get one shiny
Yes, you
Canadian
get
loony.
One more loony. A loony. Come on, Dave. Give it a bit of power.
There you go.
Tip it in there. Oh shoot! He's gonna drop it now. Go on. Gently.
Burn hard, burn hard.
Give it a Oh, this looks good. Gently. Yeah.
Ow!
Jesus, man. What
No,
the hell?
loony
This is
for
more
you.
I
sensitive
think it
than
was
the real
by
thing.
sideways.
Is that? You're still moving sideways.
It's very specific. Even this, you have to be coming in almost perfectly straight down. Otherwise, it won't take it.
I'm still thinking one more go. This is your last go.
There's quite a lot of
Best out of
there's
three.
quite a lot of if statements there on that.
Yeah, let's if out of it here. Just keep it going here. This is interesting. We want to see you land.
Way more interesting in advanced biological phosphorus removal.
That's right. Just once more.
So,
This really is
just
rocket
see if you
science.
landed. There we go.
Okay.
So
Is it just? It's very
Fortunately,
sensitive.
the rocket
you can see
was
there
with
the number of things that actually need to be in the correct position
Okay.
in order to say that you landed successfully. So I think I was coming in at a little too much of a sideways delta.
Just give it. Okay. Look, this is your last go. So come on. You can
Is
do
this
it.
one more?
The problem
Yeah,
is
why
Yes,
not?
one more. Let's do it.
the
Come on.
rocket payload was so much biological phosphorus.
Mm.
Nicely done.
Very
Nice.
nicely brought in, Chris. I like it. Okay, you can do it. Come on.
Or stage burn.
So we've gone with the name. Of course, I still need you instead of I love you.
Houston, we have no problem. Houston is looking good.
The vehicle has reached max Q.
Rocket is 4.7 seconds from
7.
touchdown.
Landing burn started. I've seen this.
Yeah, so it is a function of how high you go when you shoot across the sky there, on whether or not that max.
Just
Q
concentrate,
is,
Dave. Just concentrate, man. Stop
Shut up,
talking.
Dave, drive.
Shut up and drive. Holy shit. Doody. Come on.
Okay.
Okay,
I
straight
got more
down.
fuel though. If I come in low, I really push it that max Q.
Okay, just straighten it up. No sideways movement. Dead straight.
Yeah, a
Dead
little bit
straight.
sideways.
A bit sideways. Dead straight. Get a bit
Come
left.
on.
Left.
Some poor guy waving flags.
Yeah,
You got
I had to see it land.
I
Oh
sorry.
man, it was so
Can
much
you
fun.
catch
See,
me in this Elon
here,
Musk?
look, just right on the very
The
last second.
highlight.
before we-
Okay, so give us the analysis breakdown, Dave. You have to show us that. It's brilliant.
Leave it to you, Dave, to design a game yourself where you get to decide how hard it is and make it almost impossible for you to do.
This
That's
is
our
one,
Dave.
and yeah, I think that's always the problem with when you do it yourself is when you're doing it, you play it over and over and over again while you're trying to tweak the little variables and stuff. So you get good at it temporarily, and then you walk away from it for a day and you realize I could never beat it again. So anyway, we'll get back into the content, I guess.
So, Mike, you've already joined us. Nice to have you back. You've been
thanks, guys. Thanks a
zipping
lot.
nimbly
It's
in
great
and
to
out
be back.
and co-hosting parts and bringing us nuggets of knowledge from the greater world.
And I'm not gonna say I could say something because of water and wastewater. I'm not gonna say anything about what kind of nuggets those would be. However,
Fair enough.
you know.
There's a booth that deals with them, I'm sure.
That
So
is
tell us,
absolutely-
what's your favorite part of biological phosphorus?
You know, Chris, that's a fascinating thing, and of course we all talk about this. I mean, who doesn't talk about advanced biological phosphorus removal? Because it's a very important thing. I know, actually. So anyway, yeah, this was my show report is that I sat in on a little thing talking about advanced biological phosphorus removal, and the important piece about this is phosphorus is something that is released from water and wastewater plants, and it has to do with depending on what industry is around. There's a lot of phosphorus in dairy farms, a lot of different industry. And bad thing about phosphorus is that it will actually advance vegetation growth in any kind of like water systems or things like that, or lakes or rivers and things like that, which will reduce all the oxygen, and then you get a lot of fish kill. So it's really bad. So it's a bad actor that the EPA has been looking at, and they've set limits for all kinds of the different water and wastewater plants in the United States. And typical limits are 1 milligram per liter. And what this situation was, what this thing was talking about, and it was actually a xylem thing. I don't know if you guys ever heard of xylem. I know Pete hasn't heard of xylem, but but anyway, they did a really interesting job, and again, it's called enhanced biological phosphorus removal, or EBPR, and essentially it's a matter of putting in treating the waste sludge, the actual activated sludge that's in wastewater plants. So when you're actually in there, depending on what digester you have, either an anaerobic or an aerobic digester, it depends on how this system is, and they have a particular proprietary controller that basically allows the wastewater plant to remove this extra phosphorus. So it was really pretty interesting, and they went into all the basic details of how they did that. They looked at different graphs of what without this controller, what it would look like as they go through it. And essentially what happens is, with this controller, it allows the bugs in the sludge to be thrown out with the waste activated sludge. So that's kind of a cool thing. And how this intersects with VTScada, of course, is that this is all part of a solution that you would have with VTScada. So we would be the ones that would actually be putting in all that information, all the different analytical devices and things like that would be bringing that SCADA
in
system.
this hypothetical situation. Or is this an actual VTScada application that Xylem's doing?
Well, no, this is, there's tons of these out there. They've been working on these different systems. Well, I shouldn't say tons. I don't know how many exactly, but they've been working on it since, I think, for 2015, something like that. So there's quite a few that are there. So, those are all a part of what a SCADA system can do for a wastewater plant or water plant, depending on what the application is being able to look at these different advanced treatment systems that can help you meet limits or exceed limits and things like that. The EPA is continuing to ramp up those things, as we've talked. Seems like all week long I've been the the COVID-19 guy, or the PFAS, or all these other types of things. But but these are all topical elements that people are having to deal with, and it's one of those things that we continue to look at. So
I'm glad that you're not actually the COVID-19 guy.
Oh, that really came off wrong. I was talking about COVID-19 in wastewater treatment systems, and how, as people will want to go back to look at this, how the sampling for the virus in wastewater plants has been a leading indicator to help basically find out where my hot spots might be in the whole system.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it is kind of an interesting thing of in this system that we're at now, or the time that we're at now. So how we're kind of coming to, not the close yet, but we're 10 till
coming into the last hour here.
Yeah, it's almost done for me. I'm gonna go get me a po' boy.
Oh, I suppose, Chris has got 12 minutes left.
Oh my gosh.
But then Chris starts again after later on at for everybody at BetSem. Woo!
Yeah.
Hey, BetSem. We should probably take a second and shout out to them. Although actually, I probably won't be joining them, because I think it's going to be the Barry Baker show, and he's going to be showing. But what's cool is that he's actually going to be showing some cutting edge VTScada features that I don't even know about yet. I've just heard wisps and rumors about that.
So Chris, you and I will be sneakily joining in on that Skype session and try to overhear all of the things we can talk about on the next Automation Village.
Yeah.
Holy moly! So basically, for those of you who are listening to Barry this afternoon, be sure to not put those things in the chat. on the YouTube chat.
Exactly.
But
right.
If you've got anything to say to us, we're really glad you're all there. We're glad you're watching our live stream, or at least if somebody's eating their lunch in the room where the live stream is streaming. Hi to you. And Mike, do you have anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Well, no, it's been great to be here, and once again, you guys, Chris, Pete, Dave, and Natasha have done a tremendous job here on the TTN, the Trihedral Television Network. Oh, and there's Brian. Hey, what's going on, Brian? So anyway, hopefully, we've done a really good job. I think you guys have done a really good job, and it's been fun to kind of go in and do this virtually. So next year, hopefully, we'll be doing this live and in person, but in the meantime, this is a good situation. So.
It's true. It's just in lieu of being there and being able to hang out with you guys, it's been nice to spend this week kind of going in and out and working together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Mike, for all your input as well. I just wanted to give you a wave and a big shout out as well. We've loved all the input. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, we appreciate all that time.
I will say this. I did watch some of my stuff, and I'm never going to watch it again. But that's okay. I'm sure it's really, really good. You guys are awesome. You guys used to be on television. Me, not so much, but that's all good. So anyway, hey, thanks a lot.
Awesome, Mike.
Great. All right. See you guys. Take care.
Yeah.
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
And it's time for Questions with Nat.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
All right. So I did try to get some engagement on the chat when Tim was on between which was better, Maine or Nova Scotia lobster. And Nova Scotia lobster came out way on top. But
As Chris pointed out earlier, there's an imaginary line that divides the same lobster in half. But anyway.
But Natasha, you're after blowing my mind with the whole thing that you said that you smoke mackerel. That for me is even better again. So we're gonna have to have a chat offline.
Yeah, we should add that the lobster that come out of the sea stay colder in Nova Scotia.
Oh, fresher.
So there is that.
To get Gordon Ramsay on the program because he will argue the facts for either Maine or Nova Scotia lobster.
We don't have one of those beep buttons to kind of...
So the people watching from the VTScada forum, I really want to know Nova Scotia lobster or Alberta beef.
Right, and for those of you who don't know, that's a common exchange that we have. Is we'll receive Alberta beef from our friends out west, and we tend to ship a lot of Nova Scotia lobster to those friends.
That's true.
So a lot of barbecues going on at Trihedral in the summer.
Now let me get into a real question. What additional software is needed for your thin clients, and how is it licensed?
None. And it's licensed in the nothing way. So VTScada, as we say over and over again, everything's integrated, everything's built in from the enterprise historian to the thin client server. So normally you'd need some kind of thing like ISS or Apache that you'd have to license separately and keep up separately and configure separately. But VTScada, we are the internet server, and that has a number of kind of really important connotations through the life of your system.
Yeah, and another part of that is
pushable from a thick client workstation.
Awesome. My next question is, does VTScada support OPC?
Yes. So I guess I'll start. So VTScada does support OPC. For a long time, we were OPC DA, both client and server. But more recently, we've added the ability to be an OPC UA client. And I should also note that for those familiar with OPC UA, addressing can get a little bit convoluted sometimes. And VTScada has a built-in address assist button. So once you connect to that OPC server, when you go into your I/O, you can click a little box and it'll pop up a window, and you can just browse right down to the tag or the address or whatever you call it that you want to monitor, and then select that.
Yeah, sorry, I just did a spit take when Dave said OPC UA.
I was looking at my camera and I could see Chris kind of slowly fading away in the corner there, but he didn't look that blue to me, so I thought I just continue talking.
There's time yet.
All right, and a question from one of Tim's customers. If I am just using a primary server and a backup server, can the backup server be in a separate building?
Sure. Wherever your network goes, you can fail over to that thing. So if you've got a local area network inside your factory, or if you've got a wide area network, then absolutely you could fail over to any server anywhere that you are. Even in our trade show booth, we have a network set up. And the booth that you're looking at right now, this is where we would normally be. And I think there's like 6 or 7 different, this could be like 7 different remote sites. And so when we come in, we actually synchronize all across the network. So Dave usually comes in with the demo application, and then we each kind of do a get from server and pull that application onto all of our systems. And then we demonstrate by saying, look, I had a thing, and now I disconnect myself from the system, and it just carries on as per the server list.
All right, and I am going to end on one more question. We will have one more question period today, so if you have any questions, go ahead and send them to me. Any way you can get them to me, I'll get them asked. And my final question for this hour is, what kind of historian does VTScada use?
So VTScada uses our own historian, and I know that will make some of you nervous to hear, but be assured we use our own historian for performance reasons and so that we can better integrate it into the product. So when you install VTScada, even if it's VTScada Lite, the historian is built in. You can actually even segregate that into multiple historians if you want to. It's just a tag. It's simple to set up. And then that historian is optimized for SCADA type data. So you've got that kind of time series data that you're using with SCADA as opposed to a more sort of relative historian that you'd see in like SQL or something. So VTScada, like I say, as you've seen it probably before when we're polling history, it's very fast, very responsive. You get the integration into the product, all of that trending automatically tied into the product, the HDV, and we've got all kinds of other things like the alarm notes. We've got the REST interface as well as the ODBC interface. So if you want to actually pull information from that historian, then you can still do it using the same kind of SQL queries that you'd be used to or what you'd expect.
And that same historian is running applications of over 1 million tags.
That's right. Yeah, it's
not a baby
people think it's for
historian,
small
it's
applications, but on that small size, people are astonished how much data they can store just when they're using like a little panel PC that might have a memory card or something for its hard drive. You're still going to get a lot of time in the historian that you could put on that.
It's built for SCADA.
Sounds great. All right, guys. Well, thanks for all your answers, and I'll see you again in about 50 minutes.
Cool.
All right.
And Chris, I think that basically sums it up for you today. So you're off. You can go put your feet up and crack a brew, I guess. Although I'm
gonna open up Google Street View and wander down Bourbon Street, which I have to say smells way better. No lie.
On Street View.
I'll meet you there as well, Chris.
That's great. Okay, thanks everybody. Nice to see you, Brian.
Great job, Chris.
That's my peace out for WEFTEC 2020.
See you, Chris. All right, have a great day. And in Chris's place, we're going to bring in Brian Sinkler, our sales guy from Florida, who you met earlier today. I'm sure all of you were watching hours ago and still are. So, Brian, how's it going?
Going good. Thanks for having me back. I've got some big shoes here to fill in Chris's spot there.
So, Brian, you've been on the road this week, and so you're joining us today. So things are kind of getting a little bit back to normal in Florida for you.
Yeah, I think this is my 3rd or 4th week back-to-back traveling out visiting customers. Of course, masks and social distancing and small groups, of course, but it's been really great to catch up with folks and kind of see where they're at on projects. We've got a lot of stuff on the go that kind of got stacked up from the COVID outbreak that we haven't been able to get to, so it's nice to kind of get in the plants and see the folks and do some VTScada work.
Right, excellent. So
Yeah.
we're going to roll right into our piece. I don't think Pete's played the bumper yet, so. All right, so this is the off-the-cuff section where we are going to talk about why using a native historian.
Well,
we talked about it briefly there. We kind of got into it in the questions. So why don't you carry on, Brian? Why at VTScada do we kind of stick with that native historian?
Well, I apologize for laughing. It just, as that question was going on previously, I was like, oh man, there goes all the thunder. He's stealing it. But regardless, just to kind of circle back to what you said, a couple of highlights to why we choose to have our own native historian versus a third-party historian like a sequel or others. And not to say that we can't, and I don't know, that you touched on that piece a whole lot, Dave.
It's true, I didn't.
Yeah, so one of the comments that can be made to that is obviously we have some customers that have a preference as to what type of database they prefer to store their historical data, and we can either use that historical database like a SQL or some ODBC compliant database, or even use multiple databases. In cases like one of my customers here in Florida, our oldest customer since 1999, Gainesville Regional Utilities, they actually have a combination of our native historian on their production server, and then on one of their backups they use a SQL for the historian. And the reason that they're doing that over there is they run their hydrology modeling software against the backup server, so that they're not running SQL queries directly against the production server. So in the event that somebody writes a bad SQL query or they have any issues, it doesn't interfere with their actual live production server.
Right.
So the fact that it's integrated, and one of the beautiful things to me about the fact that we have our native historian is that every license that you buy, regardless of tag count, has a matching historian license with the product. So if you purchase 5,000 tags, you get 5,000 historical tags out of the box.
Yes, and that's true for every license. So you set up that redundant system by pairing those licenses together, which of course you can buy in those bundles. So yeah, like you, I've got a few customers around me who are using it. I don't have anybody who's using like a SQL-based historian as the primary historian, but I do have a few customers who are using a hybrid system. And in those cases, typically they've got their SCADA network very air-gapped and very isolated. And so they don't want any of their business systems accessing that network at all. So they'll have like a SQL database or something, maybe like a Pi server, that's going in and getting that information from the SCADA system. So it's basically a single IP that is allowed to do that. And then the rest of their business systems is accessing that. Now, the truth is they could use, probably at a lower cost and a higher efficiency, a VTScada server in that place. But the reality is they're already heavily invested into that SQL server, and so that works well for them. But you say each of them has been through it. A lot of them started off with the impression that they would like to use a SQL server of some kind as the primary VTScada, but they've all sort of come away from that and realized that they're much better off using the built-in server with VTScada, or sorry, the built-in historian.
Yeah, and one of the things that I don't think we touched on too is something you talked about with the fact that it's integrated. The beauty of that piece for the people that haven't used a VTScada historian in the past is the fact that once you create a tag in VTScada out of the box, it's already configured to talk to the historian. There's nothing required to configure to set that up.
Yeah,
and
that's a great point.
Yeah,
it's interesting. And we talk about that a little bit. Is just, I mean, the whole level of integration. When you're looking at that historian, and also the ability to break in a historian out. So if you have an application that has many pieces, you may have a smaller piece of that application. So you may have a computer running actually only one section, and they can run their own historian in a smaller site where they're going to say, okay, well, I have a panel PC here, but it's really part of my bigger application. and they can have their own divided historian and go back to the main part of the site in a different historian.
And one other piece that we do really well is on the redundancy of the historian. We can actually set up very large multiple redundant systems with multiple historians, and we can load share between servers as to who does what service on the historians, as well as each facility having its own local historian. So in the event that you lose the sort of the master historian, the local plants can continue to run on their own, and then sort of backfill that information back to the master historian, as it were, once it reconnects.
Yeah, and we're starting to see more and more sites, even at the smaller scale, who have VPNs set up between their sites for one reason or another, and now they're able to either take that dual server on site and then back that up automatically to an offsite VTScada historian, which is automatically connected and maybe running just as a backup to many different sites. Or they're able to say, okay, I've got a single server at one site, a single server at another site, and we're going to cross-reference those sites so that each is the backup to the other. And I'm seeing that a lot more now. Is I've got a lot of customers who, forever they've had a water treatment plant running VTScada, but for some of those places, the wastewater plant is relatively new to them. So these are getting some newer structures, and they're coming out and saying, okay, well, we already have this. Maybe we have VTScada in a lift station. We want to add VTScada to our new wastewater plant. So how do we do that? And in that case, a lot of them are ending up with these fully redundant systems, even though they only have a single license at each site.
Right. And architecturally speaking, that provides a real advantage for our customers, especially when you get into these wide area network systems and these very large scale enterprise systems.
Yeah, and of course, our main thing with this would be that you could put that dual server at each site would be sort of the best probably for them. However, if that's not in your budget, then this is probably a very efficient way to get that redundancy. If nothing else, if something happens to the computer on site, then you've got that backup. And in most cases, they're configured so their thin clients will also fail over to that other site. So, if something were to happen on site or the guys had to leave the building, they can just pick up their phones and then connect to the thin client at the adjacent site or at the other site in their VPN.
Yeah, and it works. It kind of works really nicely with the architecture of our master subordinate applications that's new in version 12.
True. It's something I don't think we touched on all week, right? It's master subordinate. So you've got 2 minutes here. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Well, glad you bring it up, Dave. Save it.
Oh, is this going to be your demo later? So Brian.
Well, we'll hold off on that for now.
We've got a high diving act later on, so that might be a great one. So I'll leave it to you to choose what you want to do. I've been playing around with a rocket game all day, so you could do whatever you want in your high diving act. But so is there anything else that I'm missing with the native historian? I mean, we've talked about why it's appropriate. It's the exact same historian. I think it's important to note too, from the small application to the large application. So it's as you grow in size, if you start off with that one lift station and then you grow into a bigger application with a water treatment plant, a wastewater treatment plant, you start bringing in more and more and more data. It's the same historian. And that's one thing that I think we see with a lot of folks is that they're growing their application, then they're realizing that their SCADA provider is telling them that they actually need to switch out to a totally different style of historian. And I've seen some things where they're even just pulling a week's worth of data for a few pumps or something, they're waiting minutes even to get that data. So, the speed of VTScada's historian and the fact that it's the same right through from start to finish, or from, small to large, I think is a real, adds a lot of flexibility, can be a huge benefit to them.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Right, so I think we're coming in pretty close to the end of this piece, so let's jump over to our panel discussion. And this is where, Brian, you're basically going to tell us a little bit about the history of yourself and going from Acala, because I think we've got a number of people here who at one time worked for a system integrator By here, I mean at Trihedral. And but I think you're one of the few folks who actually started off as an end user of VTScada at the customer side, was a customer of VTScada, and then eventually moved into part of the sales team. So you're going to talk to us about that for a little bit.
Sure. So just going backwards in time a little bit, I started my career out at the city of Ocala in the water and sewer department, and kind of hopped around from different departments and back and forth. And from there, eventually worked my way over to the SCADA group. And for about the last 7 or 8 years, I kind of maintained the SCADA system there. And we had a combination of 2 different products at the city of Ocala. And just to give you sort of an idea of the architecture that was there, at the time, there was multiple plants, 3 regional waste plants, a lime softening, roughly 20 MGD lime softening water plant, and then roughly 130 lift stations and probably 20 remote water and wastewater remote sites, pressure sites and things of that nature, booster pump stations, etc. And then we also had a very large reuse facility and a bunch of reuse sites, golf courses where we pumped our reuse water to for irrigation purposes for the golf courses and things. And initially we had sort of this sort of old architecture of you have 2 servers at each plant, a redundancy of 1 at each facility, and none of the facilities could talk to the other facilities. And when we decided to standardize on VTScada back in 2000, roughly 2000, 2001, somewhere in there, we eventually made 1 singular application using our realm area filtering. And that was done with myself and one of our great engineers, Luke, out of Calgary. And we set up this architecture where that each plant could be redundant to the next. And at the time, we had operators that would cross-operate plants. So they wanted to be able, that one operator could go to one plant and see his plant if he was at a different facility. So the realm area filtering really works nice for that, because you can log into one facility and see the entire city's facilities, all facilities, but only answer alarms and control things at your facility. So we put that architecture in place, and it's been in place ever since. That was 2000, almost 20 years ago now. Right. Somewhere around 2007.
Yeah. So tell us, there's 2 things that I'm wondering then. So you guys went the route of using one kind of larger app as opposed to, because you could have done something similar running many smaller apps and have those apps just kind of running in the background on the other computers. But tell us about some of the benefits to having one large app as opposed to having a number of smaller apps.
Well, I can tell you early on, going back to, 2001, 2002, our networks weren't the greatest. So what we typically would do was we would hope to be able to do upgrades and things to all the different applications with like TeamViewer, which was fine, but in its early days with our networks, it was kind of unbearable times. So you'd find yourself oftentimes just driving to a facility to go make configuration changes to that facility, and that could be as far as 15 miles away one way, and then back, and then so by the time you're driving around a couple plants, your whole day is over. So what we were looking for was a more centralized place to do our administrative work, to do configuration from. And what this allowed us to do was we put a development server at every facility. So this meant that we could, at that time, go to any facility and work on any facility from one given place, which really opened up our flexibility to be able to not have to travel around all day, and we could sit in one place and work from one facility throughout the whole day.
Right. Cool. So yeah, and your security and stuff. So this gives you, if you had a bunch of small applications, then you'd have security for each application would have to be managed. So if there was a Brian Sinkler who had access to each application, then the security for that would be managed on an individual level as opposed to the whole thing. And the same would be true unless you're using an OEM layer of your style settings and other things for those applications. So, right, so why don't we talk a little bit about the network then? It sounds like you've got all these different sites. You've got them all linked together, and you're doing so all the data coming in from the PLCs on each site is going into the local computer, and then from there it's being propagated by the RPC traffic out to all the computers, or did you have a specific area that was working as your kind of master historian, or how did you have that divided?
Well, that's a good question, because initially in the product, there's been evolutions over the years, obviously. But initially, we had to have a sort of master historian and backup historian that did all the work. And then each individual facility was its own I/O, took care of its own I/O services. So Plant A could talk to all its PLCs, Plant B could talk to all its PLCs. But then for those services, we would back them up amongst all the other plants. Now, as far as the historians, we had 2 central historians, and they were backups for each other. That architecture has since changed a little bit because of some of the advances in the product, where each facility now can obviously run on its own and be its own historian if needed to be, sort of what we talked about earlier, and then can fail back over to the other ones as needed and backfill the data.
Right. Okay. So that in itself sounds like a fairly major upgrade when you're moving from your previous version to that version. So again, why don't you tell us a little bit then about how that was?
So when we made the migration forward, one of the big advantages that's sort of a hidden advantage to some degree is the fact that we were able to go from having 14 servers across these 7 facilities, a pair at each facility, down. We were able to cut that in half because we now were able to have redundant servers at each facility, or have the redundancy across every facility rather. So now, instead of having redundancy of 1, even though we had 14 servers at each plant, we went to a redundancy of 6 because we made each server a backup to the next.
Right. Yeah.
So,
and it sounds funny that it sounds like a downgrade to a redundancy of 6, but I understand what you're saying here. And to anybody else, I mean, 2 is often the max that you can do. And you're saying, now talking about having 6 redundant servers.
Right. And the part of that migration path as well was we had a competing product. And as you know, and some of our customers know, that we at Trihedral were able to convert the tag databases from a competitor's product and convert that tag database into a VTScada application for you.
Yeah, and for the people listening, that's actually a service that we'll provide for free for most of the major SCADA software. So if you send us that tag database, we'll convert it into a VTScada importable database and send that right back to you.
Yeah, and of course we get the question often, Dave, as you know, is can you convert my graphics also? And the answer to that question is no, we can't do it automatically. However, generally speaking, when you get to the point of migrating away from a product, you're usually in a place where you're ready to make some graphical enhancements and changes anyways.
That's right. And also, I mean, there's, if you were to take out the old and put in VTScada, then we'd certainly hope that you take a look at some of our high performance widgets and other things, because they have a whole lot more data now contained in one simple bar graph than what you were seeing even just a few years back.
Yeah, R&D and tech support would certainly love for you to start using the new stuff versus the legacy stuff.
Right. All right, so we're just kind of coming into the last minute. So it was a number of years ago now. I think, like you say, as I was saying earlier, I think you were actually the first U.S. sales guy, in the U.S. hired by Trihedral. So Brian, you might only look 26, but when did you started with Trihedral? What, Brian? How many years ago?
13 years this past month.
Right. So you're a smart cookie, I think. had been working for Ocala when you were 7 or 8.
Yeah, well, who doesn't love water wastewater, right? You start early.
There you go. Yeah. Went to a take your kid to work day and just stayed.
Yeah, I actually did do that once, and my daughter hasn't forgotten that to this day. She's like, why are we at this wastewater plant?
That was great. I really appreciate it. That was actually the first time that I've heard so much about the history of your time at Ocala and your sort of journey through that application and then to Trihedral. So I really appreciate you telling that story.
Sure.
And now I will put you on the spot with High Diving Act. Pete, I think, is at the limit of his bandwidth. So Pete's turned into a little bit of a blur with a digital voice. But so I'm pretty sure we're going into this here. I am looking at the stream. It looks like the stream's going out well. So Brian, why don't you tell us what you're going to demo for us?
So I get to just pick something, eh?
Yep. And you can share your screen and just kind of walk us through something here. It could be whatever you like. Pete suggested, based on our conversation earlier, that it might be kind of cool to launch an application and then show adding that as a master app, because we talked about some of the older stuff that we used to support, but we didn't actually talk at all about master app and master subordinate.
Well, I honestly didn't know I was going to be doing that, so that's the fun of the High Wire Act here, right?
If needed, or if you don't have VTScada or whatever, if needed, I can fire up VTScada, and you can also kind of talk us through, and I can always do this if you need.
Yeah, if you could do that
Sure.
and kind of share your screen, and we'll just walk through it together if that's okay with you.
Oh, sounds great.
And we can kind of just talk about what master subordinate apps and the theory behind it and the architecture behind it.
Sure. So I'll let you do a lot of the talking here, and I'm going to just kind of run through. So I'm going to start by creating a new application here, and I'm going to call this my Super Master app. And it's really hard to create a new application in VTScada. So I had to click 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, and I know some of you are used to watching a lot of this in PowerPoint, but we love to do our demos live.
That's right. And also, I like this little squid background. I never know what's going to come up, and then I go live, and then it's changed to something. So my background automatically updates, and it's someone else's choice what it is. So to start off, so Brian, why don't you tell them a little bit about why the idea of master subordinate, and then we'll get into how afterward.
So I can kind of circle back to what I was just talking about with the city of Ocala and the architecture we used that was available at the time, which was our realm area filtering. And as I mentioned before, the realm area filtering is nice because it gives you the ability to have a singular application and make changes to that single application across many different servers across a wide area network. Now, there's some pros and cons to all architectures. One of the downsides to that type of application is that if you have multiple facilities, sometimes facilities amongst utilities don't play well together. Certain managers want their own application. They don't want other groups in their application, so they want to run their own independent application. So in version 12, we've come up with a solution for that, with the ability for each facility to have its own independent application. But then we have this idea of this master application that sits at the top that can collect all of those individual applications, which we call subordinates. So architecturally speaking, you may have, say, a central city hall server, and then you may have plant A, B, and C. And plant A, B, and C have their own individual applications running. But at City Hall, it will collect all 3 of those applications in one place. And it will actually have another, what we call master application, that sits above all of those and collects data from all of those different facilities into one singular location. Now, this is useful for Maybe you have some administrative folks that kind of want to get the big picture items from all the facilities and collect all the data into one place. So they would go into the master app to view everything. Whereas your operators at each individual plant, they really only care about their own facility. They really have no interest in what's going on at plant B or C or up at the master per se. So Dave's created his sort of super application here. And this would be your master, Dave, is what you've created here, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And then I'll bring in, I'm going to bring in my hydro station and my wind farms here.
Okay, so if you look at Dave's, and can you show your VAM there, Dave, your application, the VTScada application manager? And you can see here, Dave has 1 or 2 applications there loaded up in his app manager.
It's usually a lot more than this. I've cleaned it up recently.
Yeah, we can all relate to that. So he's got a couple of different applications in here that he's going to pull into the app, his super app. You can see at the bottom there. He's going to pull in which wind farm you said there, Dave, and
yeah, I'm going to pull in the Amherst Wind Farm and the Mountain City Hydro Station here.
So I should note that his hydro station and his wind farm, and just so you know, this is the first time I've seen Dave's VAM. Probably the first time we've all seen Dave's VAM. So he's going to bring those into the master, and he'll be running 3 different applications, the master and then the 2 subordinates in this case. So he's going to show you how he's going to create that. He's creating a context tag right now.
You're going to create a new child.
All right. Sure.
Oh, good. 3 minutes to do this, so.
Oh, good.
I need to find the S's. See if I can spell in 3 minutes. There we go. Subordinate application. So in the subordinate application, I'm going to call this now my hydro station. And we go down to the settings, and all I have to do is drop down to the MC hydro station. And now it's going to prompt me for a administrative level credential to say, well, you can't just bring the data in unless you have the right to. So I'm going to hope that I remember my password for this. And I'm going to go apply and give it a second. And you see some things happen in the background. What's amazing about this is that I've actually brought in all of the I/O from that application into this one, just brought it right into the tag tree here. So, and the other thing about that is we can go down and take a look, and you can see here that in the hydro station, we also have all of the pages that were part of that application. So it's very, very cool. And if I bring that in, then you start to see that coming through, and it's really neat. So I'm going to go back up to the tag browser here, into the subordinate apps, and again, go new, and I'm just going to run down to subordinate application, and this will be the wind farm. And we'll go to the settings, and that was Amherst that I had running. So again, I'm not sure if I have that or not. Maybe. Looks good. So again, same thing. I've brought this in, and automatically in VTScada, we've created that page menu as well. And so it's all in here. And I can go right into that station again. So inside of one application, I can have many other applications. What's neat about that is I can also create, if I go back to my main page here, then I can go into the Idea Studio and I can draw 1, 2 gauges. And in each case, we can link a gauge from I'll just do, that's not a good one. Lake level will be okay. Link, and you can see where this is going as I fumble through. So there's the wind farms, and what do I have here? The where are my I/O? I don't remember. Oh, I think I know what I'm doing here. Is I've got those IO all. This is actually just referencing out to a JSON. So the wind farm is mostly script based. So I can't
Weather
actually
data and
use.
stuff. Yeah.
What's that?
Mostly weather data, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so it's not
Yeah.
something that will actually draw into a gauge. So VTScada
Right.
is smart enough to only show you the tags that you can actually draw in your gauge here. So I don't actually have that driver piece set. So anyway, but the idea being that you can make another page that's using information from each of the subordinate app pages.
Yeah. And it's a really powerful tool. It lets you maintain integrity across the plants, but also have one location, like we had in Ocala, to do all your development from without moving around. And the new version 12 thin client access also kind of segues into this as well a bit.
That's right. Yep. Awesome. So that takes us to the end of our time on this one, and I'm just going to spin over to the other side here. So next up, we're going to go into a pre-recorded piece on Mock Alert, who's done some really innovative things with VTScada for fire station monitoring.
Joining us now is Ernie Ramos, the General Manager with Mock Alert, and he's going to tell us about their advanced fire station alerting system that's being used across the United States and Canada, including in the city of San Francisco. Hi, Ernie. Welcome.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Give us a little bit of background about Mock Alert Inc. and your role with the company.
Well, Mock Alert Inc.'s been around for about 30 years now, and we've grown from what we do is we've grown from the SCADA market actually into the fire station alerting market. We've actually leveraged a lot of our skill sets, experience, and so on that we've gained through SCADA and applied it in our fire market. So we have a team of system integrators, we have a team of programmers, engineers, and actually a production facility as well, all in our Tampa facilities. So we've grown actually to become a Motorola trusted partner for over 25 years too.
Now, this is a very specialized kind of system. How did you get involved in fire station alerting?
Yeah, that's interesting because we grew out of the industry of SCADA. We leveraged what we know about radio communication, system integration, automation, and we took it and applied it to the fire station alerting market. And I mentioned earlier that we are a Motorola partner. Well, Motorola was in the middle of a project and it seemed to be in a somewhat of a conundrum. They could not get their product to work on a certain platform. Their radio network was having a little bit of a trouble. So they came to us as a trusted partner and realized that we had a similar product that actually uses the same hardware. And of course, we knew the radio networks. And we were able to get them over the hump on that particular project. And in the process, they've learned that we actually can do a little bit more with our product, our fire station alerting product, than they have with theirs. So that at that point, we established a partnership. They decided to not go forward with their product and actually utilize the Mock Alert fire station alerting as their solution going forward. So that kind of leapfrogged us into this market.
Well, that sounds like a great opportunity to jump into your presentation if you want to take over.
All right. Yeah, so I wanted to share with you a little bit more about what we do today with the fire station alerting. So today I'm going to show you how, and I'll speak a little bit about the parallels of SCADA and fire station alerting and how the Mock Alert team kind of leveraged that experience. So I'm going to show you a little bit here. We mentioned earlier that Mock Alert actually has the skills and the experience to work on the Motorola radio network. And as you know, in the SCADA industry, getting communication from the field all the way back to one dispatch point, accumulating that data and sending it back is basically the principle of SCADA. Well, we utilized that and said, here we have the Motorola radio network, where your primary dispatch there, that would be instead of your typical SCADA dispatch or control room, it's our 911 center. That is the actual point where if you dial 911, that is the dispatcher that actually receives the call. In the same dispatch area, we put a mock alert server and what we call the alerting interface controller. And that is an RTU in the SCADA world. We also refer to those in SCADA as a front-end processor, but we and mock alert reassigned it and called it an alerting interface controller. And then below that, you see what we call a computer-aided dispatch. That's a software package that the 911 system operators use in order to put in all the pertinent details once you dial 911. For example, they run that software and dial in structure fire, address, TAC channel 6, rescue 7, engine 5, all those pertinent details. So in that, going back to the alerting interface controller, that is a piece of hardware that actually communicates over the radio network and as well redundantly over the IP network. That is crucial in the fire market to have levels of redundancy. Talking about redundancy, you can have a geo-redundant 911 center as well, and you can have the same exact hardware there in case there's a situation where the primary dispatch has to be evacuated. You have a secondary. And then, of course, you have your fire station. In the fire station, the mock alert team puts in a control panel the same ACE 3600 RTU remote terminal unit. We also put in there a voice radio and a data radio. A data radio is the wireless communication that communicates over the radio data network. And the voice radio is actually where the dispatcher, when they key their voice, it's actually heard at the fire station. So you have your fire call 911. Fire, what's your emergency? Dispatcher starts to type in all the address, details, and so on. Once they get the recommendations from CAD, computer-aided dispatch, it goes right to the mock alert server, and as soon as they hit send, it goes over the IP network. At the same time, we send that over the radio network. And this is where mock alert's a little different. We redundantly send it at the same time. We don't wait for one primary means of communication to fail before we flip over to the secondary. Every second counts in a fire situation. So once it gets to the fire station, whichever one gets there first gets processed. So off goes the fire station, receives the alert, and has a heart saver ramped up tone. We ramp it up, and then we follow that by what we call text-to-speech. And text-to-speech is actually all the pertinent details that the dispatcher typed in at the dispatch console. The address, engine, cross streets, TAC channel, all of that gets converted to speech and broadcast out over the fire station's PA system. So the dispatcher, in this case, does not have to key their mic and actually speak over the PA system. At the same time, we wake up all their TV screens and monitors all across the fire stations and display that same incident details. So what we call an incident display board. And then we have the ability to send that also to their thermal printers and print that out as well. All of that gets the information to the firefighters as soon as possible in many different forms. And then with the, of course, expanding on our automation from what we've learned from SCADA, where we have the ability to open the fire station doors. And in this case, the fire station this call happens to be fire. So we're going to go ahead and open those doors. And out comes the fire call. Out comes the rescue vehicle as well. So that is basically how a 911 call starts and goes through the radio network as well as the IP network all the way to the fire station and sets off what we call all the bells and whistles at that end. And that took me about 10-15 seconds to say, but once the dispatcher gets the information that it send, that information goes over to the fire station in less than a second on the IP network. So it's very quick and very efficient. So let me show you a little bit, a high level 50,000 foot view of what a mock alert can do. Over on the upper left-hand side, we talked about the dispatch center, or what we call PSAPs. And there on the corner, you have your computer-aided dispatch. Well, most teams can, most fire station alerting products can do a CAD interface, as we call it, to the mock alert or to their server. Well, CAD takes it a step further. Mock alert actually does a few things with CAD. We can handle up to 10 different CAD vendors at the same time, and we don't have to orchestrate them. They can operate differently, and they can operate at their own time. We also have a nice API to the FSA server, and we also did some system integration again to what they call their radio consoles. So in this case, you're looking at it as an MCC 7100 or 7500 console with a mock alert GUI. So we've gone and taken a few steps away from the dispatcher and actually wrote APIs or leveraged our system integration skills from SCADA and actually do that through software. So now the dispatcher, instead of taking all the calls and typing the details into CAD and then swinging their chair over to a secondary monitor, keyboard, and mouse for the radio console, and then swinging again over to what we would call the fire station alerting dispatch console. Mock Alert has married all those steps and relieved the dispatcher from doing all those secondary and tertiary steps. So that's your dispatch center. In the center there, you have your network, your bubble. Mock Alert sends that information over the IP network, also over the cellular out to, and I'll show you a bit about that, the Mock Alert mobile app and tablets as well. And then it also sends it, of course, over the radio network. Because we can control that radio console, we can actually choose a radio resource, choose a radio channel, and then actually speak the text-to-speech and send it out to the fire apparatus or the portable radios outside of quarters. So we can actually alert the fire station and all the fire personnel outside of quarters on their portable radios and their smartphone and tablets. And then over here on the right-hand side, you see your fire station. We'll talk a little bit about that. We put a station controller panel, and that's in the SCADA world, that would be your PLC out in the field. We tie that to their station's PA system, and then below it, you can see Mock Alert has taken a nice innovative stand on LED lighting. We put lighting in fire stations. I'll show you a sample of that as well. And there's the TV screens and turnout timer, as we call them. And there's your thermal rip and run printers with your last man out button. So we have fully automated the process and eliminated some of the steps from the dispatcher's perspective and send that information to more places than most of our competitors can do. So Mock Alert can do a few things. We can send it from multiple PSAPs to up to 127 different fire stations, and we can do it with a level of security that what we call information assurance compliancy. So it will be locked down and secure. Let me show you a sample of what it looks like from a dispatcher's perspective. They would choose, and here we have a screen that sits right in front of the dispatcher. They can choose an emergency, in this case EMS. They choose the fire station. They have the option of doing a text-to-speech there. Then they choose their send button. And then we give them a PA indicator and give them a time. You have 57 seconds now to speak if you choose to, or just let the text-to-speech do their thing. So once they hit the send, it goes out to the fire station.
Building fire, residential, operations on TAC 2, ladder 7, Quint 5, 1734 US, 27010.
We wake up their TV screens. Here you're looking at an HD monitor that has a fire call. It'll actually speak all the pertinent details in its text-to-speech there, as we call it. We'll use Google Maps, and with that number 23, that's their turnout timer. And once the incident details are done, they can flip over and give them pertinent details. And in these days, people are displaying COVID-19 updates. Again, they can speak multiple languages, so you can hear it speak English, and then it can repeat it again in French.
Bâtiment incendie, résidentiel. Opération sur les TAC 2, échelle 7, 15.5, 1734 US, 27010.
We also can light up their fire station. So in this case, the fire station was a medical call, so we chose blue. In this case, we're lighting up the bunk room in a blue light, and we also use that egress lighting out to the apparatus bay. And we could do that with what we call zoning wall switch. So that blue bunk there in the fire station, if the medic actually switches out and the next following night a fire guy or an engine guy sleeps there, they can choose the engine button. And we would only wake up, send alerts to that particular bunk room and only wake up that speaker if there's an engine call. So a nice dynamic LED lighting system. We actually do this automation and control. So we can change that traffic light to make sure it's green. We can turn off that stove in the firehouse to make sure that the fire station doesn't burn down. And we can actually control bay doors and siren sights as well. So a little page here from the SCADA world. We have a Mock Alert mobile app. So in case the firefighters are not in quarters, as they say, and they're out in the field, the dispatcher there can actually reach them over their smartphone and Android tablets. And some of them choose to put these tablets in their vehicles as well. And they utilize the map incident button to give them turn-by-turn directions. So very nice mobile app. Here's a sample of what it looks like once the mobile app actually wakes up. You can see it's an EMS alert. We put a countdown timer, and there's that map incident button, the red bar with the turn-by-turn directions. And if they happen to be off duty, they can actually look at the history of what's been happening in their fire station or their medical calls. A very user-friendly platform, and it comes with every Mock Alert application, whether you buy the simple bare bones system or the fully loaded package. It always comes with the mobile app as a free as part of the package. It can handle up to 10,000 tablets and phones. So if you're also outside of quarters, we have implemented this in San Francisco. And San Francisco came back to us years later and said, well, we like your package. We enjoy using it, but we want to hit the firefighters outside of quarters. Do you have something that we can reach them on their portable radios or their smartphones? So we're in the process of actually sending them what we call text-to-speech over the air. It goes over the radio consoles and actually hits their portable radios for that particular apparatus. We also sent them the mobile app as well. So San Francisco is in the middle of deploying their second phase of what we call the Mock Alert text-to-speech over the air. Here's a little geographical map showing where we deployed Mock Alert. You can see San Francisco here on the West Coast. You can see Toronto with over 90 fire stations utilizing Mock Alert. And you can see our home base here in Florida. We have quite a bit of dots there in Florida near our Tampa facilities. So we're always expanding, and we're always looking to go further into Canada. But this gives you kind of a sample of how many deployments we have, including military bases, Andrews Air Force Base, Sheppard Air Force Base, and Fresno Air National Guard, just to name a few. So Mock Alerts continue to grow. We also have 158 deployments out in Toronto and the Ontario region as well. So Mock Alert is continuing to grow. We do a lot of system integration, and we enjoy using our SCADA industry experience in the fire station alerting market.
Thanks, Ernie. So you covered a lot of ground there. Now, keen-eyed VTScada users will notice that you actually built this system on VTScada by Trihedral. Can you tell us about some of the VTScada features that made it possible to do what you do in this system?
Oh yes, we actually can see that we grew up in the SCADA industry, and we have actually had our experience with VTScada. We took not only our experience in system integration and automation and controls, but we took the SCADA platform, the software platform, VTScada, with us to the fire market. It allowed us to do the user-friendly graphics that you saw on the presentation. It allowed us to use a lot of the built-in features of reporting and the analytics that already come with VTScada. And we were able to leverage the fact that this is a mission-critical system. So the software that holds this platform has to be truly reliable, and we've learned to trust the VTScada throughout the years.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much. It's really exciting to see so many dots on the map. I knew that you had covered a lot of cities, but that's more than I thought. And it's always nice to see Canadian dots on the map. Thanks for joining us, Ernie. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
All right, so as much as I enjoyed that video from MPE, they did a fantastic job with redundancy in the servers, redundancy in the communication. They're doing some crazy things there with the lighting and everything else to make sure that those responders know exactly who has to respond even before they jump out of bed to see what why the alarms are going off. But what I like even more than that is question time with Natasha.
Aren't you so sweet, Dave? Hi, Brian.
Hi, Natasha. Good to hear your voice.
It is really good. So I'll get right into a question. Can I still get training, and what classes do you offer?
Well,
go ahead, Brian.
Sure. So you can certainly still get training. Obviously, we've had to make some changes here over the past 10 months or so with the COVID, but we offer training in person post-COVID at some point. We are right now doing remote online training, and a lot of our training courses are actually available online. You can take them at no cost if you're a go-getter. If you don't need an instructor, you can download all the material and do them yourselves. And if you'd like to see a full schedule of our training, you can go to our website, and it's all listed there.
Yeah, that's right. And if once we get back to doing training in person, then if you come up to Halifax for training, there's a good chance that we'll fill you up with some lobster while you're here. And as Chris always says, if you go to Florida for training, then you get to go to Florida.
We'll probably take you for a dinner here as well.
All right. My next question is, does VTScada use SSL?
And the short answer to that is yes. Certain things require it, certain things don't require it. The setup of SSL is typically something that you would do in Windows and not something that you actually set up in VTScada. But VTScada will help you make some of those cert requests and other things. But a lot of the time, if you're putting your system on the internet, then you might use a site like GoDaddy or whatever to set up that SSL cert, attach it to your domain, and then you just bring that in and install it into Windows.
Right.
Cool. So can you tell me the difference between VTScada Lite and the 90-day trial?
Go for it, Brian.
Sure. So the VTScada Lite is a fully licensed copy of VTScada. You can download it at any time, up to 10, and you have a limit of 50 tags. It includes all the drivers, the historian, 50 historian tags, of course, and the development license, a thin client also included with that. The only option that does not come with that is the alarm notification system. But everything else is included. Now, with the 90-day trial license, one of the caveats with the trial license is it has a shutdown period, for one. It isn't a fully functioning version, if you will. It also will not allow you to take and develop an application and then upload a change set from that application to a customer application. That license can be upgraded at some point to a standard license, the trial version. And at that point, you could then upload the change sets. So those are kind of the differences between the two. And the 90-day you can get with all the bells and whistles to try it out for various different tag counts. So you could get a 1,000 tag or 5,000 tag if you needed it. But the 50 tag, you download it. It is yours to own. If you have a little brewery at home, you want to monitor that, or a pool pump, or your own security system, VTScada Lite is a fantastic tool for that sort of thing.
Yeah, and one of the cool things is VTScada Lite is not just for home use either. You can use it in home or industrial applications.
That's right.
Well, so I should just make a note, though, of what Brian said about you can get the demo in any tag band. The one that you would download straight from our website, though, I believe comes in 5,000 tags. get a demo in a different tag band, I think you'd have to reach out to either a salesperson, myself, Trudy, anything like that, to get that in a different tag band, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, fair point. If you need a larger tag count, typically it's not that common that you'd need more than what we offer from the website.
Especially in your first 90 days there.
Yeah.
You've got your whole system configured with
very
50,000 tags, and good on you.
So really, and just to clear up any confusion that there might be, is if people ask, well, why do you have both? Why don't you just have VTScada Lite if it's going to start to be a demo and you're going to get a bigger application anyways? So we had the 90-day trial demo for forever. I mean, they had it when I started working here 10 years ago. And VTScada Lite really was launched, I would say maybe 3 years ago. So right now it would stand that the difference is if you want to trial the alarm notification system is really what the difference is.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Other people too, if you want to try things like using the Excel imports and whatever to actually do some of your tag synchronization and stuff, then it's not very dramatic with 50 IO. But if you can get to 5,000, then that's pretty respectful. Trying to do an import of maybe part of your system into VTScada just to test pieces and see how it really works.
And I would say, Natasha, in addition to that, Dave and I talked earlier about the fact that VTScada, here at VTScada, we will import a tag database for you. You might have an iFix or another application that you want to bring in, and you can import that into the demo license. Say it's a 5,000 or 10,000 tag license, you could import that in and just run it up and see what it would look like.
That's perfect. That's a really good distinction why we still have both then. Perfect. Thanks. See, we're always learning things. All right, so let's take it all the way back to one of the very first questions that we had on Monday, because this is, of course, the final question period of our historic WEFTEC Connect broadcast. And people always want to know, is it VTS? Is it VTScada? Is it Trihedral? They've heard them all, so what is it?
Right, Brian, I've answered this a bunch of times.
Well, I actually yesterday was meeting with a customer down in DeSoto County, Florida, and he actually was a former colleague of mine in Ocala, Florida, and to this day he calls it VTScada.
Yeah,
I'm sure you've heard that one as well.
I just roll with it now. When somebody, if they come to me, VTScada, then I'll say,
so
VTScada.
So our company name is Trihedral. I think that's the easy part. The product is called VTScada. It stands for Visual Tag SCADA, and I assume I'm making the assumption we all know what SCADA means. So originally it was called VTS, and we added SCADA into the name probably somewhere back around 2006 or 7-ish, somewhere in there. I can't remember the year, but it's been quite a while since we made that change to VTScada.
Perfect. So that's all I've got for question period, and for questions period of what. So I just want to say thanks to everybody that joined us this entire week for question period. It doesn't just stop because we're not asking them live. So if you do have any questions, definitely reach out to any of the salespeople that you can find on our website. You reach out to me. Anytime, ask us on social media. We'll find your questions and we'll get them answered live or not. So,
Natasha, why don't you stay on for our wrap up here in a few minutes if you can. And we've got a couple minutes to kill before we get to that. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your role at VTScada when you're not doing the Automation Village stuff?
My role at Trihedral. Okay, so I work a lot with our channel partners and researching construction specs, feeding their pipelines for projects, because as we've noted a few times this week, we do go to market a lot through integrators, not direct sales to end users. So I work a lot with our channel partners, finding projects for them. That's a big part of what I do here. I do our social media, maybe not well. I do it as well as I can. I do all of the trade show planning, Automation Village planning, VTScada Fest planning. I manage our Support Plus renewal program. And various other things, whatever comes my way that needs to be done.
Right. Awesome. So, and you've been with the company for a little while now. You're not brand new to us. So you've got a lot of years of experience under your belt on working with VTScada, and also you probably know you're like a younger Pat Cook in when it comes to knowing our customers.
Looking, correct?
So when it comes to our customers, you really know who's worked on which projects, what's coming up, what people have going on. So you're always a really great resource for anything like that.
And I think that's a large. I'm not technical sales. I'm never going to pretend to be technical sales. I don't demo VTScada often to customers, but I think that's one of the reasons that Glenn likes. Me being in the booth. I generally travel to WEFTEC and ACE, those two shows during the year. Not the small regional shows, but those are two larger shows. And I think that's why Glenn likes to have me there, is somebody can walk into the booth if Pat's not around, because we all know that Pat likes to scatter at the trade shows. So if Pat's not around, somebody can walk into the booth and they'll say, oh, I'm with XYZ municipality. And I generally can pretty quickly pick up who their SI is, when that was installed, those types of things. So I think that's why Glenn likes to keep me as a backup Pat in the booth.
Right. Awesome. So yeah, I guess we're kind of coming into the close of the show. So we're basically gonna just wrap things up here. It's been an awesome 4 days so far. We're down to piece just right under segment 190. So of those segments, Pete is going to whip through all of those tonight, find the top segments that we did, his favorite pieces. He's going to put those together into something tomorrow, and Chris and I are going to DJ that for you. So tomorrow will be the greatest hits of this week of many, many hours of streaming.
Yeah, and in honor of Eddie Van Halen, we're going to have a greatest hits tomorrow.
There you go.
Yeah. I'd just like to say one thing, if it's all right, Dave, for those that are listening. This is sort of the last live day for you guys, and it's been really phenomenal what you guys have put together, and we're pretty lucky as sales guys to work with such a talented bunch, not just creative group of guys and gals, but just awesome people. So kudos to you, Pete, Chris, Natasha, and Keith across the pond, if you happen to be up and listening. Fantastic job.
That's been
Keith
wonderful.
dashed
really,
right
really
at the edge of the show. He was heading out for his wife's birthday, so
yeah.
Well,
Keith would be out having a fun night.
That's very, very selfish of him, but good for him.
It's been fantastic, and having like you as well, Brian, on as well. Like we're always kind of, I guess, thinking about the the burden that we put on our sales team, because you guys are doing a hell of a lot of work yourselves, and bringing you into do shows like this. It's really made the show, and I think so kudos to you guys too. It's been fantastic. Really enjoyed it.
Yes. This has been just a slightly slower pace than some of the previous stuff that we've done, but it's been a ton of fun to actually be able to have a little bit of a ad hoc conversation sort of in the middle of the different content that we're doing. And so, although we haven't got to hang out at any shows recently, at least I feel like we got to have a little bit of conversation through some of our staff, and it's actually been great to do this in a environment that isn't focused on a weekly sales meeting or anything like that.
Exactly.
And it's funny because there were really times during this week that really did have the booth feel like the end of the day, you're getting silly. You're making jokes, you're making fun of your colleagues, your shoes are coming off. You know, there were parts in this week that really, really did make it feel like we were at a trade show. And, you know, it is lucky because as a group, we generally all get along well and go from the show floor to supper to at all hours of the night. And we don't just do our own thing at these trade shows. So it's nice to be a group that, you know, continues to get along. And so I wasn't really expecting to get that feel this week, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah,
that's a great point, Natasha. And thanks again for all you're doing. You're actually the busy beaver who's working away in the background quite often, you know. So I'm looking at your photo. That's really funny. I'm looking at you in the corner of the screen. I'm looking, hey, Natasha. So no, it's been great having you, and to everyone. So it's been fantastic.
Cool. So yeah, Brian, you gave a shout out to all of us. We'd also like to give a shout out to all of the sales staff. So I don't know if you could probably name them off faster than I could.
Oh, you want me to do
it?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. No worries. I'll do my best. My God, this put me on the spot.
I went through this yesterday.
Yeah, I'll try and do it alphabetically if I can. So Alan, thank you so much. Wonderful input as well. And Blair, Brian, you guys just knocked it out of the park, I think, really, you know. And then Dan, I think you were down to Dan. So Dan actually was great, contributed quite a lot as well, and had to run to an emergency today. So we rejigged a couple of things, and look, our customers come first. That's the bottom line. As we go down along, so Pat Cook, just thank you again. Had some wonderful moments with Pat as well, you know. So really enjoyed all of his input. Tim Donaldson just stepped right in, and it was like he was always doing it. And Mike Stark, Mike just you know, really funny, really great content, great demos, and I think and I think have I covered everyone? Have I done all? Did I miss someone?
Outside of
this group, yeah, this group. But
Mervin's group,
oh right, and everybody at BetSem.
Well, and BetSem, of course. Yeah. Well, I was gonna do that anyway, but I was just thinking our sales team. So no, it's been a wonderful experience, and echoing what Natasha, what you said. I mean, I feel like I've been working with Trihedral for years, maybe not 13 years yet, Brian, but
well, you have, just not directly.
Not directly. That's a good point. So it's been great fun, and apart from that, I think Barry and Glenn as well. They allow us to exercise our madness, which is great, and I think that's what makes the company so special, really, because there's little hesitation when it comes to breaking new ground continuously. And I think, Dave, you actually said it one day that, you know, whether it was the Automation Village or whatever, but we're constantly challenging ourselves. And I'll just mention that
it's like a bit of a sickness that soon as we get comfortable, you know, as soon as this format starts to feel easy, we go, yeah, but what if we juggled while we did it?
Exactly.
You know?
No, that's
Hang on, I'm going to try defragging my computer while I do it today.
just immediately before we do it, and you know, some of those wonderful things were.
Yeah, and that actually leads back to Glenn's mentality, which, Brian, you'll relate to this immediately. You show up the day of the trade show, and Glenn appears with a memory stick minutes before the show is going to go live and says, "This was just built last night. It has a new feature," and you install it, and you're showing it minutes later, and you're thinking, this memory stick is still hot from that computer burning away, trying to load data on it as fast as he could.
Absolutely.
So that's very much our style, is to,
that's right.
to really do that high diving act all the time and keep ourselves on our toes. It keeps it fun, it keeps it interesting, and you know, normally it goes well, so we repeat it.
Absolutely. And if I can say, Dave, you have just again knocked it out of the park, as I say, as well. Yourself and Chris, wonderful presenters to keep it together for so long, so long, you know. And And yeah, I think that we just have to make sure that the TV station networks don't grab a hold of you.
There you go.
Or
What was
Elon
it,
Musk with you.
TTN?
That was so much fun. Oh my God.
Yeah,
I've laughed so much over the last few days with that SpaceX demo thing you're doing. It is phenomenal. It's so much fun. I don't know why. I'm very childish.
So,
Great
yeah, I
work.
know, and of course, a big thanks to Chris, who co-hosted with me through most of this. And Chris always does such a great job of carrying that conversation, and I'm always very envious of the questions that he's able to pull out of the air and get on the fly and kind of keep that conversation moving in a great way. I've been fortunate never to see Chris in his tutu, which I know I can't
get that vision out of my head. His tights. He said tights.
Yeah, so I learned that today. So we'll wait for a few beers to see that come out, maybe at the Christmas party.
Yeah.
And again, see, just like an in-life trade show, we are learning too much about our coworkers.
This is true. Yeah, I've drank a lot of beers with Chris, and he's never told me about his time in tights in university. So
that is so funny. It really is.
And so, Pete, I guess we'll end with a huge thanks to you for putting this together. Pete hasn't really slept through the nights because
it's been pretty good. Well, Keith,
Pete
no,
is
honestly,
in the background getting everything ready for the next day, cutting the scenes, and that's going to carry through tonight as Pete puts together a amazing show for everybody tomorrow of that highlight reel of these, as I said, just under 190 segments that we've done over the last 4 days.
That's great. Well,
So
again,
with
thank you
that-
so much, and thank you to our viewers as well. So if you've tuned in, whether you're watching it live with us or you play it back as well, hope you have fun with this as well. And remember our Halloween special on Thursday, October 29th. A Nightmare on Automation Avenue. It'll be so much fun.
I'm really looking forward to that. So,
Excellent
all right.
again. Okay, guys. Thank
Have a
you
great
so much
show,
again.
everybody.
Okay.
We'll see you guys
Take care.
later.
Bye. And well done. I'm gonna applaud
Thank you.
everyone. Hey.
Cheers.
Take care. Bye, guys.